I'm making fun of the Starbucks CEO because he recently defended the absurd price tag, the $9 cup of Joe, and then talked about how customers are willing to shell out that premium because it's a great experience. It's all about a great seat and making a great connection with your barista. Basically, you're going to fall in love with your barista and it's worth every goddamn penny. Now, the reason why I've just given you that, AI synopsis right there on what this video is going to be about is because I don't know how much of the actual interview I can use here because it's the Wall Street Journal, and historically the Wall Street Journal is like a fucking cartel when it comes to anything that it produces. Or even if I've shown you like a clip from something in the Wall Street Journal, I've gotten in trouble in the past for it. Even if it's like a 5 or 10 second clip, they've come at me looking for fucking scalp. They'd be plucking my teeth out of my mouth until I apologized. I do not fuck with the Wall Street Journal. They've done great reporting, I get that, but any time that I've tried to opine on something that's been broken by the Wall Street Journal, I am very prohibited in what I'm allowed to show you, so instead we're going to be looking at a transcript, and maybe I'll jump scare you with split seconds of this CEO talking in the interview and see how that goes. So yesterday, the Starbucks CEO, Brian Buttfuck My Wallet, went on to defend the company's $9 cup of coffee, insisting that the price reflects a premium experience offered to customers. He also was recently granted access to the company jet for personal travel, which is a nice little tiddlywink of information I didn't know about, so thanks to the article here for enlightening me on that, because he definitely deserves it. Brian needs to be traveling luxuriously, and he's doing the Lord's work out there. He's delivering mediocre coffee to every sucker out there willing to fork over all the clams for it. He also said that customers across all income levels are willing and happy to shell out big money for a chance to interact with baristas or score a great seat inside the chain. This article is kind of underselling how he portrays that. If I could show you more of the video, I would. But I'm going to drop that little bit and hope that it's okay. I mean, it's going to be less than 3 seconds. I feel like there's no fucking argument Wall Street Journal could make to take down this video, but I guess we'll see. I think it's important you hear it right from his lips.
That value is to be able to have a great seat, have a great moment of connection with a barista.
Son of a bitch, I tried everything, but I couldn't get it to 3 seconds. It's 4.5, but it's under 5, so I should be safe. I should be protected. I don't think they can roll up with the goddamn Pinkertons for me showing 4 seconds here at the very end of the interview. Well, at least of this segment of the interview. So he's talking about the value you get, about the great seat, which I will slam my fist on the desk and shout, objection. What great seat. It's fucking Starbucks. It's like the most sterile, generic environment you can ever find yourself in. You sit down in a swamp-ass throne and you maybe tinker away on your laptop or something while drinking some mid-ass coffee. What great seat are you talking about here, Brian? And I can't make a lot of promises to you about what you'll encounter in your life, but I can make one promise that I know 100% with certainty will never happen, and that's you forming a special connection with your barista over going to Starbucks and getting yourself a coffee. That doesn't happen. I don't know what he's talking about. Do they have intimacy coordinators on staff at Starbucks where they try and get the baristas excited to maybe fall in love with a customer or something after serving a pumpkin spice latte? I doubt it. They are workers looking to just do their job and go about their day. Not be bothered, not be harassed, and not have this expectation that a customer is going to come in there and form some kind of special connection because the CEO said so. That doesn't happen. It will never happen. I don't know what he's talking about. This guy must have just fucking did some ayahuasca or something. This is some baloney. And also, Brian looks AI generated. I know that is low-hanging fruit as a critique, but literally this guy looks AI generated. He has that blurry-ass zoom background there, and he himself pops like a Pixar character. This shit doesn't look real. Brian looks like a fake human being. Anyway, out of fear, I'm not going to show you any more from the actual interview, but Brian does go on to drop some premium nuggets. What we're seeing is people, they want to have a special experience, and regardless of what your income level is, in some cases, a $9 experience does feel like you're splurging. And then what that means is we have to make it worthwhile, right? And then in other cases, people believe, well, this is really affordable premium experience, because they're saying well, it's less than $10 and I get a really premium experience. I don't know what dimension this guy lives in, but it's so detached from reality. Out of touch doesn't even begin to encompass this. This is just actual mental illness. This is delusional. He needs to be institutionalized. He needs to be medicated. What is Goober even yapping about? What premium experience? Every Starbucks is exactly the same. They're copy and paste. It's a place where joy goes to die. I wonder if you can tell that I'm not the biggest fan of Starbucks. I wonder if that's coming through loud and clear. I have never had a positive experience at one. The food is at best. I'm not a coffee drinker already, so they have nothing to offer me, and every time I've tried coffee from there, it's even worse than other coffees I've tried elsewhere. There's nothing premium about it. That's like saying that the shitter at the AMC movie theater is premium because you're comparing it to a gas station toilet at the local Shell. Like, it's still trash, man. Like, there's nothing premium about it. It is like the most by the numbers, formulaic, nothing new establishment you could ever venture into for your coffee and overpay for. You're paying $9 for a normal experience of just going and getting some mediocre beverage. There's nothing special about it, and there is certainly nothing that Starbucks does to make it worthwhile for $9. That is just expensive. I don't know who he is citing when he's saying, and then people look at it like, well, this is really affordable for a premium experience because it's less than $10. Nobody says that. No, not even an NPC that you programmed would say that. Because it's not. There's no premium experience, and there's nothing affordable about it. It's expensive. And also, it speaks volumes that he can't even justify the $9 price tag on the merit of the beverage itself. Instead, he is relying on these ancillary things like, $9 may feel like splurging, but we have to consider the entire experience of going into the Starbucks. That's what's most important, the ambiance. That's what makes it worth it, the premium experience. He can't even just say with his whole chest that our drinks are so good and so high quality that they warrant a $9 price tag. You're paying for the highest quality coffee on the planet. Because that's not what you're paying for. You're just overpaying for mid-shit. And he knows that, and he knows he wouldn't be able to get away with saying that, so instead he's relying on these like X factor things of a connection with the barista, a great seat, and of course, the premium Starbucks experience of being lucky enough to come inside of a Starbucks. It's a privilege, and you should feel honored every time you walk through those doors. That's what warrants the $9 price tag. Not our shit-ass coffee. Anyway, the interview continues. Brian keeps putting his asshole in his mouth. He's talking about how Starbucks is actually doing very well, hasn't been impacted, and then even bragged about how the coffee chain is doing really well with younger generations. Hey Brian, you know what else is doing really well with younger generations? Fucking tongue sahur. Scalping Nidos. Fighting each other over Pokemon cards at Walmart and Target. That statement is a nothing burger to me. In my eyes, it is a full-blown, venti, vaporwave, nothingness. Starbucks hasn't done anything to improve the quality of its products or improve its brand or anything at all, so I don't think it being successful with the younger generations is a testament to it doing things right. It's a testament to it just being there and existing. And the younger generation has clearly heard of it before, so they're willing to consume the product. That's it. I don't think he's hit some kind of home run here in recent Starbucks changes, because from everything I've seen, there haven't been any. It's just the same old Starbucks, but now just even more expensive than I ever thought possible for its shit. This fucking guy is so cringe. We're doing really well with Gen Z and millennials, and then really had strong performances across all income cohorts. It can start with as little as $3 for a traditional cup of coffee. And then obviously you can build your way into all sorts of customized drinks that people love and that move that ticket up. The way we're going to play the value game is you're gonna feel like it was worth it. Who walks away from Starbucks saying, holy shit, all that money I wasted was worth it? That was a premium experience. Who does that? What kind of actual loser has that kind of parting thoughts? Like, man, $9 down the tubes? But what a fucking experience. Oh my god, I think the barista might want to have sex with me. I think the barista wants to marry me. It just doesn't happen. There's no premium experience. He insists customers value the experience over discounts or flashy one-off promotions. Oh, that's what everyone says. I don't want to save money. I want to make sure when I go to Starbucks, everything is exactly the same and there's a chance of a connection with the barista. Please, don't help me save money with discounts or anything. I want to waste maximum amounts of money here at the same fucking Starbucks as always. Yeehaw. I'm sure, Brian. I'm sure. Anyway, I won't blabber on more about this guy. Just another painfully out-of-touch CEO I had to clown on. That's really about it. So, yep. Are you happy? If the answer to that question is yes, then stay far away from Pokemon tournaments. You turn the cheek, run the other direction as quickly as you can, Buster, because that is an environment where joy and whimsy goes to die. It has now been confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that the biggest dweebs on this planet are Pokemon judges, and they are like Dementors. They will suck the happiness out and will punish you for even the slightest signs of happiness. If you celebrate, I hope you're ready to go to jail, because Pokemon competition is more joyless than an active war zone. It is cutthroat. 2 weeks ago, I made a video covering a situation where a Pokemon Go player won a tournament, but because he celebrated, they punished him by taking the win away, thus his opponent ended up winning the tournament because of it. It was an automatic loss, which gave his opponent the win. Because of excessive celebration, deeming it unsportsmanlike. Just as a reminder, this is the celebration they punished.
Now on his 11th one, he is the first-time champion for himself and your 2026 Orlando champion!
Incredible series from Firestar, pulling out all the stops, all the Pokemon, taking us to a decisive Game 5. Could not have asked for anything else.
Pokemon judges are literally the fun police. That is the entirety of his celebration after winning this tournament. He sets his headset down and gives one pump, then shakes his opponent's hand. I get more animated when my Uber Eats gets here. Like, that is about as tame a celebration as you can possibly fucking find. That is the epitome of sportsmanship. He's happy, he's emotionally won, but he doesn't become, over the top with it. He doesn't stand on the chair and slam 2 beers together like Stone Cold Steve Austin, or start butt-chugging brewskis or something, saying fuck you to his opponent and say, get out of here, pussy, lean over, give him a wet willy and an atomic wedgie on the way out. Nothing. It is pathetic that these dorks, these greasy, stinky losers, punished him for that. But what's even more pathetic is that they're standing by it, and that's why I'm talking about it again today. They released an official statement where they've all come together in their fucking stink cloud, their fucking fart fumes, and decided that the Council of Judges was correct in this punishment here. And then they also reinforced another ruling where they punished another Pokemon player, this time in the TCG, who celebrated early, maintaining that they did deserve to lose that as well. These fucking Pokemon judges suck major ass. I think it is irrefutable. This evidence confirms that there are no bigger twerps on this planet than Pokemon judges. If you want to avoid a fate like that, you right now need to fix the stink, so go to usecheeky.com and get the best soap in the universe. The queso bar just launched as well, by the way. It's coconut. We've got the best soap out there, and you need to take your hygiene seriously, or else you might just end up like a Pokemon judge. Here's the Pokemon Play Team's official toilet paper. At the recent Pokemon Orlando Regionals, 2 instances of penalties being issued during streamed matches have created questions within the community about celebrations. They're illegal. You're going to jail if you show any emotion at an official Play Pokemon event. I'll sum it up for you. Spoiler alert. Play Pokemon has reviewed each instance and would like to provide more information. In the first, during the Pokemon TCG Swiss Round 13 match, the tournament headphones were removed and were thrown onto the table on top of cards and damage counters, putting the TCG game state in disarray before additional game action could be taken to complete the game. A match loss was issued for the disruption to the game state and not playing out the final sequence to the game. I didn't cover that one, but I'll briefly show you what they're referring to there.
Wow! 2 cards! Rips it off the 6 cards! Are you kidding me here? Makani!
Basically what happened is he drew the win condition. It was checkmate at that moment, but he celebrated before finishing the game, so he put his headphones down and it moves the cards around. So they viewed that as throwing the game into disarray. It fucking annihilated the game state. It was all ruined. It's completely kaput. So they issued a game loss for it. This one was a bit more divisive. Some people think that this is an outrageous ruling. Others think it makes sense because he didn't actually finish the game before doing that. I personally think this one has the most wiggle room to be justified because he didn't finish it out. It would be like in chess, if you have the checkmate, but then you fucking slap the chessboard before you actually finish the checkmate. That would be improper. So I do understand that to a certain degree, but I think a match loss is a bit overkill. I feel like this could have been the first warning because it didn't ruin the game. The game literally is over from that moment. There is nothing that can be done, as I understand it, in the current meta there. So it was over. He just needed to finish out the sequence. So to me, I think a game loss is a little extreme. That could have been the first warning there. And according to the player, 2 separate head judges told him that he was given a match loss for throwing his headset down and being dangerous. Not a single judge told him that he was given the game loss for disrupting the board state, and then wasn't given the chance to appeal the ruling either. So to me, it does feel far more cutthroat than it should. And then the most egregious is obviously what happened with the Pokemon Go celebration, where the game was completely over, and then a very mild celebration, which I wouldn't even use the word celebration. To me, a celebration is like what you see in the end zone in the NFL or in the college football, where you get a touchdown, you spike the ball, You hit some of these maneuvers right here, like the where's my hug at or something like that. Bust out the fucking Gangnam Style, maybe. That's a celebration. What he did was the most, like, normal, like, oh, I'm happy moment doing this. Like, even Pokemon characters do that. They do more than that, mind you, but that's like literally the bare minimum of being like, oh, whoopee, I won. And they're calling it excessive and unsportsmanlike. And they're standing by that decision. So going back to their official statement, in the second instance, during Pokemon Go Grand Finals, we would like to share some information which may not be known to the broader community. Prior to the final game incident, during Game 1 of the Bracket Reset series, a player was issued a warning for the action of hitting and shaking the table during gameplay. Actions such as these can have a negative impact on the experience of participants and disturb the match in progress. Then, during Game 5, this same player's behavior continued to be disruptive, including shaking the table to the point that there was a disruption to the broadcast experience. These repeated infractions resulted in a penalty that was escalated to game loss. If that isn't the biggest load of hooey I've ever heard, you can watch the footage yourself. There was nothing disruptive happening, not from what I went through and re-watched. And plus, the game loss came after the celebration. Unsportsmanlike, I believe, is what was being tossed around. But now they're saying it was actually because he was shaking the table. It was a fucking earthquake he was having go on over there. We couldn't even get the broadcast going. It was so all over the place. It was a natural disaster, a fucking calamity. We will uphold the decisions made by the judges at this event. Pokemon judges are committed to bringing the best possible experience to our players by preserving the competitive integrity of our events. Yeah, it's in the shitter. It has completely been flushed down the tubes with this, by the way, because you could win grand finals, but you best be completely fucking stoic and silent. Even the slightest iota of a smirk will have that title stripped from your fucking cold, dead paws. They will rip that W from your hands if they see you happy. What do you mean preserving the competitive integrity? You took away the winner's win and gave it to someone who lost. All over them celebrating slightly. Without them and their commitment to play Pokemon, we would not be able to hold events, and it is our expectation that they are treated with the same respect as all people in the community. In the moment of a win, emotions are high, and we recognize that these emotions can lead to energetic reactions celebrating a win, which, by the way, didn't really happen here. It wasn't that energetic. My fucking grandfather, I saw him get more animated when the mailman would show up than I saw from this guy winning the fucking grand finals of this tournament. It wasn't that energetic, mind you. We want to support this authentic, positive reaction and not discourage this excitement. Celebrations are not an issue, but actions that disrupt or negatively impact competitive integrity can be. We will continue to listen to the community of players and our judges on how best to evolve our tournament system rules and how penalties are enforced. The Play Pokemon team, they sign it off. Now, Firestar73, the player who had his title ripped from him for his celebration, did make a statement after this official Play Pokemon piece and said, "The incident you are now for the first time claiming was the basis of the decision did not affect the gameplay at all, yet decided the whole tournament." That is 100% correct. It had no impact on the game at all, even if he was shaking the table, which I don't see any strong evidence of him being over there like, the waves of the ocean, moving the table back and forth all wobbly. I don't see anything like that. But none of it affected the gameplay no matter how you spin it. Section 2.1 requires a clear explanation of any infraction and its penalty, and I was never given this as the basis at all. That is also true. Apparently that was never relayed. There's even a community note that talks about this. Firestar wasn't given an initial warning for shaking the table. This is a major infraction under section 5.1 of the penalty guidelines, and then it also has something about Makani, who received a game loss for a headset throw and wasn't able to appeal, and section 433 of the tournament rule handbook allows for an appeal. So they're not following their own guidelines, basically. Which doesn't come as a surprise to me because it feels like these are complete losers that are power tripping and looking for any excuse to exert their authority here. Did I just catch you showing emotion? You lost now, Buster. Ha! Give that back. Don't you ever show me a smile again. And I mean it. I'm a Pokemon professor, by the way. So cringe, man. Actually so cringe. So they're standing by the decision. Firestar 73 does not get the win that he earned. Also in the TCG space, Makani does not get that win either. They're standing by both decisions there. I think the most egregious is the case with Firestar 73. I think there are no grounds for that. I think that is a complete sham. And I think the community should be very alarmed that this is who controls the events. You best be on your most emotionless behavior in the future of this competitive scene here. The competitive environment of play Pokemon events from this point forward better be quieter than a fucking library. It's going to be like a funeral in there, not an ounce of joy. So, I guess that's what they're looking for. That's what they're trying to cultivate. This shit's so stupid, man. It's so embarrassing. It's so shameful. Had to yap about it. I had to give you the follow-up. That's really about it. See ya. You read the title and you've heard the news. Battlefield 6 just released its Battle Royale mode. It's called RedSec. Get ready to put some hair on that chest, dweeb. I've now dumped like 4 or 5 hours into it, which obviously compared to many others is nothing. That's like a very pitiful amount. But for me, it's enough to give you a review of it because I now feel like I've pretty much experienced everything the game mode has to offer. And it's no secret, I haven't been the biggest Battle Royale enthusiast in many years now. The only one I keep up with is Apex Legends. It's just a genre that I find to be extremely stale at this point, just super bland. It's like the 6-7 of game genres, where just hearing about Battle Royale makes me fucking cringe like that god-awful meme. It's just, I'm so tired of it. But I like Battlefield 6, so I thought it only fair that I give this one a shake to see if it's any good. And now I can confidently say, it's fine. There's no huge flaws with it. The tanks are kind of annoying, but it's not that big of a deal. It's just a very by-the-numbers, very generic Battle Royale mode that they seem to have just slapped on here like a hemorrhoid, because there's no reason not to have a Battle Royale mode. It's only a boon to the game because there are plenty of people that will play the Battle Royale that maybe weren't interested in playing the multiplayer. And the Battle Royale is free. So it gets a lot of people in the door, and then maybe they turn into a paying customer. So it makes a lot of sense. But boy howdy, let me tell you, it really does feel like they just tried to draw Warzone from memory here for RedSec. It is 1-to-1 in certain instances. Like, it feels very copy and pasted in a lot of ways. Like, I'm pretty confident there are times where you could show side-by-side gameplay of Warzone and RedSec, and you wouldn't be able to differentiate which is which. It is very similar in a lot of ways, but the thing that sets it apart is the Battlefield 6 gunplay. Like, the gameplay elements in Battlefield 6 versus Warzone are very different. And for my tastes, I prefer it. So I've had more fun with RedSec than I had with Warzone. Warzone I have many more hours than RedSec with, obviously, but I fucking hate Warzone now. I think it sucks major ass. That is some turbo cheeks over there. RedSec at least feels fun to play. It feels nice. I prefer the Battlefield formula, so I've been having more fun with RedSec. But if you already like Warzone, I don't know if RedSec's going to win you over. The game mode is extremely similar to Warzone. You are likely going to just stick with the one that you prefer the gameplay of. So if you're someone that likes the less movement-based shooting of Battlefield, you're probably going to prefer RedSec. But if you already like the Call of Duty formula and all the movement tech there, RedSec's not going to be stealing you over there. It's not going to be taking the Warzone lunch money, I don't think. I feel like it's just going to be boiled down to a matter of personal preference in gunplay. And for me, I prefer Battlefield 6 gunplay. Like everything in Battlefield 6 gameplay, I vastly prefer to Call of Duty. But again, RedSec and Warzone are so incredibly similar, I can't see a fucking world in the entirety of Doctor Strange peering into the multiverse. I can't imagine he would see one where Warzone players are so blown away by RedSec specifically that they leave Warzone for it, if they already prefer the Call of Duty gameplay. Because RedSec just does Warzone with Battlefield gameplay in tanks. That's really it. Like, I can't find any other big differences. Maybe the ladder. You get to place a ladder down in RedSec if you play Assault or something. Or like the artillery strikes. But even then, there's comparable things in Warzone. It's just very, 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 very similar. So there's nothing crazy about RedSec. It's just been there, done that standard Battle Royale shit. And if you're someone that likes Battle Royales, you'll probably have fun with it if you already like Battlefield 6 gameplay. It's just as simple as that. But it's worth mentioning that Battlefield devs here are really trying to shove RedSec down the throat of everyone that plays Battlefield 6, even if they're not interested in RedSec. So I've been seeing that there's been a lot of negative reviews, not even so much about RedSec existence, because if you don't care about Battle Royales, just ignore it. But they've tied a lot of like weekly challenges and shit to playing RedSec, so you like needing to farm and all of that. And it seems like there's going to be a big emphasis on like the premium currencies and shit now. It feels as though that even though RedSec is fine, it's just a really standard Battle Royale, it is alarming to the community who believes that this could be the vanguard of more things to come that they just don't want. Like, you can ignore RedSec and not play it and just miss out on the XP tied to the challenges. Plenty of people will do that. Yeah, it's a bit of a headache for some players, sure, but you can just ignore it. What you can't ignore is if RedSec takes off, the resources that they'll pump into RedSec that they might be taking away from the rest of Battlefield 6 multiplayer experience. So there's many in the community showing legitimate concern that maybe the rest of Battlefield 6 starts to be neglected as they try and focus more on RedSec so it can stand toe-to-toe with Warzone and try and squeeze some of those players over to RedSec because they'd make more money that way. So I understand the concern there. Like, that does check out. Like, that makes sense. And it does seem like they're placing a huge emphasis on it, which isn't surprising. It's a brand new mode they've introduced. But yeah, it remains to be seen if RedSec is going to end up being like the primary development focus to try and, blast as much money out of it as they possibly can from the community. But I am very curious to see how everything shakes out. I truly don't think RedSec is going to be a battle royale that stands the test of time that people are playing even 3 years from now. As I said, in its current state, it is like the most bare bones battle royale experience. It is clearly an afterthought to Battlefield 6, something that they put in here because they knew it's a very popular game mode that will get a lot of people to check out their game, get them in the door, get their feet in the door because it's free. And battle royales are still just so popular. Even though the genre went through oversaturation for a while, there's still no shortage of battle royales for people to choose from. But you'll probably notice most people just stick to the big ones that they already like. Warzone, Fortnite, whatever. I don't see RedSec doing anything here that's going to get anyone to stick with RedSec. What I think's more likely is people will try RedSec and maybe if they really like the gameplay, they'll buy the multiplayer and then just stick to playing the multiplayer because it's just the better version of the game. Why would you be playing a watered down version of Battlefield 6's multiplayer with RedSec when you could just play the multiplayer? So I just don't think that there's a lot of staying power to RedSec. I could be very wrong. I guess we'll see. Only time will tell. But my early impressions here are it is just fine. It is just Warzone, but better if you like Battlefield gameplay. So if you're looking at RedSec wondering if it does anything new and different in the genre to stand out, the answer is no. The differences between RedSec and Warzone are pretty small in terms of like the actual design of it. The differences in gameplay are substantial, but like the actual mode itself is almost one-to-one with Warzone. Again, the only differences I could pick up are the tanks the Ring of Fire. Instead of having like continuous damage if you're outside the zone, you just die, which I do think is a good change. I actually really like that change. I think that's solid. And then the only other one is like classes. So like the classes carry over from Battlefield 6 where you could be like assault and put up a fucking ladder, you know, or recon, support, engineer, that kind of thing. But I can't think of anything else that's different from like an actual design perspective of RedSec versus Warzone. The rest is just the exact meal you're expecting to eat with this mode. And for some people, maybe that's exactly what you want. For me, I just am tired of the genre, so it doesn't really stick with me as something I'm going to be actively playing. When I want to play Battlefield 6, I won't be choosing RedSec. I'll just be doing the normal multiplayer. Anyway, though, I just wanted to drop this little review on you here. That's really about it. See ya. I love cryptids. I think most of you know that. I've made a lot of content covering cryptids. I even went on a full-blown cryptid hunt using the latest and greatest in cryptid catching technology. In North Carolina, when we hunted the, what was it called? The local cryptid there, the Jim Google or something like that. The Boojum. That's what it was called. We were hot on the tracks of the Boojum out in the dense forests of North Carolina, really trying to find that disgusting bastard, but unfortunately slipped through our fingertips out there and then summoned coyotes to scare us out of the forest, and we ended up leaving. We didn't even camp out there. Point is, I like cryptids. Now, do I believe they actually exist? Dropping the sarcasm, no. Absolutely not. But I really appreciate the people that do believe in them. It is so fun to watch content from true cryptid believers. Unfortunately, now the community's been hijacked from people just fucking farting out AI cryptid videos all over the place, unfortunately. Heavens to Betsy, that poor person was hunted by a bulimic cubone. Fuck, the way it climbed the tree like that. Horrifying stuff. All AI. Point is, right now it's kind of a hot trend to just dump these cryptid AI videos out there to fool people into thinking that it's real, and right now the Wendigo is the big one they keep targeting. So I've been inundated with that because on stream we did a little cryptid deep dive onto some that I'd never heard of, which is rare because I love cryptids and I've familiarized myself with most of them, even like the really obscure ones that no one gives a fuck about or has ever even heard of, like hairy hands. For those that don't know, hairy hands is a disembodied pair of hands with a lot of hair on them, real fucking fuzzy hands, that on a certain stretch of road, I don't even remember where, it's in some rural area where some drivers report seeing a pair of paws come out and yank the wheel of their car off to the side, causing them to crash in the nearby ditch. Now, using basic logic, you can probably surmise that the actual explanation for why so many cars crash into the ditch on that stretch of road is probably because the drivers are tired. It seems to happen at night exclusively, so they perhaps got tired and imagined it. Plenty of reasonable explanations, but the fun one is hairy hands. And there's just so many wacky cryptids that I just find a lot of joy in learning about. It's a lot of fun. So, unfortunately, it's being fisted by AI right now, but I don't want that to overshadow the whimsy that cryptids can offer. So I want to show you some of those stream highlights going over some of these cryptids that you probably haven't heard of either. Cryptid sightings disappeared when 4K cameras came about for some reason. Are you insane, brother? There's cryptid sightings every day. Don't you remember the whole giant thing? Where people on TikTok were convinced that giants were real because they saw the top of a fucking antenna on a mountain? Flatwood Monster is cooler. Who's the Flatwood Monster? I do not recognize this at all. The terrifying true story of the Flatwoods Monster. Give me the cliff notes. West Virginia's Flatwood Monster.
Flatwoods Monster. One of West Virginia's most popular legends is from the small village of Flatwoods. The story is that back in 1952, 3 boys all went up to check it out. What they found not only terrified them, but shocked the entire village for decades. They found a monster, described as having a bloody red body and a green face that glowed. It was huge, about 10 feet tall, and had a head shaped like a spade. Its hands were clawed and had a very distinct hissing sound. News of the story spread far and wide, and because of the panic it caused, the US Air Force had to do an inquiry, specifically a UFO inquiry, which they called Project Blue Book. The project came to an end.
No shot, that's where that comes from.
Flatwoods monster lives on.
No shot, that's where the Project Blue Book comes from. Is that actually the origin? No, yeah, I was surprised you've never heard of this one. Nah, it just doesn't ring any bells. I've certainly never seen that image of the Flatwoods monster. Looks like an Adventure Time character. The Sandown Clown is the most terrifying cryptid. It's another one I don't know. Hit me with the cliff notes.
Did you know about the alien clown? The Sandown Clown is a humanoid entity that was seen by 2 children near Lake Common, England.
That shit's the amazing digital circus.
The children heard an ambulance-like sound and came across this being, which was described as a mix of a clown, robot, and alien. Standing over 2 meters tall, the Sandown Clown was thin with a large head, blue triangle eyes, a flat brown nose, and yellow lips. It had a tall pointed hat, a red and green clown suit, and wooden antenna extending from its body. Despite its appearance, the Sandown Clown was friendly and spoke to the children for almost 30 minutes. It spoke through some kind of microphone or speaker system. It identified as Sam and claimed to be all colors and non-human, providing cryptic responses to questions about its nature. When asked if it were a ghost, it is reported to have answered, "Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way." After this encounter,
that's deep.
the Sandown Clown vanished and has never been seen again. Whether it's true or not, the tale of the Sandown Clown is another odd mystery of our world.
No, it's not. How is that an odd mystery? Some kids lied. The end. How is that an odd mystery? I'm always interested in the real cryptid stuff. The goat mans. The hairy hands. That kind of thing. Not the fucking Sandown Clown where the only thing is these 2 kids said they met a weirdo. That's not real cryptid shit. That's fraudulent. That's stolen valor. These I spit on. This is a bunch of hooey. Black Knight Satellite is no stolen valor. What the fuck is Black Knight Satellite? That sounds like a character from My Hero Academia.
Lots of people believe in the abstract theory of alien life, but some people believe aliens have not only visited Earth, they actually placed a mysterious device into orbit above our planet thousands of years ago that they used to communicate with humanity. Sounds crazy? Here's a look at the mystery of the Black Knight satellite. In 1954, the New York Times ran an article saying that Dr. Lincoln LaPaz had discovered 2 satellites orbiting the Earth. The reason this was news? In 1954, no country had managed to launch any satellites yet. Whatever LaPaz saw, it was enough to worry the Pentagon for a while that the Russians might have beaten America into space. LaPaz later said he made it all up, while the Army said no such satellites existed.
Okay.
Still, many people believe the satellites were there, but Time magazine announced it was just an innocent piece of space junk. However, thanks to declassified
Black Knight
documents,
satellite.
we now know that it was a cover-up, as it was actually an American spy satellite doing reconnaissance on Russia. But is that just another layer to the deeper cover-up of the Black Knight satellite?
Probably. This isn't even a cryptid, by the way. You have provided me with something that's not even a cryptid. Unless the Black Knight satellite then came down to fucking Florida, grew legs, and now haunts the forests of Apopka or something. Puckwudgies are my favorite. They're pretty creepy and believable. Know of them? Puckwudgies. Are we making up words? We're fully in fucking Poppy Playtime Society now? Puckwudgies? Holy fake cryptid fan. Is this something that's blowing up right now? Puckwudgies? 2 to 3 foot tall, gray-skinned, magical woodlands creatures. These are pretty believable, you say?
A Pukwudgie is a fascinating mythical creature deeply rooted in the folklore of Native American tribes, particularly the Wampanoag and Algonquian peoples of the northeastern.
Man, that is an unfortunate looking little guy. Yikes. Oh man. That's gotta be awful.
They are also associated with a range of mystical powers, including the ability to create fire, shapeshift.
This is just Dungeons and Dragons shit. Where's the evidence of the Punkwudgies? Oh, it's this guy again. This is the guy that keeps finding fairies.
He's just there. Ah, you see? That was a quick glimpse there.
What? No. Bring his little ass out here and make him dance for me.
No, he's not there. Oh, sorry about that. He was doing a... Oh, there he is. Okay.
Where? Oh, fuck! There. That dirty pervert was twerking. Oh my god. Alright, well, maybe Punkwudgies are real. They exist. I'm a believer now. Can't argue with the facts. Next he's gonna say he hasn't heard of the Fresno Nightcrawler. That one actually somewhat sounds familiar. At least that one rings a bell. Can't say I've seen the Fresno Nightcrawler. The name sounded familiar though, but I do not recognize this SCP. Wow. That does give me a lot to ponder. Just when I thought I had seen it all. I know all about Mothman. See, Mothman's a real cryptid. That's an interesting cryptid. What I just learned about here has to be one of the most insane, vile plans I've ever heard of, and it was actually attempted. Two men were training for what has to be one of the most unhinged ideas ever thought of. Like, the Lord, when he gave humans brains, didn't think they'd be capable of concocting something so fucking absurd. I'm actually struggling to find the words to even set the stage here for what I'm about to show you, so I'll just instead use a hand gesture. It's a big thumbs down moment. This shit is foul.
A federal grand jury indicted 2 North Texas men accused of plotting to invade a foreign island, kill the men, and take the women as sex slaves.
Prosecutors say one of the men enlisted in the Air Force to get military training he thought he needed. Fox 4's Blake Hansen.
I know that intro hits you like a fucking knuckle sandwich because it's so preposterous, but it's actually just the tip of the iceberg here. And they left out a very big key detail. According to the official press release, these 2 lunatics were also planning to take the children as sex slaves as well. So these 2 Jeffrey Epstein commandos here were planning to invade an island nation, murder all of the men, and take the women and children as their sex slaves. And one of them literally joined the Air Force in order to receive training to better help them carry out this plan. This shit sounds like something P. Diddy would have cooked up while playing with G.I. Joe action figures or something. Like, these guys were very serious about this. They were actually doing everything they could to carry out this island invasion and murder and kidnapping.
In our newsroom tonight with these stunning allegations, Blake.
Yes, Stephen Heather, federal prosecutors say the suspects didn't plan to go it alone. In fact, the feds say they plan to recruit people who are homeless in Washington, D.C. to serve on their, quote, expeditionary force and take over a small Haitian island. The grand jury indictment handed up today charges 21-year-old Gavin Weisenberg from Allen and 20-year-old Tanner Thomas from Argyle.
Now, there's no picture of Tanner that's available at the moment, but the mugshot there that exists of Gavin, he looks like a psychopath. That guy looks like he has a screw loose. It looks like he is like biologically evolved to be the quintessential caricature of a freak that has these like crazy, heinous ideas. And like I said, this is something they took so seriously that they were even planning out how to recruit homeless people to join their ranks to storm the beaches of the island that they were going to invade so they could start slaughtering the men there.
With conspiracy to murder, maim, or kidnap in a foreign country, as well as a charge of production of child pornography.
I told you that intro was just a crumb. That doesn't even scratch the surface to the depths of depravity that these 2 men has sunk to. Like, these are evil, rotten to the core fucking monsters. So there is also a charge of child pornography production here, which I imagine none of you are surprised to hear, given that these two men planned on kidnapping the women and children as sex slaves for themselves.
Record Joe Weisenberg was booked into the Collin County Jail in July. We've not been able to find a mugshot for Thomas. Prosecutors say he was in the U.S. Air Force at the time. The place they are accused of plotting to invade is called Gonov Island. It is part of the Republic of Haiti. It's not small. In fact, that island has about 87,000 residents. Prosecutors say Weisenberg and Thomas plan to lead that expeditionary force by sailboat to the island, murder the men, take control of the island, and then turn the women into sex slaves.
If you did whippets every second of every day for the entirety of your life, I don't think you could kill enough of your brain cells to hatch a plan this unhinged. They planned to lead an expeditionary force via sailboat to this island composed of these two, Gavin and Tanner, plus whatever homeless men they were able to rope into this scheme, and take on 87,000 people. These delusional piss stains thought they were built like Goku or something. That is crazy. Like, fucking Thanos would struggle to beat 87,000 people on his own. Like, it is so unbelievably outrageous that it's hard to even come to terms that this was something they were really trying to do. Like, I can't stress that enough, that this wasn't just some, like, crackpot crazy idea. They were taking steps to actually carry it out. Like, one of them joined the Air Force. And you know how they just mentioned that their plan was to go via sailboat? Well, get a load of this. They had planned all of that, too. They were legitimately dedicating their lives to this invasion.
According to prosecutors, the feds say the plan dates back to August of last year. They say Weisenberg enrolled in a Rockwall Fire Academy to learn command and control protocols, but flunked out in February. And they say he then traveled to Thailand to learn how to sail, but didn't enroll in the school due to the cost.
Dipshit Gavin may have been unsuccessful in all of his endeavors, but he did try to learn things to contribute to the invasion effort that they were scheming. So he enrolled in a fire academy to try and learn command and control prompts. He flunked out. He then also was going to learn how to sail via courses in Thailand, but then didn't enroll because he couldn't afford to, I suppose, or was probably too busy spending his money on blow and chicken tendies. But he did, like, dedicate time to trying to learn these things for this invasion plan. His whole life was revolving around trying to be better equipped for this invasion effort that they were plotting.
The feds say Thomas, meanwhile, enlisted in the Air Force in January and in March changed his station assignment from Germany to Maryland to better coordinate the invasion and recruit the homeless population in D.C.
While Gavin was sucking the mean dick of failure, Tanner, on the other hand, was successful in enlisting in the Air Force and getting this military training to contribute to their efforts here. He changed his station so he could be better equipped to find homeless people to recruit for this too. Both of these men were legitimately dedicating their entire lives to this. This was something they were going to actually follow through on. Tanner moved to an area to better coordinate, plan, and recruit these homeless people for that plan. This is something they were going to do. Now, obviously, I'm sure you don't have to be a mathematician, you don't have to be, a fucking Poindexter, a wizard with numbers to know that if they did truly arrive at Gonov with the intent to murder all of the men there, they themselves would have been killed pretty quickly, I imagine, as they would anywhere in the world if they just come like Yosemite Sam firing from the hip, just killing a bunch of people. They themselves would have been killed very quickly. But the fact is, they would have taken innocent people with them. And that is completely unacceptable. So even though under no circumstances would this invasion have ever actually gone the way they planned, it would have no doubt led to the loss of life.
We reached out to attorneys listed for Weisenberg and did not hear back. We could not find attorneys listed for Thomas. Prosecutors say they face up to life in prison if convicted on the conspiracy to murder charge.
I have a hunch that Tanner probably represented himself. I have no evidence to back up that thought process there, but these two sound just so fucking off their gourd that I actually think Tanner probably is representing himself here in this case. But anyway, they are facing potentially life in prison. 100% they need life in prison. Plus they also have that separate production of child pornography charge. Lock them away forever. Absolutely. By stopping them here, they prevented a tragedy from happening. No doubt in my mind. When I heard this, when I watched this segment here, I was stunned. This has to be one of the craziest stories I've learned about in quite a while. So I just wanted to put this on your radar. That's really about it. So yeah. I have been paying very close attention to the Twitch bot apocalypse. I've kept my finger on the pulse of it. I find it to be a really interesting topic here. For those that don't know, a few days ago, Twitch made good on their promise where they swore they would be making bot detection and eradication a priority. They finally called attention to a issue that has plagued Twitch since the beginning. Since the genesis of Twitch, in the primordial soup of streaming, there has been bots that have infected the platform. And for the longest time, Twitch had gone really hands-off. They said, you know what, if we don't put our hands on the stove, we won't know if it's hot. But recently they said that they were going to actually be directly attacking this bot issue. And a few days ago, they rolled out their first targeted strike here on bots. And boy, howdy, it was a doozy. Apparently, the overall viewership on Twitch went down as much as 24% compared to last week, with many big streamers suddenly losing thousands of viewers. Not just big streamers, streamers of all shapes and sizes lost tons and tons of viewers, like across the board. It was a pretty big purge of invalid traffic, bot activity. As I said a couple days ago, I was pretty surprised with how hard they hit the ground running here. I thought it would just be like lightly poking the bear, like, oh, we got rid of like 100 bots. Big W, Twitch is saved. But no, they kind of like, they dropped a bomb here. It was a pretty big deal. So big, in fact, that a lot of streamers, many suspected of being a view botter, had just decided not to stream for like the last week or so, inexplicably. Just randomly deciding not to stream during the bot purge, which of course has everyone raising an eyebrow, and of course all of this has led to a lot of finger pointing, a lot of shit stirring, a lot of spitting, a lot of farting and coming. It's been kind of pandemonium in the streaming space as people are noticing view counts have been dropped from a lot of streamers, and in some cases drastically. So the natural conclusion people are drawing is they were view botting. And as I predicted, and as everyone predicted, nobody wants to own up to being privy to their channel being view botted, because that's against the rules. They would get banned. No one's ever going to admit to it. So it's been a lot of cope and a lot of excuses, like, oh, it must have just been this stranger over here that's been doing this and I had no fucking clue. I'm glad that it's getting solved. Everyone is talking about this as a positive thing. Meanwhile, in the background, there are people that no doubt are shaking their fist in anger in demanding that their botting service get it under control and fix it, because they need those viewer numbers to go back to where they were. Because obviously, if it doesn't, people are going to be aware there was some fraudulent activity there. And the only question remains, did the streamer know? Like, were they guilty of paying for the service themselves? Or was it like an org they were affiliated with? Because according to a lot of the data, all of which is public, by the way, you can see all of the viewer numbers post and pre-purge. All of this is public. So you can see a lot of streamers that are affiliated with an org, like OTK is the big one everyone's talked about. But not just OTK, there were other orgs coming under fire as well. Namely, FaZe was another one that people had a lot of question marks over their head with, because a lot of the streamers affiliated with FaZe also took huge drastic drops in their viewership during this purge. So the speculation is that these orgs are boosting the numbers of some of the streamers under their umbrella, because by having more successful streamers under their brand, it's good for the brand. Obviously, the motivation is to make more money, because you can make significantly more doubloons if the streamers that are under your blanket are more popular. So if you boost your streamers by thousands upon thousands of viewers that they don't legitimately have, you can still bring those numbers to brands that would be none the wiser in the partnership. And according to some other streamers, there's been actually quite a bit of talk from streamers about orgs even like softly admitting to doing this in certain cases. I don't know like all the particulars around that, but there has been like a lot of discussion that orgs do actually do this. Like, it's not just a full-blown conspiracy theory, but then the question becomes, well, do the streamers under these orgs know about that? Like, there's just a lot of questions now after all of this bot detection and all this bot purging. It's been a flood of questions like Yahoo Answers just got revived. Did the streamers viewbot themselves? Was it a member of their community viewbotting the streamer? Did the streamer, are they a victim of like a stranger, a malicious bad actor trying to artificially boost their numbers to potentially ruin their reputation? Is there a super fan of the streamer that's trying to boost their favorite streamer to make them more popular because they just love them so much? Does the streamer know that the org they're affiliated with might be boosting their numbers? Just so many questions. And another big discussion that's come from all of this is about sponsors. Allegedly, some sponsors have been botting sponsored streams in order to make it seem more popular to the average viewer. So they'll artificially boost those numbers so it seems like there's more hype around the product, and they've also been accused of botting even beyond sponsored streams because by being partnered with that streamer, it's better for their brand if that streamer is perceived as more popular. So they'll boost them even beyond the sponsored stream just so that way they can use it as marketing material like, hey, look, we're partnered with this big guy. And meanwhile, a lot of the viewership is botted by the sponsor, allegedly. But I also want to mention that in only 2 days here, it seems that there are some botting services that have already found ways of circumventing these bans. There are some streamers that have miraculously bounced back after a 3-day plummet to not only where they were, but in some cases even higher, despite nothing changing in their content and doing nothing different. So it does look like in certain cases, some bots have found a way to evade this. So I'm hoping this isn't Twitch's only action here against bots because, as I mentioned, it's going to be an ongoing tug of war. And it is good for the entire platform to do your best to stop bot activity. Fake, phony, baloney numbers are bad for all of the streamers on the platform, except for, of course, the ones that are paying to win in the streaming space, which is another thing. There is a very real possibility, and something that has been talked about by some of the biggest streamers, that a strategy that used to be used and is probably still employed to a certain degree is some streamers would bot their streams for a while to try and grow an organic viewer base, and then they would completely stop paying for the botting service and just let the organic numbers start to take over as more people assimilate into the community. So, of course, this is never going to detect that strategy, but even still, Twitch needs to do everything it can to stop bots because it is very bad for everyone on the platform to just let this rampant issue continue and spiral out of control. Now, I think I need to explain why I have this perspective and so many people have this perspective because I've seen a lot of people downplaying this as like not a big deal, like this is a fucking nothing burger. Who cares about view counts? If you can pay for it, you should do it. It gives you the advantage in the space. You gotta stand out in the market, so if you can do anything to get an edge, you gotta fucking do it. And yeah, you're right, it's a saturated market, so obviously buying view bots is going to immediately help you stand out by floating to the top of a category, so that way some curious Georges will see you at the front there, and they'll click because you've got the most viewers, so obviously there's a lot of hubbub there and they want to see what all the fuss is about, so they'll check out your stream because you have artificially inflated the numbers, and then you have now occupied that viewer, which takes it from another streamer that is legitimately streaming to an audience and a real community of people there to watch them instead of just an army of clankers. In fact, the argument kind of mirrors something from many moons ago when Twitch was still pretty new. I'm going to take you back to the past to talk about some titties and ass. There was a huge trend on Twitch for a while with something called booby streamers, if anyone remembers that, where there was a trend on Twitch where streamers would try and wear the most revealing clothing that Twitch would possibly allow in the most sexual of positions and constantly putting cleavage as like the main hook to draw viewers in. And this drew a lot of outrage because people believed that by doing that, they were stealing viewers from their streams because they weren't showing cleavage and everything. It was a huge debate that raged on for years, actually, and people were always split on whether or not that was the case. Was this streamer with cleavage stealing a viewer from this guy over here who was building a brazen bull in Minecraft? Well, the jury was always out. But in this case, there is clear data, clear-cut, irrefutable evidence that viewbotting your streams and fucking leapfrogging your way ahead of everyone that is legitimately streaming with less viewers than you does actually steal the viewers from them. You are directly competing in the exact same content, but you have now floated more visibly to the top through artificially inflating your numbers, fundamentally paying to win, and cheating the system. That that 100% does take viewers away from the actual streamers on Twitch. Across the board. It's not a debate, and it's not like a competitive advantage. You are cheating. You are breaking the rules of the website too, by the way. Twitch just doesn't choose to enforce them very often. They have just let this go unchecked for an extremely long period of time. But it's not allowed. You're not supposed to be able to do that. So this, again, is not a debate. So, the problem is, that shit sucks. That is bad, not only for all the streamers that are doing it legitimately, but it's also bad for the platform. I'm actually kind of surprised Twitch doesn't face more hot water for their handling of bots for this long, because while Twitch on their back end can identify fraudulent traffic and adjust your ad revenue for it, that is something they've talked about before, how, like, if you viewbot a stream up to 2 million viewers instantaneously and then just start farming ads, Twitch will go and analyze that traffic to see if it's real, and they will adjust your earnings on it. I've seen them talk about that. While Twitch can do that on their back end and not lose their ass on that, you know who can't? Brands that work with streamers. The way a brand partnership works when it comes to streamers is they base your pay on your metrics. And the metrics that you provide, well, that's not going to account for bots. They can only go off the information that is accessible. And they don't have that back-end ability that Twitch has to go in there and see, well, who's a real viewer versus a fake one? Like, how many bots are here? They only have your metrics. So that's your average viewers, which could easily be hyperinflated because of bots. So what streamers can easily do, and definitely have done, is they boost all of their numbers to really high levels that they really are not achieving organically. It's not real viewers. It is all fraudulent, invalid traffic from botting services. They will inflate their viewer numbers. Then brands will approach them, or they will approach brands about doing a partnership or a sponsored stream, and they'll provide those viewer numbers, which will have the brand then give them higher pay than what they should be receiving. And the brand will pay this money under the impression that it's being served to X amount of viewers. And those viewers, they're assuming, are real, legitimate human beings with a pulse, but in reality, a lot of times, it's being served to bots. Aren't even there, aren't consuming it at all. So they're paying a lot of money to be put in front of bots without their knowledge. In some cases, of course, that's not every case. As I mentioned earlier, there are some brands that have been accused of botting the sponsored stream itself in order to float more visibly to, like, Twitch in whatever category they're in. So there are definitely some brands that are more than fine with using botting services to make it seem like it's more hype and there's more interest in this sponsored stream. Like, wow, there's 20,000 viewers here to watch, you know, the poop that took a pee 2.0 just dropped. Look at all these people in here that are watching this sponsored stream. Meanwhile, it's the agency itself that is paying to boost those numbers. So both of these things happen, where a brand will be none the wiser that what they are paying for is not getting served to real human beings that they expect it to. It's getting served to bots. And there are some brands that pay to actually just use the bots to try and generate this artificial hype around something. The way that bots function in the Twitch ecosystem is fucking crazy. I really am kind of surprised Twitch hasn't faced more problems from these companies for it. Like companies that might feel defrauded. Like they paid hand over fist to these streamers based on these viewer numbers only to learn, well, they're all being botted because Twitch does not care about botting. They kind of gave the soft green light that they're not going to crack down on it and don't really give a fuck. I imagine some brands would be really pissed to learn that. And I'm surprised they haven't, like, called out Twitch or tried to handle this litigiously or something about it. I don't know. I just found that to be a little interesting because it is very clear botting is a huge issue on Twitch. When they finally took their first real step in fighting against this menace, their overall platform viewership dropped 24%. And that's just the first snowball in an avalanche of bots, I imagine. That is the first wave. Can you imagine if Twitch actually deleted every bot from the platform? I wonder how high that percentage drop would have gone. You know what I mean? Now, in reality, I don't think that's ever going to happen. It's a very tall order to fight and delete every bot when these services are constantly going to be doing everything and spending tons and tons of money of their own to evade bot detection because they have so many clients that use them. There will probably always be bots on Twitch. Not only on Twitch, it's obviously on YouTube and every other streaming platform as well. I understand that. And also, I feel as though Twitch might be apprehensive about this anyway. Like, if Twitch had a magic button that they could press it, and it would guarantee every bot and all invalid traffic would be banned on Twitch from this point forward and could never return. It'd basically be like in K-pop Demon Hunters when they fully seal away all the demons, they can't return. If Twitch could do that right now, I think they would be very apprehensive about it, because we just saw them take one step in fighting bots and they lost 24% of their viewer base over the last few days that it's been there. Like, that's a huge drop. And if they did it even harder, that number would only climb. And I imagine they would be worried about all of their brand partners starting to jump ship, like, oh no, Twitch is dying. Look at this graph. You see how there's no more views? It's all dried up. Time to pull our ad spin from Twitch. I think they would be worried about the future of Twitch if they did that, because their viewer count numbers would be so much lower, significantly lower, that they'd probably be getting hit financially pretty hard from all of these sponsors that are paying money to be put there. And brands don't really care about, like, the nuance of what the numbers say. They only care about what the numbers indicate. So most of the brands, I imagine, would see this. And in fact, some of them are probably already worried with the 24% drop. But if it got even higher, some brands would probably see this and they wouldn't take into account like it's all bot activity. They would see this and be like, nope, this is dangerous. This is not worth the ad spin. We're pulling out. And even if they did bother to take a little bit of time looking into it, they might feel slighted by Twitch for letting this bot problem persist for so long, and they were spending so much money for what ultimately amounted to a lot of invalid traffic. So I think Twitch would be really skeptical about getting rid of every bot, even if they could. Which is why I was so surprised that they went this hard out of the gate against the bots and actually did make a dent in it. And I hope they continue to do this. I hope that they didn't, like, you know, pump the brakes like, oh, that was a lot. We took a big viewership hit there from all this bot stuff. Let's maybe, you know, pull our punches a little bit here. I hope they don't go down that path. Like, I do hope they continue to make this a priority and do legitimately try and get as many bots off of Twitch as they possibly can. Anyway, that's enough blabbering about it from me today. That's about it. See ya. I remember when I was a child, birthdays were always a big deal. My parents would get a cake, I'd have my friends come over, we'd fill up water balloons with a hose, throw them at each other, play some basketball. And I even remember one year my parents had a magician come through, which I thought was super hype. But now I've just seen a video and it makes me kind of embarrassed that my parents only ever got a magician to perform at one of my birthdays when I was a kid, when the optimal choice would have been hiring a coked out superstar dancer to arrive and just be like a fucking wrecking ball destroying my entire house for my birthday. See, that's what a birthday is all about. Your fucking uncle coming through fresh off the meth pipe and just going hog wild. This dude looks like an unholy fusion dance performed between Aaron Paul and Agent 47. And he is going ballistic here with the moves. So they put on the TV, there's another angle, and it just says, mixtape. So I'm guessing dude brought his own music. But since we're in the modern age, he didn't have the boombox on his shoulder. He instead just said, pull up my fucking YouTube channel. I got mixtape ready. Cue it up. I got something. And it's at a 9-year-old's birthday party. And he just wants to be the center of attention. So he's like clearing out, you know, the space here. And he hits a gnarly backflip, actually. That backflip looked like it happened in slow motion. That looked like he did a fucking 0G backflip right there. That was incredible. Pops the balloon with his belly, like a full belly flop balloon bust, which was incredible. And then just when you think he's done with the routine where he's doing one of these side to side and you think he's about to, you know, call it curtains there, he goes for like a full-blown dead drop onto the table like it's WWE and just blasts it, annihilates that table. It was incredible. He did like one of these, like he was about to be like a ODST shock dropped in there like it's fucking Halo or something. It was unbelievable. And he just bounces off. No damage, no problem whatsoever. Like, if I did any of these moves, I would have blown out my ACL, my MCL, my VHS, my BBL, my DVD. Like, my whole body would have combusted. But this guy is blessed by drugs and he's basically immortal right now. He's activated God mode. This is like in, Mario Kart, when you get the star and you can just blast through everything, you're invincible. He's got the star power up right now. And he is utilizing to its fullest potential at a 9-year-old's birthday party for some reason. That true combo of the spine buster into the head spin into like selling a Frankensteiner or whatever he was doing is just, it's mind-boggling stuff right here, what he's able to do without hurting himself. Obviously, that's in no small part thanks to the drugs. This guy is geeked out at 1000%. But I just can't get over the routine here. Like, he had set his targets on that table. He knew he was gonna fucking destroy that. He had a grudge against it. Come hell or high water, that table would be destroyed. And then even when the birthday boy, the 9-year-old, like, entered the frame and was kind of like making fun of him, like, doing what he was doing, jokingly, trying to have fun, even though his coked out uncle there was, I guess, making his birthday all about him for whatever reason. When he, like, went into the frame there, the uncle pushed him aside in order to clear enough space for him to body slam the table, to like frog splash onto the table. He just throws the birthday boy over to the side. It's crazy, and I can't believe that no one was upset about that. Like the homeowner there, whoever owns the apartment, I can't believe they were just okay with this fucking madman, this lunatic, this raving fucking feral animal destroying their table and like ruining this kid's birthday party. Like, I guess he didn't ruin it because the kid seemed like he was like, laughing about it up until the table got destroyed. Then he seemed pretty upset. Like, he's the only one in that whole room that was like, guys, is this okay? Is this like acceptable behavior for an adult? Like, what are we doing here? Like, he's the only one that looked concerned. Everyone else is laughing. Honestly, I'm a little confused by the atmosphere here. I can't say I recall for my 9th birthday my parents inviting all of their friends and only their friends, as well as our drugged out uncle, and I didn't get to invite any of my friends. I think it's a little weird that the birthday boy is the only kid there and everyone else is just an adult that I'm guessing is part of this uncle's posse. Like, they're all friends, I guess, with the way they're responding to his breakdancing. I think that's already kind of weird. And then he makes the whole celebration about his breakdancing, even throwing the kid to the side for it. It's so weird and wacky, but it's also impressive. Like, his moves, they're no joke. Now, the one move that he did that I liked a lot was this one, which was like a bunch of nothing. And it just feels like it's such similar DNA to some of the rancid dance moves that I've cooked up over the years, just for silly, shitty moves. And I'm just honestly impressed. Like, I'm equal parts shocked and confused, like, why he'd be doing this at a 9-year-old birthday party, but also equal parts blown away that he was able to do all of these moves in the first place. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about that for a little bit. That's it. See ya. I bet if you went through every movie review I've ever done, you could probably count the amount of comedies I've reviewed on one hand. It is very rare for them to come around. It's like a solar eclipse in film. Like, it is just not a genre that gets made much anymore. And the ones that do come out over the last decade have just been pretty trash. Like, there's not a whole lot to like about them. Usually you just end up wishing you had seen something else or just stayed home. Which is a shame, but the new Naked Gun movie just came out, and I saw it mainly out of respect to the franchise. I wasn't expecting a whole lot from it. I was somewhat hopeful that Liam Neeson would kind of slap in the role, because he did a great job in that one Ted scene, so I knew he had some comedic chops, but I was beyond surprised with how much I enjoyed this. Liam Neeson as Frank Drebin Jr. had me giggling like a baby playing peekaboo. I was actually, not exaggerating, out loud laughing multiple times in this movie, which does not happen. When I go to a comedy over the last 10 years, the few times that I have, for all like 7 comedies that have come out, I sit there like the Grinch, stone-faced, and it feels like I'm watching a snuff film. Like, I bet if you walked in on me watching a comedy in theaters, you would think that I was watching traumatic footage of my grandmother being set ablaze or something by a terrorist. Like, I am just not having fun. But in this film, I could not stop smiling and actually got loud laughs out of me. I was so impressed because it felt like Hollywood remembered how to tell a joke. It did feel very reminiscent of some of the great iconic gags from the original Naked Gun films. Like, without being just like super derivative. Like, it felt like it was paying homage without just trying to walk the same path and emulate it one-to-one in the modern age, which I really, really appreciated. So, Liam Neeson plays Frank Drebin Jr., the son of Frank Drebin. R.I.P. to the great Leslie Nielsen. I really think Liam Neeson fits perfectly here for this film. He does a great justice to it. Like, I really was impressed. But not only with him, Pamela Anderson. She is, like, really good in this movie, too. Now, of course, the chemistry works really well between them because apparently, like, they're actually in love in real life, which is actually somewhat wholesome, and it really works well in this film. But by far, like, the best part is just how serious Liam Neeson is. And of course you know that going into it, but I've seen countless of his films, and I don't think I've ever seen him so stern. Every single word that leaves his lips sounds like the most important thing you'll ever hear in your life. It really helps elevate it. So the film has a lot of different kinds of comedy that it weaves in here. It has classic slapstick, even like some prop humor and gags, really clever wordplay. Like, it's non-stop jokes. It reminds me of old Tom and Jerry cartoons where they spit out watermelon seeds like a Gatling gun, but instead of it being watermelon seeds here, it's just like endless jokes in every single scene. Pretty much every line of dialogue is setting up a joke or like expanding on the back of a joke, and it works. Like, it never gets tiresome. Obviously not all of them land. In fact, I would argue like maybe like 60% of them aren't gonna have you like, you know, gut busting in your chair, fucking Santa Claus ho-ho-hoing or anything. But the other 40%, like, they're actually, like, they had me laughing. And that's exactly what you want. Just having a good time start to finish. Not every joke needs to be a fucking home run grand salami, you know what I mean? But this film does what I've missed so much from movies that the old comedies used to do, like the old Naked Guns, God rest their soul. Really doing a great job of being a smart, stupid person. Like, you can have all kinds of oafs, bumbling fucking morons, like drooling homunculi idiots, and that's fine, but to have like a really smart one is special. What do I mean by this? I mean, like, the character is clearly supposed to be incompetent, but it's written in a way where it's like really smart incompetence. So, like, some of my favorite, like, lines are things like, Pamela Anderson is at Liam Neeson's apartment, and he's cleaning up off his table. He's like, I just haven't had the drive to clean up after my wife died, and he's like throwing away bullets and guns and hand grenades. And she says, how did she pass? And he responds, extraordinarily well. She had an arm like a cannon, could easily throw the pigskin over 50 yards, and then she died, so we'll never know if she could have gone pro. Like, that kind of writing, I have missed so much. That had me laughing pretty hard. It almost felt nostalgic. I don't even know how to explain it. I just had such a fun time with it. And I love how over the top it is with, like, its action, where, like, he's ricocheting his magazines off the bad guys, and then he's, like, going under them and, like, punching their nuts on the way through. Like, really just old school classic gag comedy like that. I haven't seen it in so long. It felt really refreshing. But by far the hardest I laughed in this movie was probably its most throwaway nothing burger joke. It is literally 2 words. It's when Frank goes and meets the film's main villain, Richard Kane. It's like a tech conference display, like fucking Comic-Con for nerds. He's showing off all the new technology and gizmos and doohickeys and gadgets. And Frank has got, you know, he's on his investigation and everything. Richard Kane notices him, and he goes to introduce himself to him. So Richard Kane approaches him, he extends his hand and says, Lieutenant Drebin. And then Frank reciprocates the handshake and just says, me too, with like a huge smile on his face. And it had me laughing so hard. And then the two are walking away and they immediately, like, they just actually, it lasts maybe less than a second. It is 2 words and it made me laugh that hard. And then as they're walking away, maybe 2 seconds later, there's like a little art display or a little tech thing that looks like a staircase. So Frank walks his fingers up it and then it breaks. And it had me laughing so fucking hard. Like, that sequence maybe lasted 5 seconds, and I laughed harder during that than in any comedy of the last 10 years. Like, I know I'm glazing the movie kind of hard, but it's not like a perfect film by any means. It's just like the most refreshing comedy I've seen in a long time. Comedies have been dead and buried in Hollywood for a decade at least. This was such a breath of fresh air. Like I said, a lot of the jokes don't land. Some of them are like almost dad joke tier, like bits that they throw in here. But it's never like eye-rolling and it's never cringe. Like, it's still just so charming. It is such an honest-to-God attempt at bringing a classic comedy to life again. And I think they've done a really good job. It's super clear there was a genuine love for this style of movie and real passion put into this one. It just oozes throughout the film. It even had a nice little cherry on top that I want to mention. I would venture a guess that the one singular line from Naked Gun most people still quote to this day is the classic, "Like a blind man at an orgy, I was going to have to feel things out." This film has 2 lines in a similar style to that, and I think that they are very strong lines, and I was very happy, delighted to see them do that. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect them to even try, but they did a good job. It even had its own couple of lines like that, and they were very solid. I don't want to spoil them by just, like, giving away the joke there or whatever, but I just wanted to say, like, it is clear they love this kind of movie, and I think they've done a great job at making something that feels very in line with the Naked Guns of the past. I went into this without huge expectations, and I left really pleasantly surprised. I enjoyed it a lot. I do think it's worth seeing. Easily the hardest I've laughed in a long time in a movie. I can only hope that somehow this will start the resurgence of good comedy movies back into cinemas. I've yapped about this a lot. I think we're just in this age of infinitely bloated budgets for superhero films, or just like really lackluster, safe garbage like Electric State. Like, I would love if we got back to movies like this also hitting the box office. I think it would be so pleasant. Anyway, though, I guess we'll see. Hopefully there's more good comedies to follow. That's about it. See ya. About 2 weeks ago, a group of thieves made off with over $100 million worth of jewels that they stole from the Louvre. You might have heard of that place before. It's pretty well known, nearly as famous as the Florida Citrus Center. The Louvre houses innumerable, priceless art and jewels. Now, I don't know about all of you, but for me, whenever I hear the Louvre, the first thing that pops into my head is that episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog where all the art starts coming to life. And kind of similar to Courage the Cowardly Dog, the way that they stole these items is actually cartoonish. It's like actual Neanderthal mode thinking here. So what they did is they got this big ladder, this lift, they drove it up, and then extended it to the second floor, broke in through the second floor window, equipped with angle grinders, and then just went to town on the displays. But the displays were pretty resilient, so it wasn't enough. Like, the gadgets they brought weren't enough, so they just threw away the doodads, they disarmed themselves, and apparently started like shoulder bashing it and elbowing it until it finally gave way and they were able to lift the jewels out of there. And security guards did actually arrive, which is why we have this footage here, but they were worried that the thieves could have been armed. So they did arrive at the scene, but it didn't turn into like an action movie moment or anything where they started doing like fucking martial arts on each other trying to stop the thieves. They reported to the scene, called the authorities, but the thieves were in and out in about 7 minutes. So they were able to steal over $100 million worth of jewels through this method. They then took the tools with them, as I understand it, and then they left on this lift, and we have footage of them leaving.
This video filmed by security guards in the Louvre shows 2 robbers leaving the crime scene. They make their way down with a boom lift stationed outside and escape on 2 scooters just seconds before the police arrive.
Plans don't get more simple than that, and most people, myself included, are very surprised at how easy that appeared to be. And according to some of the French officials, they're also pretty shocked that security was so lax and pretty outdated. So a very simple plan. Sometimes caveman brain is best brain, where you just go and you hit it with an angle grinder and a little elbow grease, and then they make their way out there with $100 million worth of jewels. Now, there have been 5 arrests, which we're going to talk about in just a moment, but they have not recovered any of the stolen jewels here. And the fear is that they are in the process or already have dismantled them so they can sell them, because you can't really sell them as is. These are extremely recognizable, easily identifiable, famous pieces. Who's going to be buying that for $100 million? Fucking Dr. Evil? Like, you're not going to find someone that's going to buy them as is, because then it would easily lead to their arrest. There's no wiggle room to weasel your way out saying, oh, I didn't know that this treasured French jewel was, stolen. Like, it's clearly never going to be sold like that. You know, it's not like a movie where you could sell the fucking Statue of Liberty and some dude will put it in his backyard, some, like, obscenely rich guy. Like, that's just not how it works. So, what they believe is currently going on is that they are dismantling the jewels carefully to keep everything intact so they can sell the jewels individually as opposed to just like an altogether piece, meaning all of these could be lost, destroyed. And that's maybe why they haven't been able to recover it right now. But they're holding on to hope that they're still all together, but I guess we'll see. They have made 5 arrests, so let's go ahead and quickly go over that.
Turning our attention now to Paris, where 5 additional suspects are now in custody, arrested in connection with that daring heist at the Louvre that stunned the world earlier this month, into custody over the weekend. Despite the arrest, the stolen jewels, worth over $100 million, have yet to be recovered.
So here's where things got a little messy and hard to understand for me. So CNN mentions that there have been 5 people that have been taken into custody, arrested in connection to this. I read something from the BBC that 3 of them have been released without charge. And some sources are saying that, not everyone that's been arrested was, present at the scene. They believe that they could be instrumental in getting more clues about the people that were there. What is confirmed is it was a 4-man team. There were 4 men present. There were the guy who drove the truck, another guy that stood behind, at the truck where they pretended like it was renovations, and then the 2 people that actually went in and got the jewels. So it was a 4-man team. They made 5 arrests. Of those arrests, one of them is a woman who is connected to one of the people that they arrested. They believe she is an accomplice that can be helpful in getting more breadcrumbs for them to follow. And then DNA evidence. This is where it got really, fucking muddy for me, because it seems like at least one of the people that was directly involved in stealing the jewels has been linked to this via DNA evidence. But then I also saw that they used DNA evidence to link other people to it as well. But then that got contradicted by other sources. And I saw the word DNA used so many times here, it made me think that they must have just went here fucking full of cum or something, spreading it all over the Louvre, because it sounds like they had so much DNA out the wazoo, shit must have looked like a porn shoot.
Well, as you say, we do understand that one of these latest 5 arrested is one of those who was here on that day. Of course, those 2 that had been arrested over the weekend, also part of that 4-man team. These 2 had been known to police. It was DNA samples that had matched them to the scene of the crime. This latest arrest of one of those 4 also tied to the scene of the crime, we understand, by DNA. As to the other 4...
Now, I think there might be some kind of translation error sometimes, which would explain the discrepancy and why not all sources are agreeing on the amount of DNA evidence used here. But I'm still going to give you a montage of all of the ones that have DNA evidence cited as how they were linked. The one that seems to be agreed upon across most sources here is that this 37-year-old man had his DNA found inside the basket lift that was used to get to the 2nd floor and also escape after they stole the jewels. He is claiming that he hasn't done it. The Paris prosecutor said he's denying involvement, so he's hitting him with that classic Patrick Star, is this your wallet? No. But it has your name on it? No. But across most sources I can find, they all agree that his DNA was found inside that basket lift. Another person arrested in connection to this heist was a 34-year-old Algerian national who was arrested while trying to fly to Algeria. Apparently, they had found his DNA matched on a scooter that was used in the getaway. And then finally, the 38-year-old woman who is actually the partner of the 37-year-old man. They have children together, and a small amount of her DNA was found in that basket lift, which could have been possible because, maybe she had, left something or whatever on him, which is then transferred to the lift when he got in it. Now, again, like I said, across a bunch of sources that I was reading, some of which were translated, some of them didn't mention the DNA evidence used in like the 38-year-old woman or the 34-year-old man. The main one that I saw that everyone seems to agree that DNA that has like hard linked them is that 37-year-old in the basket lift. But anyway, it sounds like they had arrested 5 suspects here. Some may have been released, but it looks like they're hot on their tail, but have yet to recover the jewelry. They continue to search for it and try to get all of the items back. I guess we'll see how it goes, but what a crazy fucking heist. Over $100 million worth of this jewelry. I have to imagine that they haven't sold any of it yet, would be my guess. Pretty much every official is saying that this is not like a professional, ordeal. This was not carried out by, Ocean's 11 style geniuses, galaxy brain scheme or anything. These are petty criminals that just did a very simple idea that worked. And I think they're right. This does not seem like the work of some highly organized professional crime unit or anything here. Like, this really does seem like a group of goobers got together and said, what if we took a lift to the Louvre to get to the second floor real quick and then take some angle grinders to the displays? Like, anyone could hatch that idea. Like, that's pretty, like, low neuron activation scheming. So I think they're right. These probably are petty criminals, which leads me to believe they probably haven't started dismantling any of the jewelry yet, because they're probably still trying to figure out how the fuck to do that. Or maybe they're so brazen that they're trying to find buyers for it as is, which is not going to be super quick. So I think there is a good chance that they do recover the jewelry. It's just a matter of when. It seems like they have narrowed in, at least on some very, likely suspects here that are in connection to this possibly. So I guess we'll see how it all shakes down. But anyway, I wanted to yap about this a bit because it really is one of the craziest jewelry heists in modern day. That is an unbelievable haul to make off with from one of the most famous locations on the planet. Full stop. The Louvre. That's crazy. So anyway, just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's it. See ya. It's that special time of year again. We're looking at what are the worst 5 games of 2025. Now, this was a pretty stacked year for gaming. I've said that quite a bit. There were some bangers in here, some slappers, but for every hit, there is a shit. And there were plenty of shits this year. However, I think as far as worst game of the year goes, this one was pretty easy for me to choose. But anyway, I think the other 4 might be kind of surprising and worth mentioning. I even did some real-time analysis on stream, seeing if there were any other terrible games I might have missed, and I played them on stream. I won't show you the footage of me playing through them before the finalized list, but if you want to watch the full playthroughs of those, of course, they're on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. So yeah, anyway, get your popcorn out. It's worst games of 2025 coming at you raw. Brought to you by Cheeky, powered by Cheeky Soap. The only thing worse than bad games is bad hygiene, so go ahead and fix that with the best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com. Also, our Chainsaw Man soap, our collector's boxes for the Chainsaw Man movie are about to be restocked the next day or two. I'm not sure when this video is going to go up. They might be restocked by the time this is live. I already know what the worst game of the year is, but I'd have to really think on what 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place would be. I played so many games this year. Unlike last year where I missed out on a lot, this year I played like the entire kit and caboodle of like everything that came out. If your old 4th grade English professor found Unity assets and put something on Steam for $50, I probably played it at some point. I played everything. And yet this year was so stacked, I still missed some bangers that I need to go back and play. But this year, I've got a firm handle on like every game that came out. You skipped every Nintendo game. Yeah, well, aside from Nintendo games, I literally played 0. They can hold my Johnson. So I already know what the worst is. Now we need to find what's almost as bad. I don't want to cheap out on it and do like the really small, terrible indie games that I've played. I don't think that's super fun. I feel like that's a little too easy. And there's nothing that I played that was so incredibly shitty in that area that I would put it there. So I really gotta think. I gotta rack my brain. I want to give an honorable mention to something that, by all definitions, is not a good game, but it's probably one of the most unique experiences I've ever had gaming. It is I can't even remember the name of it. It was called like Learn to Fight, Fight with Me, Time for Fight and Fighting or something. Hold on, I have a video of it on the gaming channel and I can't remember the name right now. But I want to start with an honorable mention here. Honorable mention to this game right here. This is such a fun one. Hack and Slash Fury. That's what it is. Hack and Slash Fury. Time to blow me away. This is very... Just look at this.
All impressive. The Dark Warriors. To beat it much years ago with an earthquake. Yeah, it was very much time ago.
It was indeed very much time ago. Hack and Slash Fury, legitimately I had a wonderful time playing, but you could make an argument that it's not an incredible game. I want to give it an honorable mention here, but also a recommendation, because that shit was special. Okay, and now to the core 5. So far, nothing super terrible jumping out at me here. I really, really didn't like Assassin's Creed Shadows at all, but I'm just not a huge Assassin's Creed fan. So I don't think it's necessarily like an objectively shitty game. It's just a game and a franchise that I am so beyond bored with. I'll keep it up there as a just in case, because it is my top 5 list. I'm not scientifically looking at the worst games of the year. It's the ones I had the least amount of fun with, and that would definitely be in there. No, yeah, it was coming up in June. FBC Firebreak is definitely going to be on the top 5 worst of the year, though, that's for sure. Oh, wow, June is where the worst game of the year came out, too. Big month for shitters. Holy. I'll get more into Mind's Eye later, but I think everyone knows this is the worst game of the year. And it's not even a close competition. This is, not only is the game disastrously horrible, but everything that happened afterwards is just a remarkable clown show. With Leslie making a fool of himself constantly, saying that the only reason it's getting negative reviews is because of sabotage and like jealousy or whatever. Well, we'll get more into that one in a minute. FBC Firebreak is definitely in the top 5 worst of the year, no doubt. Didn't play Poppy Playtime Chapter 4. Finally sat out one of those games. Much to the chagrin of chat. I don't know how many times I had to reiterate I'm not playing that. I just do not like the franchise. I might put this in my top 5 worst games just because of how miserable chat was for me not playing this. Hunter x Hunter Nin Impact. I was going to play, but everyone said it was really bad, so I didn't play, and then it looked like there was a lot of very fun, crazy tech in it, and then I was tempted to play it again, then never did. Killing Floor 3, similar story. Was pumped to play Killing Floor 3. Everyone said it blew ass, and then I just didn't play it. Maybe I should have, just for the sake of the top 5 worst games of the year. Oh, this is definitely in the top 5 worst of the year. The House of the Dead 2 remake. Holy shit, did they butcher that. That was a disaster. We're almost to the end of the year. And I actually only have 4 games that I genuinely really didn't didn't like. At least from, like, the big releases. Little Nightmares 3 was pretty disappointing just because of how short it was, but that definitely isn't enough to put it in the top 5 worst by any means. But it was pretty underwhelming. It wasn't made by the original Little Nightmares team, which explains it, but still. Kind of a shame. Skipped King of Meat. Did I? That's what I was looking for. Was King of Meat in here? Oh, you're right. It just doesn't even have its own Wikipedia. Imagine paying unfathomable amounts of money, no doubt 7 figures, for like a MrBeast dedicated video and all of like the streamer influencer marketing, and not even being big enough to have a Wikipedia page for your game. That's crazy. Wow. Definitely King of Meat, though, in the top 5 worst of the year. Not even objectively one of the worst games of the year, but very similar to like a Concord level failure where tons of money was clearly poured into this project only for it to be a complete colossal flop. So that definitely has to make it just for that reason. Oh, now I gotta go all the way back. Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Didn't play it. First Call of Duty I skipped in a long time because this shit just looked like ass. Oh, Let It Die. The new Let It Die game. That would probably... Man, maybe I should play some of these, like, absolutely terrible games just for the sake of this top 5. Because I know the new Let It Die game would definitely be on there. It's a pay-to-win disaster. We went over it on stream not long ago. I know if I played Let It Die or Killing Floor 3, they'd probably squeak out a spot on this. I think I should play both of these, because I have no doubt they will both probably make it. Because if I don't, then my top 5 would include Assassin's Creed Shadow, which even though I personally didn't like it at all, I know that it's not an objectively worst game of the year for top 5. Let It Die Inferno is $25 and still filled to the brim with microtransactions? No way, right? I thought it was free. According to Metacritic, you only played 1 out of their 10 worst games, which was Mind's Eye. What were the other ones? That's crazy, I missed all of the big stinkers this year. Usually that's all I play. That's surprising. Second place was Blood of Marin. Or third place was Blood of Marin, second place was Fire Emblem Mobile. The hell is Blood of Marin? Oh, this looks like my kind of bad game. Wait a minute. We might need to pivot here in a second.
Stand up. Now, I demand. It's my sworn code to end your life with a sword.
Oh man, that's music to my ears. Yeah, we gotta do that. How long do you think it'll take to beat? I'm definitely not beating Blood of Marin, I'll tell you that much. I'll probably put like an hour into this puppy and it'll probably be enough to let me know if it's a top 5 worst game of the year. I then played through Blood of Marin and then Let It Die Inferno just to give them a fair shake and see if they were going to be a worse experience than Assassin's Creed Shadow. I'm not going to show you those playthroughs here. If you want to see the full playthroughs they're on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. That was fun. Does it make the top 5 list? I'll be honest, I don't think so. I had more fun playing that than I did Assassin's Creed Shadows. Granted, I think this is obviously a much worse game. But it's my fucking top 5, and I enjoyed this more than Assassin's Creed Shadows. The new updates to Killing Floor 3 are quite good. Is it not as shitty as it was a couple months ago? I don't know if anything will beat Shadows. You were so miserable playing that. Yeah, I just can't in good conscience put it in the top 5 worst of the year, because it's not. I just fucking hate Assassin's Creed. I hate that series so much. Alright, Let It Die Inferno. I actually played this when it came out originally, the first Let It Die, and it was enjoyable. Apparently Inferno does everything wrong. So I guess we'll see how they massacred my boy. Okay, so what is a room match, I wonder? Room creation is unavailable in the standard edition. Please upgrade to the deluxe edition or higher. What? Okay, that probably just landed it on my top 5 worst games of the year. That is egregious. Are you serious? What? I just paid $25 for this and I can't even use an actual, like, standard feature of hosting a room? No way. Is the deluxe edition a free upgrade? No way, right? There's no way they would paywall that. I didn't even notice there was a deluxe edition. Let's see. Deluxe edition is $45. So I paid $25, and I need to pay $45 in order to do a room. That's crazy. There's also one more edition, the Ultimate Edition. That's $60. Is there also another game mechanic that's paywalled there? That's nuts. Am I misunderstanding something? Because this feels like absurd. And I could see like this game being fun, like getting into it, but this is absurd. Like that is crazy. Like I heard the microtransactions were bad. We went down that rabbit hole. We already knew, but I didn't see anyone mention this. To me, this is just beyond greedy. Okay, so now I can comfortably finish the top 5 worst games of the year. Assassin's Creed Shadow does not make the cut. At number 5, it'll be House of the Dead 2 Remake. This is probably one of the worst remakes you'll ever find for anything. When I played through this on the gaming channel on a whim, I didn't know it was so bad. They completely ruined House of the Dead 2. So that comfortably gets number 5. At number 4, Let It Die Inferno. Like, after having just played it for, what, hour and a half or something, which isn't a lot. It's barely enough for, like 2 or 3 Hellgate runs. It's slower than the first, but the reason it's here should be pretty obvious. It literally paywalls you from basic content. So I bought the $25 game, which I already knew was littered with microtransactions, but when I tried to create a room, which is what I believe to be a pretty basic feature, and it's right there at your fucking fingertips, when you try and create it, it says you can't do that unless you upgrade to Deluxe Edition, which is $45. That is unfathomable amounts of greed that I just truly cannot believe exists. So that is why it is easily in the number 4 slot. Even though there are some things to like about the game, that is unacceptable. Number 3, FBC Firebreak. What a stinker. This game was a miserable 4.5 hour experience. Like, it was fine in the beginning. It's just like a very simple game. But within the first 30 minutes, you have seen and experienced everything this game has to offer. So FBC Firebreak is pretty easily there as well. Also, one of the first games that I played for the gaming channel, by the way, when I launched that. Number 2, King of Meat. King of Meat should be obvious. Even though I think like there is some fun to be had with the game if you and your buddies, want to do something for a little bit as like a adventure together, you could maybe squeeze like half an hour of fun out of it. Maybe. But it's also a $30 game for what feels like a free-to-play mobile experience. And it is also a colossal flop on the level that the likes of which we haven't seen to this level since like Concord. Millions of dollars went into this, as well as marketing for this with Mr. Beast, influencers, and all kinds of shit, and ads out the wazoo, even like Discord orbs, and nobody played it. Peak player count of 320. Like, it's just a disaster across the board. And then number 1, a surprise to nobody, it's Mind's Eye. This game, there's not a single redeeming quality to this game. Everything that could go wrong with a game went wrong with this game, and Leslie, being as delusional as he is, made it even worse, put the actual bow on top of this shit package by just being a complete asshole about everyone who was criticizing it. The game just super sucks. And it was broken. And it was broken. Again, everything that could go wrong with a game went wrong with Mind's Eye. Hot take, Mind's Eye better than FBC Firebreak. That is a hot take, I disagree. As an FBC Firebreak hater, I can tell you confidently you're wrong. This game, you didn't play it then. I played this shit start to finish, and my god does it blow ass. He actually beat Mind's Eye with a warrior. Hey, I'm no hero. I did it for the gaming channel, baby. Mind's Eye 2 will redeem it. Hey, I actually wouldn't put it past Leslie to try and make a Mind's Eye 2. I genuinely think there is a non-zero chance he actually tries a Mind's Eye 2. They had the gall to put out DLC for Mind's Eye only like a month ago, by the way. For all zero Mind's Eye enthusiasts. The protagonist VA did an okay job, though. I feel bad for whoever plays the main character here. I said it during the game, too. Like, that guy is trying, and I know he also got shafted with Mafia 3 as well. He's a talented performer. But whoever his agent is, he needs to dump ASAP because they are choosing some shit for him. Don't you want to know what happens to Jacob Diaz? Was that the name of the main character in Mind's Eye? I couldn't even tell you. Oh yeah, Jacob Diaz. I don't even... The only thing I remember about it is when the fucking aliens come into the fold. I actually lost my mind when they brought in, like, the interdimensional being aspect of the story. There's a phenomenon where some viewers get so parasocially latched onto a streamer, like more so than a newborn to their mother's titty, that they will actually carve out pieces of their paycheck solely for their favorite streamer. And it gets to such an extreme degree in some cases that some viewers will even donate all of their money to their favorite streamer. And I'm not saying that as an exaggeration, it has happened multiple times. Of course, it's not the most common thing in the world, but the fact that it's happened at all, and more than once, should be enough to have you scratch at your chinny chin chin and go, It's just so weird. A year ago, I covered the story of the man in China who donated all of his money and all of his family's savings to the tune of $550,000 to a streamer just so she would call him bro. Brother, every streamer on the planet will call you bro for free. But he wanted that. It was so special and so important to him that he ruined his life and jeopardized the future of his family just to send all of that money to that streamer to hear her refer to him as bro. It's fucking insanity. Like, it's actually unbelievable. And you know what else is unbelievable? Our cheeky Black Friday sale offer. 20% off of all of our soaps using any creator code. Go to usecheeky.com right now and get the best soap in the universe. Anyway, this is the reason why I'm yapping about this topic again here today. I just read this. A woman in China had donated all of her and her husband's money to her favorite live streamer that she was obsessed with. This one is just diabolical. I just have to talk about this. It is so outrageous. It sounds like it's just a made-up plotline in a Hallmark movie for the sake of conflict, but it's real, apparently. A man in central China has filed for divorce after learning his wife blew their life savings on a male streamer, sending him $94,000 and leaving the family deep in debt. We're going to take a breather here for a second to really let that marinate. $94,000 she sent of her and her husband's money to this stranger who she became obsessed with through watching his streams. This is already very different than the others of its kind because it is a woman who is now donating all this money to a male streamer because she is obsessed with him. Normally, the meme is like the desperate, lonely, virgin loser is throwing cash and cum at his favorite female streamer's stream to try and get her attention so she'll fall in love with him and be his romantic partner for life, and he bankrupts himself in that pursuit. And while that has happened in the past, this is very, very different, and it is heartbreaking for the husband in this story here. The husband spent 8 years living frugally and funneling nearly all of his income to his wife, hoping to give her a sense of security. This guy was literally living and breathing to try and, make his wife comfortable and happy. So all of his money that he was earning through being very cost conscientious and everything that he was working towards, he was letting his wife hold. But his wife, unfortunately, was viewing this money as the streamer's money that she just had the privilege of giving it to him. Basically, she didn't even view this money as theirs. Basically, she viewed this as her holding that streamer's cash, and she couldn't wait to give it all to him. It's fucking concerning. It is alarming. According to South China Morning Post, he saved $163,000 during that time, all of which he entrusted to her. But when he recently asked to check the account, his wife refused, raising suspicions, and she later broke down and admitted the money was gone. Fucking devastating. That is tragic. Not only is all the money gone, but your wife is so obsessed with another man that she's never met or anything, and it is confirmed in this report that they have never met offline, at least allegedly, I suppose. But she is so obsessed with another man that she is willing to give all of your money, all of your hard-earned clams that you were entrusting to your wife whom you love and want to share this beautiful future with together. All of that is now vanished because she wanted to give it to some other guy. Now, of course, this would still be tragic even if she was giving it to somebody else for an entirely different reason, like she just really likes queso's streams and he was struggling during egging on, so she donated all of her and her husband's money to queso cheering him on, that would still be a universe collapsing moment. But the fact that she was doing it to another streamer whom apparently she was so obsessed with, and I imagine in a romantic way based on how all of this reads, that is just another layer of gut-wrenching. It's just so fucking awful. Out of the 1.16 million yuan, she tipped 670k to a male live streamer she followed obsessively. She couldn't explain where the rest of the money went. On top of that, she had borrowed another 11.2k from online lenders, pushing the family into debt. Lou, this is the husband. Lou said he lived in a bare bones rental costing 42 USD a month while sending nearly every spare cent home. His wife has been a full-time caregiver for their child since they married 8 years ago. Yep. She cared more about that live streamer than her own child and husband, putting them all into debt, ensuring that this family was going to have a very hard time raising this child because they now have nothing. She was so fucking obsessed that she sent them into financial oblivion here just for a crumb of attention from this live streamer. It's sickening. Like, it's actually just despicable. I've been saving money on food and expenses and offered all my money to her. However, she gave the money to another man, he told Hinin TV, adding that he felt stabbed in the back and no longer loved her. That sounds about par for the course. That is the ultimate betrayal, and it makes sense that he would fall out of love with her following this revelation. The wife admitted she became obsessed with the streamer. Chat logs reportedly showed her asking him to call her baby, though she insisted they never met offline. With the savings wiped out and 80,000 yuan in debt, Lou now plans to recover half of the couple's common property before filing for divorce. Just crazy. I hope he gets whatever he needs here in order to rebuild his life, because it's basically starting from scratch now thanks to her. I also hope she doesn't get to keep the child. I hope he gets full custody, because clearly she can't be trusted with the welfare of another human being, considering she was willing to spend all of their money on a complete fucking stranger just so he'd call her baby. Like, that is not a mom. That is a terminal gooner. So, hopefully, I'm rooting for the husband in this case. Based on all available information, it seems like this should be a slam dunk for him. But man, I don't even know where you go from this point forward in his shoes. That's so fucking tough. It's heartbreaking. And in stories like this, I always wonder if the streamer ever gets made aware of it. I understand there's no obligation for the streamer to, give the money back, but I feel like if the streamer in this case heard what happened and what was actually going on, I imagine he'd probably want to help the guy here, at least in some capacity, right? You would think. Because, come on, if you boil it down, this is the guy's money that was being distributed like Johnny fucking Appleseed by his wife without him ever even knowing it. So you basically got your hands on some other guy's money that he never even knew he was missing in the first place. That's gotta feel terrible, right? I don't know, I just feel like if the streamer knew, he'd probably want to at least give some of it back. I imagine he's not going to have all $94,000 still readily available or anything, but I just imagine if they knew, they would probably want to help. And that's how I feel about a lot of these cases, like the last one we covered, I suppose, with the hundreds of thousands of dollars donated to that female streamer. I imagine if she ever knew, she'd probably want to give it back too. I don't know. But I never really hear about that happening, so I'm guessing they never even catch wind of it, or I guess maybe they don't care. That's also equally possible. I just have to imagine with that amount of money, you would know a little something about the person donating it, especially if they're asking you to call them baby. I would think that there'd probably be some kind of knowledge on who's behind that account. For example, back, it was probably 2016, 2017, someone donated $31,000 to me. The first thing I did was try and reach that person to find out who the fuck this was, because that could have been someone that was about to take their own life and just giving all their money away, which is fucking terrifying. Or it could have been someone that's making an extremely financially irresponsible decision that's ruining their life. Or it could genuinely be a multimillionaire that's just throwing around money because it doesn't matter to them anymore. That third thing happens occasionally in the streaming space, where some fucking crazy, wumbo rich person just donates a lot of money willy-nilly for fun. And in the case of that moment, that was the case. That person was the CEO of a pretty large company overseas, and I talked to them pretty extensively for a little while, offering multiple times to send that money back because even still, that is just way too much to just be giving away. But the point I'm making is, I feel like in most cases, when a donation number gets that high, this crazy, you'd probably at the very least be curious enough to know who's, Scrooge McDuck over here tossing around all this meat, right? So I just feel like you'd probably know a little something about the person. So when a story like this breaks, I think you would probably catch wind of it, but I don't know. I guess not. I just feel really bad for the husband. That's kind of the meat and potatoes of it. I just really hope he's able to rebuild his life after what his wife fucking did to him. It's just terrible. I'm wishing him and his child the best. That's really about it. So yeah, Cracker Barrel gave up. They threw in the towel and just said whoops-a-daisy. I think they noticed the plummeting stock price and tried to throw the parachute on last minute here to try and save it. And actually, it is working. Their stock is rebounding after they've announced they're just going to go back to the old branding and everything, which is definitely the right call because the new logo is just more of that minimalist corpo dog shit, just personality-less, sterile, chrome garbage. I use chrome in the way that it was used in SpongeBob, how everything's chrome. Well, when it comes to marketing, there's been a huge push over the last few years to do everything as simply as possible and take all of the creativity and soul out of a brand identity. I don't understand it at all, just boiling everything down to plain text. And for Cracker Barrel, it's even more incomprehensible because their old logo was kind of iconic, and the entire reason people even go to Cracker Barrel is for the sake of nostalgia, to go to something that reminds them of being a kid and driving across the country to old Meemaw's house. And you get that whole blast from the past at Cracker Barrel. And now this whole new marketing campaign was about how they're modernizing it and changing it. It's super stupid. Obviously, the people that are going to Cracker Barrel probably weren't going to respond well to it. And even people that don't go there weren't going to respond well to it because no one likes to see this fucking direction that companies take now. It was a lose-lose situation across the board. I don't know how they thought they could squeak a fucking W out from their butt cheeks here with this one. And now, after everything was going tits up for them, they've just desperately said, all right, you win. We're going back to the old logo, and we're not going to be making these sweeping changes. Their original statement after the backlash was that it was a vocal minority that didn't like it, so they tried the denial approach and drank a delusion smoothie. It wasn't saving them, so now they're trying to snap back to reality and trying to paint this as a good thing, we listen to you guys. We thank our guests for sharing your voices and love for Cracker Barrel. We said we would listen, and we have. Our new logo is going away. Our old timer will remain. It's like the end of a fucking MCU movie. Old timer will return. So now they're okay, I guess it wasn't a vocal minority. So we're going to listen to you guys, because if we don't, I think we're going to be ending up with our ass in the air getting fucked in the stock market. This now puts Cracker Barrel in an exclusive club of companies whose marketing was so bad they had to just pull the plug, get it off life support ASAP, and go backwards. This includes Coke, with their new Coke push, an infamous marketing blunder. Also, HBO Max, where they changed to Max, but then eventually back to HBO Max. Again, I'm going to go off on a little tangent here. I really don't know what kind of scam is being run from marketing agencies on these big companies, but all power to them. They must be making so much money through coming up with the most simple, stupid ideas ever that any sensible person with half a brain would hear and be like, yeah, it's a bad idea. But somehow these marketing drones are able to convince these fucking billionaires and these super high upper echelon people on the food chain of massive corporations that they should completely redo everything and ruin their brand image because somehow that will make it fresh. I don't know how it's working for them. Well, I mean, it's not working for the companies, but it's working for the marketing agencies of convincing them that they need to be giving them hand over fist amount of money to do these awful changes. Again, these are changes anybody, even someone at a fucking elementary school would probably hear this and be like, why would Cracker Barrel do that? I don't like that. Actually, any human being would hear these changes and they'd naturally ask the question, why? But somehow these companies don't. Let's talk HBO Max. You have your marketing firm that's doing all the levers and pulleys on the doodads and whatever to try and help your company grow there with the streaming platform. And then one of them says, let's change the name from HBO Max, a name everyone knows and recognizes, to just Max. Does no one ask why? Like, why would you not just follow that up with a simple question, like a simple inquiry saying, but why? Because there's nothing to gain from that. You actually gain nothing. All you do is lose people that don't know what Max is now on their fucking TVs. Like, oh, what is this program here, Max? What'd you download here? Is this some kind of porn platform? What is this garbage? Get this out of here. Like, you just lose the entire identity of it. Like, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. Especially in Cracker Barrel's case. They lost like $100 million overnight, and I have to wonder how much they paid for this huge rebrand and this huge push. The whole idea of Cracker Barrel is nostalgia. And this new push was about getting rid of the nostalgia. You've done it. The marketing execs, they really do get it. Like, these guys, they've got their finger on the pulse of what the people actually want. It's like every single marketing push from these companies is about, like, how they can completely change things and then try and, like, hypnotize people into thinking that this is a good thing. Like, yeah, you're gonna hate this, but you gotta take your medicine. You gotta swallow the pill. We know you better than you know you, and this is what you want. So it's what we're giving you. Yep. And it didn't go over well. I'm actually very surprised that they shifted course so quickly. I thought for sure they were going to ride this for a little while here and just try and brute force it. But it must have been so bad for them internally that they're like, okay, just fucking abandon it. Please, God, we have to save this now. I thought for sure they were going to stick to it for a little while to, test the waters, dip their tootsies in there before, like, fully cannonballing back into the pool of regret and, reverting everything. I thought they were going to stick the course. Because most companies do. When they spend this amount of money on this kind of push, it's very hard for them to admit fault and go backwards. So I thought they were just going to go for, brute forcing it through, like, okay, just hunker down, plant our feet, lat spread, and yeah, we might lose a little bit in the short term, but what about the potential long-term gains, which are always non-existent in a change like this? It's not like there was like a huge flood of people that were like, okay, now I can't wait to try Cracker Barrel. Now that it's gone fully minimalist and is now just another generic sterile restaurant, I can't wait to get my teeth in there and chomp on those meals. Like, that doesn't exist. There was never that group of people. All it does, again, is just kick out the customers that went for a specific purpose of, like, that old-timey feel. But these companies don't seem to know that when they make these changes. So I thought for sure they were just going to try and get that imaginary group of people into the door, but they didn't. And they made the right call by abandoning it this quickly. It should have never even been something that had been greenlit in the first place, but at least they did act pretty quickly in reverting everything. Definitely was the right call to do that. They should have never even got this far in the first place. Maybe this will be like a lesson going forward that maybe a lot of those marketing agencies you're paying the big bucks to don't really know a fucking thing about what they're doing or what people are looking for out of your brand. I mean, I know that's kind of blasphemous to say in the corporate world, but maybe it's just a little food for thought. Oh, also, one more thing I wanted to mention. In the midst of all the Cracker Barrel hoopla, I saw some reports from employees claiming that they don't actually make the food at Cracker Barrel fresh. Like, it's not all made from scratch at some of the restaurants, which, I mean, I guess it doesn't surprise me per se, because a lot of companies make these claims about, like, how fresh the food is. We make it here. In fact, we got all the animals in the back and we go slaughter them there and make it so fucking fresh you wouldn't believe it. And it's like, yeah, that's probably not true. In Cracker Barrel's case, though, that was like a core component to their pitch on their cuisine. So if that is true, that's a damn shame. Like I said, I've never really had a problem with Cracker Barrel food. I've always enjoyed it. Every time I've gone there, it's been like good eating. I've never been disappointed or anything. But one of their big things of the new marketing push was like improving the food. So I don't know if that means that now they really are going to commit to making it all fresh from scratch at the locations or what. But I don't think all of this is going to lead to more customers going to Cracker Barrel, like a new wave of enthusiasts going there. Like, they listened, I can't wait to commit to eating at Cracker Barrel 3 times a week with my family. I don't see that happening. I think this will just be everyone going back to not eating at Cracker Barrel unless they're really feeling nostalgic or if it's something that's just really convenient on a road trip or something. I don't see this being like a huge eruption of popularity for the brand or anything, even though it did get their name out there in a big way, and I'm sure there are people that are happy that they did go back and listen to the feedback. granted, that's not what they did. They weren't listening to the feedback. They just noticed that they were fucking floundering in the stock market. They were losing so much money. But regardless, there are people happy that they at least did go backwards, and they might try it once or twice. I just don't see it leading to like long-term explosive growth of Cracker Barrel or anything like that. Even though it is rebounding with its stock, I don't think anything's going to really change for this company going forward. Though I did mention that one of their changes in this new push that they've now abandoned that I actually thought was a really good idea that they should definitely still go through with is changing their chairs. Those chairs, they do not feel good on the old tuchus after a little while. I think changing out the chairs was a actual good idea. That is a banger. They should definitely still do that. Get rid of everything else they were proposing, except that. Get new chairs. Get some, like, real comfortable chairs to sit on. Because those seats they got there, yucky. They are just not comfortable. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping about Cracker Barrel. That's really about it. See ya. So, my dad's got friends, and all of them have unique talents and superpowers. It's like the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Like, one of my dad's buddies was a pilot, and then he was at, I think it was an airport bar or something, on the job, and then the bar stool just exploded because they, I don't know, never fully screwed it in or something, and it really destroyed his back. And that was like Peter Parker being bit by the radioactive spider, but instead of getting the ability to crawl on walls, he got the ability of money. Huge payday from that, and he's just got like this group of friends that all have like very unique stories and abilities. And one of them is named Dave. And he has a hobby of making flintlocks, like from scratch in a lot of cases. And yesterday we brought him out and we got to shoot a couple of them, and it was a lot of fun. So I wanted to show you it because I just think it's really interesting and I think it's very cool.
Now here's what we're dealing with today. This is an actual copy of Davy Crockett's first rifle. Now the original rifle is located in the East Tennessee State Museum in Knoxville, Tennessee. So I went out and took a look at it. I've seen pictures of it, got measurements, and I wanted to recreate what the original was like. Now other guys have done the same thing. But this is made out of what we call curly maple or tiger maple. And if you look real close, you can see there's a lot of those stripes in here. So it's an expensive wood to do that with, but it really makes a pretty rifle out of it. So I got brass on it here, brass patch box down here.
Real quick, I want to come in here and do a bit of glazing because Dave doesn't really brag about his craftsmanship, even though it's genuinely incredible work, so I'm going to brag for him. Everything you see on his flintlocks, we only shot 2 in this video, spoiler, little spoilers there, but everything you see on his flintlocks, he makes himself freehand. That includes all the brass work. It includes every like ornate engraving he does in silver. He does gold trimmings. All of it he does freehand himself. I think it is amazing.
And we're all brass trigger guard. This is what we call a double set trigger. And I'll talk about that when we get ready to shoot it, what it does. But basically what you do is you cock it and you can fire it by pulling this trigger, or you can pull this back and set it, and then you have a hair trigger here. So when you touch that, it really will fire, so you better be ready. This is called a flintlock. This is was used for a long period of time in the history of rifles and guns. And it's got a flint here. It hits what we call the striker. And when you pull this back, you fire it, this rock or flint will strike on that, set off the powder in here, and the gun fires. Later on it went to what they call a cap lock, and it had a little cap that went on here and got rid of the flint, and then it finally ended up going to the cartridges, which is what we have today. But this is a flint lock. Takes a little while to load these things. This has got about a 42-inch barrel. It's a 50 caliber, and it's a rifled barrel. So these were fairly accurate back in the day. But anyway, enough of the talk. Let's see what it's going to be. Oh, by the way, I want to show you this. This is something that's not common. But what I did is when I built this, right here on the side plate, I put Davy Crockett's name on there. And that's his actual signature on there. I was able to make a copy of that and copy that on there. So that's what his signature looked like.
That is so cool.
He also does all the woodwork too. He's selling it short on just how nice it looks.
Well, we also did a lot of carving on this. This was common on this thing. This rifle originally was probably made in Pennsylvania, in York or Reading, somewhere around in that area, which was common at that time. That was where all the rifle makers were. And we did all the carving here, which is exactly like what they had back in the day. So if you go to Knoxville, go to the museum, you can see the actual rifle there. So let's see what it's going to sound like.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, we need you in every video.
I know, wasn't that good?
It's almost like you're a professional or something at this.
You should also see his whole collection. He's like the fucking Kakashi of flintlocks. He's able to he's able to copy like every rifle ever. He's working on George Washington's pistol as well.
The thing I have is I got black powder. I have it in here. This is a 2F powder, which is a heavier grain. And to be safe, I always measure it out like this. And the rule is always remember powder patch ball. And the reason for that is if you get it confused, then you got a problem. So you put in your powder. Okay. Now you take your patch, put it up here like so. And then you take your ball. This is a 50 caliber ball, lead ball. You lay it right on top like so. Try to get it as centered as you can. And then we have what we call a starter here. This will help you get it down in here. And I've never fired this thing, so it's going to be all new. Well, that went in pretty good. You push her down. Make your ramrod. Okay. And you want to do that, make sure it bounces, that way you know you got it on the bottom. Put it back in. Now we got to prime it. So put some primer, this is gunpowder again, in the pan. Put that down. All right.
Well, you hit the target because it moved.
Yeah.
Didn't blow the tree in half. That's a good start.
Yeah, that's great.
You straighten that target. So at the time, we thought that Dave's shot was that like super clean, precise hole at the top, and just assumed, man, that fucking ball must have traveled at the speed of light there to have a perfect hole like that go through it without like the normal things you see when you shoot a paper target, where of course it like blows it up a little bit. So we just assumed that was that, but clearly watching it back on the footage, that hole was already there. What it actually hit was the metal stand and ricocheted off. So in the slow-mo I played there, you can see it hit the stand, I'm pretty sure, and bounce. Obviously, we couldn't track that at the time in the thick of it there in the fucking Thunderdome.
So that was the first shot ever out of that gun.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I've never, I just rough set the sight, so I mean, I have to take it to the to a range and set it up, and then adjust the sights on it. But
Charlie will zero it in for you.
Yeah. I was lucky to even hit the friggin' target.
That was good. And this is how much powder? 50?
This is 50 grams.
Perfect.
A little pause. I thought he was going to be like, this is 140.
This is 5,000 grams.
Gonna knock Charlie backwards.
Well, you could put 120 in that thing.
No, we don't need to do that. This is my first flintlock. I don't need to fall over.
It's going to be like the R2-D2 scene on the screen as he shoots.
Pioneers used to ride these babies for miles.
Okay.
Now just pull back on the front trigger, because
the front run?
Yeah.
Right here? Okay.
Yeah. Now you have to pull back a ways on it. Wait a minute, let me get out of your way. I don't want to stand there but the side.
All right, here we go. Did I hit it?
Hit something.
Holy.
Oh, that smell.
That was cool.
You like the smell? I feel like this is like a gas smell kind of thing where you probably either like it or hate it.
Nothing like the smell of gunpowder in the morning, right?
That smells kind of good.
How was the kick on it?
There was no kick.
No kick at all.
You can one-hand it, come on.
Oh, yeah.
You missed.
Oh, no.
Totally missed.
I felt like I was right.
Oh, wait.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, you got it right there.
Oh,
You got it.
bullseye.
Yeah,
On the little target.
I never. That's what I was aiming for.
He was trying to scare him, go over his shoulder, you know?
Right there, look, Danny. Right there.
Yeah.
Hello. Right there. You got a bullseye on the little target right there.
Yeah, I zeroed it for you.
What were you aiming at?
Literally anything in this direction.
The tree.
Is that really where you were aiming for?
Absolutely not.
Where were you aiming?
Genuinely anywhere in that vicinity.
Have you not heard of aim small, miss small? All right, I'm going to shoot in that 30 square feet.
If I can get somewhere in this direction.
I just want to.
Sailor's log, just want to make a note. That is exactly where I was aiming.
All right, you have to tell us before where you're aiming.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will. I'll tell you exactly
You
where I'm
don't
at.
get the Charlie specialty.
I can't believe you hit the bullseye in that little target.
Well, you best start believing it.
Yeah, well, sorry, bud.
Guy's incredible.
Yeah. That had no kick at all. I think at the last minute I jerked up and I probably went to the top of that tree.
I think I see something on the right one.
Were you anticipating a little more kick than it gave you?
Yeah, actually I was.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice shot.
Oh, you did hit it.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Hey, hey,
That's a great shot.
check that out.
All right, here we go.
Where are you going to aim, Chelsea?
The red?
The red on the right target or the left target?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I don't think I hit the red.
I don't think you did either.
My God, you hit the bullseye.
That's fun.
Anything?
And it's a miss.
Well, damn.
Okay, who
Can't-
else wants
can't
to
hit 'em
try
all.
this? Okay, we'll do the same thing here.
That is insane. That's built that by hand.
It's incredible.
It is so nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's see what we can do here. We'll just use the same powder.
And is this a replica of a specific one?
It's
or-
just a Kentucky pistol.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not a replica of any particular one.
I think maybe you clipped the right side of the red one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Right side.
Right there.
All right.
Good job.
What are we looking? Oh yeah.
Oh, that rattlesnake.
Oh, yes, that's a scary snake.
That is a scary snake.
Right there.
That's not
Oh,
a...
that's, don't go near that.
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
a-
water moccasin or
Yep.
a copperhead or something.
I was going to say copperhead.
Well, that scared me.
What do you got?
Probably heard the noise of a flintlock and was like, I don't really want to be around here. I'm gonna...
Let us know in the comments what kind of
Yeah,
snake
you tell
that
us
was.
what we just saw.
I think it's a rattlesnake.
And scale 1 to 10, how dangerous?
It'll stop.
Okay.
That was a miss. I think I saw the leaf go flying off.
I saw the
Really?
It looked cool though.
I thought I
really cool.
I thought I was right on the money, to be honest.
I saw the patch fly out.
Keep an eye out over there.
Yeah, be careful of the snake. It's insulting to think that I'd ever missed the target. Never happened, never will. You could see it on the camera there. The precision was magnificent. It was a little off target, but I gotta hone in a little bit. I haven't used flintlocks before. They're unusual instruments in my hands right now, so I gotta get more reps in there. But not a bad shot. It's about where I was looking. That's about where I was aiming, you know, that Dark Tower shit, he who aims with his hand, you know, that kind of vibe.
Hey, look, right there.
Isn't it weird
Yeah.
how every time the camera turns away, Charlie magically just...
Yeah, how about
it's
that?
oddly, like, finger hole
Yeah,
shaped.
like, big thanks to Dave.
Yeah, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for bringing
Hey,
him out. This was fun. This
It
a lot
was
of fun.
great. I'm glad to see you guys take advantage of it. Now you see what it was like about 200 years ago.
Yeah.
How guys had to fight. Can you believe that? Because each one of them had to do the same thing. So
It was so fun, man. His work really is just so impressive with these homemade flintlocks, his home brew here. So yeah, anyway, thanks to Dave again. If you're watching this, Dave. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. I'm going to try and use my power of incorrect predictions for good instead of evil. I will boldly, proudly, with my whole chest state that Bloodborne 2 will not be revealed at the Game Awards. A statement I didn't even think needed to be uttered, but the hopium, it's overflowing right now. The cup runneth over here for people to see Bloodborne 2 at the Game Awards next week, because Jeff Keighley posted a wacky statue, which does look very cool. It's a very aesthetically pleasing little doodad there, a little doohickey. And then there was a reply to it with a bunch of, like, redacted information, like it was fucking Epstein files there at the Game Awards. And this sent people into a frenzy trying to find ways to brute force Bloodborne into it to make it seem like this is confirmation it'll be Bloodborne 2. I don't buy into it at all. Would love to be wrong, though I'm gonna tell you, I'm batting with a tremendous record right now when it comes to my predictions on Bloodborne 2 not being real and probably never being real, at least not for many more moons to come. But anyway, let me show you the statue, let me show you the Game Awards riddle around it so you can start forming your own thoughts on what it could be. And then I want to tell you a little new piece of information that dropped this morning, a little tidbit that I think would be so fucking embarrassing if this actually is the reveal. But you know it'd be even more embarrassing? If people found out you didn't shower using Cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. What are you waiting for? And right now is the perfect time around the holiday season because Queso and I just got our collab soap out. We got the Naughty and Nice. So go to usecheeky.com right now and really upgrade your hygiene game. Yes, I want to talk about the Jeff Keighley cryptic tweet that a lot of people are speculating could be a reference to Half-Life 3, to Bloodborne 2, and all that. So it's this right here. I already talked about it when it got posted. It's that right there, but the Game Awards replied with this. The blank are silent, blank bleeds, new blank stir. And that right there has been a bomb in the Bloodborne Hopium community. It's a very cool statue, by the way. Very cool. They do this every year. Not really to this degree. There's never been a year where I thought, maybe it could be Bloodborne until now. And even then, I still don't really think that. I just think if someone's going to go this hard for, like, teasing an announcement, it's either gotta be something people have been begging for a long time, or a delusional company that's about to just beclown themselves in front of the entire Game Awards and God. Like, imagine this is all just an announcement for some, like, fucking shovelware gacha game or something. It's definitely not going to be Elder Scrolls. If you want to know what I think it is, and I don't think anyone's going to be, like, necessarily pleased, I think it's Saros. So, if you look at Saros, and this is a game that's got, like, a lot of meat behind it, and it looks like a cool game. I think it's this. They've already teased this game before. The style of that statue is kind of similar. I think it's probably going to be Saros. And I also don't know how this would have, like, applied to Bloodborne other than the reach of, like, New Blood Stir or something. Moon Bleeds or whatever. I just do not think it's Bloodborne 2. But do you really think they would do all this marketing for a game that's already announced? Seems like a waste. Brother, it's the video game industry. Of course they would. They do all kinds of nonsensical shit. The hunters are silent. It could be. I'm kidding, it won't be. I'm still very confident this is not Bloodborne. I don't even think the style really looks all that Bloodborne-esque. This would be a crazy departure from the aesthetic of Bloodborne. It literally has to be Duskbloods. See, Duskbloods I could definitely see. Since we don't know a ton about it, it is FromSoft, so they'd probably go hog wild for it. I could definitely see it being Duskbloods. Diablo 4, maybe. That would be the most deflating shit. That'd be worse than a gacha game announcement. If they're just announcing a new patch. All we know for sure is that it's not God of War, Elder Scrolls 6, or Diablo. All those have been debunked. Unless it's a red herring. Just like when they said they weren't going to show us a Silent Hill trailer at the PlayStation Now like 6 months ago, and then they did at the end. As a bait and switch. Diablo 4 Season 11 goes live on December 11th, 8:30 PST, right after the Game Awards. Take that as you will. God, that is going to be the most foolish fucking thing if this actually is Diablo 4. So now, what if I told you that there is quite a bit of meat behind the theory that this statue is related to the Lords of the Fallen? For those that don't remember, Lords of the Fallen, well, the original Lords of the Fallen was one of the worst Souls-like games for its time. That shit blew major ass. I even replayed that a few years back when I was going through like my Souls marathon, and I just couldn't finish it. It was too goddamn awful. They reignited that franchise 2 years ago with The Lords of the Fallen, and when this puppy released, let me tell you, it came to an overwhelming cacophony of meh. The reception was that the game was okay, it was mid. I played it on release, and it was clunky with a lot of problems, but it had some interesting ideas. Over the course of the last couple of years, they've released like 70 or something updates to it to try and put lipstick on that pig, and as I understand it, it is much better now than it was when it came out. So hats off to them for putting in the effort to make it better. I haven't gone through and tested it myself, but I'll trust people's words that it is in a much better state now than it was when it released. But even still, I don't know how strong the Lords of the Fallen community is to be salivating to such a degree that they would commit to this, like, big marketing push, this, like, cryptic thing, all to reveal more Lords of the Fallen content on its way. I feel like if that is the case, and I'll show you the evidence here, the audience will be silent. Like, even fans of Lords of the Fallen are saying, like, this would be pretty underwhelming if it's you guys doing this. Because, like, again, even though the game's in a better state now, it's not exactly something that people have been dreaming about, fucking soiling their britches hoping for, and getting, like, this really big, like, mystery ahead of the Game Awards where some big things do get revealed. It would feel very, like, if it is Lords of the Fallen 2. Anyway, though, they posted this tweet, "Something stirs within, ready to rupture," and people were quick to notice that something stirs within so soon after the Game Awards thing. Well, that's a little odd considering stirs is there as well. And the aesthetic of the statue does match the aesthetic in Lords of the Fallen. Also, the way Jeff Keighley initially tweeted, "Regal inspiring thickness," is very similar to how Lords of the Fallen tweeted, "Executions, tentacles, rotting corpses," all things also present on that statue. There is also mention on their Twitter of blood and bleeding. They like to use the word bleed a lot. So there are some things that seem to suggest this could be Lords of the Fallen related. But nothing concrete, nothing confirmed, but that right now seems to be the leading theory. And if that is the case, wow, what a letdown that will be. Like, I hope Lords of the Fallen 2 will be great and a huge improvement on the first one. But man, to get, like, everyone's hopes up that this could be something that we've been waiting for a long time, only to have it be Lords of the Fallen 2, would be such a shame. I feel like there'd be very few people that would find that satisfying if that's the reveal. I don't think there's gonna be fucking people pumping their fist, "Oh, yeah!" or anything like that. But we'll see. Again, it's not confirmed to be Lords of the Fallen 2. This could still very well be something else, something big. but I don't think it's going to be any of like the crazy pie-in-the-sky ones. I don't think it's going to be Bloodborne 2. I think there's a fucking 0% chance of that. I think I'll probably hit a growth spurt before that game ever comes out. I don't think this is Half-Life 3 related at all. And I don't think this is Elder Scrolls related either. So, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a bit. That's it. See ya. Pokemon scalpers are inventing a new, even more degenerate and diabolical meta for scamming and stealing Pokemon cards, using children for it. Well, involving children in the scam. 2 days ago I made that video about the whatnot seller who was resealing Pokemon packs and selling them, but using his son as the one on stream to open the packs for the buyers and just drumming it up as like a family business. This is so hype. Look at my son. He's ripping Pokemon packs. We're so proud. This is amazing. Whoops. Turns out we repackaged all of them to give you trash for a huge markup. Sorry, you caught us. He literally even like admits to being caught on the live stream. And now I just saw another video about a couple that was stealing Pokemon cards from Target using their 1-year-old as like the method. So they brought their 1-year-old son to Target so that way they could unlock the stroller tech from the passive tree here. So they had their child in the stroller and were pushing him around and then would take Pokemon product and conceal it in the stroller to steal it. Now, the title of the video says that they left the child in the car while they went in there and stole, but I don't think that's exactly the case. I haven't found too much information beyond the body cam about what exactly happened. My understanding with the way it's described is that they had the child in the store using him for crime, basically, not them leaving him in the car. But either could be true and both are bad. The kid thought he was going on a fun adventure with mommy and daddy, but he was actually involved in their little crime escapades here. An unwilling accomplice. He had no clue.
So, pick that time to steal Pokemon cards, man.
Yeah. Just so we have an understanding, she had nothing.
She was right there with you when you concealed it.
It is totally me, man. Totally me, 100% me.
You guys put the Pokemon cards into the...
Yeah, I will give them back, of course. This 100% my responsibility, sir.
A pretty admirable attempt here from the guy to just fall on the sword. No, she's totally innocent. It was all my galaxy brain scheme. It was all my nefarious plot here. She had no clue what was going on. It was all me. So he's trying to, isolate her from this so that way she doesn't get in trouble. And then he also generously says he's willing to give the cards back. That's very sweet of you.
Seriously, honest to God, I am short on my rent, and they are very valuable. And I was hoping to pull something in order to make up the money I'm short on my rent.
Were the cards in the car?
Yeah.
I know, where are they in the car?
In the back seat.
And by the way, you can't say she had nothing to do with it when that's all you guys came in here for. And you concealed it right next to her. Just so you're aware of that.
His hero plan, unfortunately, falls a bit short because they have surveillance camera footage and they can clearly see she was directly involved in this plan and acted to help conceal it and work to get the Pokemon cards out of there. So it kind of ultimately ended up looking like that scene from Kong Skull Island where that guy pops 2 grenades to sacrifice himself to kill the monster, but the monster just hits him with the tail and he gets flown into a fucking wall and blows up. It didn't work, is the point.
Say, I don't know if it would make a difference. Is there any way we could pay for it?
This isn't an apology type of thing. You've already done it. You know what I mean? There's no way to just suddenly, hey, we're going to pay for everything because you got caught by the police.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you also stole stuff with the baby.
Yeah, but...
that doesn't matter.
I have the money for it. I can pay
Yeah, but
it.
as I just told him, that's not how this works. You don't get to suddenly want to pay for things after you get caught by the police.
Fourth quarter, back up against the wall, throwing out the Hail Mary. They try to, pay for it after the fact. That didn't fly either. So they are both facing not just like the small-time theft. The officers also threw out the possibility of pursuing child endangerment against them because they involved their child in this crime, which they argue puts them in a path of danger. Should Gary Oak roll up and start airing the place out, trying to stop him from stealing the Pokemon cards, the kid is now in harm's way. Basically, they brought the kid for the sole purpose of executing this crime. Now again, the title says that the child was left in the car, but all of the information in the video seems to indicate that the kid was present. Also, if the kid wasn't in the stroller in the first place, there would be no point to bringing the baby anyway. So that wouldn't even make sense unless they had like a decoy, like they had like a baby doll in the stroller. But then again, why would they bring like the actual flesh and blood human being there? So I have to imagine that they did actually bring him in the store to do this. Though if they did leave him in the car, that is also equally dangerous. You do not leave a child in a hot car. Everyone should know that. This happened in Florida. You especially don't do it in Florida. If they did leave him in the car, who knows how long they were in the store for. That is extremely unfair and irresponsible to the kid if he was left unattended in that car. But I am leaning towards the idea that they brought him in the store to do this. Worth mentioning, I haven't slept in over 28 hours. There is a good chance that maybe I'm just completely wrong there. I just thought I'd put that on the record. But either way, still not good. Regardless, stealing Pokemon cards by using your baby to help you accomplish it is fucking unhinged. This is so avoidable. Like, ruining your life just to get your hands on some Pokemon merchandise to flip because you're a scalper is just so low. It is shameless to involve your child in it as well.
Thank you. I'll go get the press one. We got child endangerment on both of them. For what? They had their... How old is your child? A year-old, then they used the stroller as cover for it. Decent human, you literally put your 1-year-old child in danger.
How is that?
You cannot do a crime and then nothing happens because you have a kid.
It is happening. I'm going to jail.
You use the stroller as a ways of concealing the merchandise.
And I'm getting arrested.
And so is she. I need you to call your dad to come pick him up.
Please.
The other officers didn't seem super on board with his evaluation here about child endangerment, so I don't know if that stuck or anything, but this was him explaining it to them. Regardless of what charges were ultimately, brought against them, this was just so fucking avoidable. Like stealing Pokemon cards from Target by using your baby and its stroller to conceal them is just like, how can you sink so low? They say that they were short on rent, so the plan was to steal these Pokemon products, open them, hoping for a big hit, fingers crossed, praying for a big hit, so they could sell it to nearby game shops. That is like, in the world of scalping, that is even stupider than most scalpers. Why would you open the product? Just sell the product itself in that case. You are not going to hit, most likely. You are not going to make more money buying the product, opening it, praying for like the big hit that'll grade it like a fucking PSA 10. Like, it's not like that is a pipe dream.
Are you guys going to other stores and doing this?
No, sir.
So how do you guys have so many Pokemon cards?
No, I've been collecting for years.
That's what I'm saying, but these are all new cards, man. They're all like fresh out of the pack.
Yeah, the ones that I have?
The ones that are in there, yeah.
Yeah, those are, if you see the sleeves in there, they're all sleeved up, well taken care of, fresh out of my binder. We were taking them to the game store, Prodigy.
Okay, cool. Alright, be right back.
He apparently had a lot of Pokemon cards that he claims he had been collecting for years. The officer notes that they seem pretty fresh and new, so it's probably not like years old cards or anything. It seems like it is some pretty brand spanking new puppies in there that he is saying that he was going to go sell to the game stores. Well, maybe GameStops. I'm pretty sure they take Pokemon cards. They fucking grade them there now. They have like a wizard on standby who's just like, yeah, it's probably like a 9 or a 10 maybe. I have no idea how it works. Not important regardless. His plan was to take these hits, sell them, and then pay rent, is what he said the goal was. Of course, no way of knowing if that's true or if he is just someone who is a scalper who turns around and sells it because it's hot right now and people make money doing it. I have no idea if the story about the rent is true or not. They then searched his car and found some other stuff, like a marijuana cigarette or something, and he got in trouble for that as well. Big mess, all of which entirely avoidable if he didn't try and steal Pokemon cards from Target using a baby and his stroller to try and smuggle the Pokemon sacred cards out of the store with. Just super crazy the state of Pokemon cards right now. It's unbelievable. That's about it, see ya. Did you ever hear the tragedy of GPU prices? I thought not. Not a story the AI bros would tell you. Well, I hope you're bending over because the suppository's coming in one way or the other. A recent report indicates that Nvidia is going to be pushing the prices of RTX 5090 up to $5K. This is still an unconfirmed rumor from an insider source in South Korea, from what I can understand. That's kind of like, boots on the ground that's talking about it right now, which is where this headline is stemming from. Previous price was $2K. This is over double. That's an awfully hard bargain there. 5,000 clams for a GPU here. Not exactly an easy sell to most people, I would imagine. Most sensible, sane human beings on the planet would be pretty upset about that. Now again, this isn't fully confirmed, but what we do know is that, well, prices are probably going to be going up, which isn't all that surprising. I think most people were able to predict this. Don't need to be Baba Vanga to have that kind of future sight. We're already seeing it with RAM prices. And I gotta tell you, you might not like to hear this, but we're gonna rip the Band-Aid off. It's because of AI. Everything that was once good in your life, or everything that was reasonably priced in the tech sector, is getting significantly worse and significantly more expensive because of AI. If you want to keep plugging your ears to that fact, or just keep kicking the can down the road for the realization of AI having a supremely negative effect on your life, that's your call to make. But regardless, the sun still rises. The AI plague, the scourge, is coming. Whether you want to accept it or not doesn't matter. It is coming fast, aggressive, hard, and unlubed. It is raw. So I think it's best that you start paying attention to all of this now. Anyway, back to the regularly scheduled doom and gloom here. So the claim about the GPU prices from Nvidia and all that, it comes from Newsys, a South Korean outlet. It was stressed that we're just seeing the beginning of monumental and borderline ridiculous price hikes in the GPU space. The report explained that sources have suggested a climb in RTX 5090 stakes from $2,000 at launch this year to as much as $5K later in 2026. AMD's RX 9000 series is apparently set to mimic that ticket growth, but not as steeply. The article also has a brief mention of the RAM prices, which I've also touched on and what I've also bitched about quite a few times now because of AI-driven data centers, and also one of only 3 RAM manufacturers just abandoning the consumer market come 2026 because they'd rather instead just exclusively sell and work with AI. So, yippee! That's great for all the normal people out there that want some technology in their homes. Hopefully you like fucking flint and steel and start learning the ways of the Amish, because soon technology will be a luxury you can't afford. It's crazy how as we get more and more advanced, it just starts to price people out. It's not getting cheaper, it's getting so much worse because of AI. And there's this crazy hopium, this fucking crackpot lunacy thought process that people have, that once these AI data centers are all established and all these companies, worth trillions, start slowing down a little bit, well, then everything's going to get so much cheaper and it's going to be great for all of us. It's just going to be short-term pain for the long-term gain. Because that always works. Trickle down has a great history. That is a fucking flawless. That's 100% win rate when it comes to trickle down. And not only that, we all know corporations love to lower their prices. So once they're set up and once they've made oodles unfathomable amounts of money, they'll definitely start lowering the prices for every average Joe Schmo out there. That happens all the time. They love lowering prices. We see it often because they are for the people. So it's clearly just a matter of time before everything's really affordable again in the tech sector. We just gotta wait for them to reach the golden age. And then it's all smooth sailing. We're in good shape. And until then, well, why don't you just go ahead and start renting computers? Yes, a subscription-based economy. Just start renting your PCs because you don't need to own anything. Companies don't want you to own anything. You will own nothing and you will be happy. You can have the imagination of ownership with their little permission slip. You can license it for a certain amount of time, and that's all you need. You don't need any pesky ownership of anything, especially not a computer. I'm getting a little lost in the sauce of sarcasm. It's all bad. It's all really bad right now. It sucks. This wonderful little nugget of good news also comes on the heels of a previous blessing that NVIDIA gave us, where it was announced that NVIDIA might be cutting supply by up to 40% in 2026 due to memory shortages. I already talked about that, where there is the potential that NVIDIA is going to be cutting back on supply by 30 to 40% come 2026. Very few things to be smiling about when it comes to the future of PC gaming, and not just PC gaming. I know everyone gets focused on that. This affects every industry in the tech space. I know a lot of people are like, oh, that means consoles will be the best option going forward too. And maybe they will be a more price-conscious option because PCs are looking to astronomically change in price. But those are also going to be affected too. The price on those is also going to be all cattywampus as well. It's just a matter of time. We don't know what that's going to look like, but it's going to happen. They use components that are exploding in price. So it's everything that's going to be affected, and it's not just gaming. It is literally everything in the tech space that uses these components, and guess what? That's pretty much everything in the tech space. Now, to revisit the article briefly about the GPU price soaring, both companies are reportedly planning to continue raising GPU prices every month going forward. It's highly likely that the price increases will extend across their entire product lineup, encompassing not only consumer GPUs, but also GPUs for AI data centers and servers. The average proportion of memory in the overall GPU manufacturing cost has recently exceeded 80%. This comes from the insider that's making these claims. Again, none of it's fully confirmed or anything, but it also wouldn't even fucking surprise me. 2K to 5K is an incredible leap, but it's also just not that unrealistic anymore, actually. Like, take for example something even simpler, like a Game Pass. They literally doubled the price of that product. Companies aren't really afraid to absolutely blow up their price because people still pay it. So they just say, fucking cowabunga and let it rip. So I do think 2 to 5K, while being astronomical, isn't something that's off the table. Now again, it's not confirmed. Maybe it won't be up to 5K. Price will increase, no doubt. But maybe it won't go up to that crazy level. Maybe it doesn't. But even still, it probably will be a sizable price increase that is just something to not look forward to. And it's really like, I'm not seeing any like good news coming in the future with all of this shit. Like, it feels like it's only going to continue to spiral more and more out of control for just your average consumer. It just super sucks. And even the most adamant of deniers will eventually have that come to Jesus moment of, wow, I can't afford things now because of AI. This is having a detrimental impact on my life. It's going to happen at some point. But until then, I guess they'll just continue to AI generate trash Reddit tier fucking Keanu Reeves Deadpool videos out the wazoo till the cows come home, and then eventually they can't afford the computer to do that anymore. Yeah, terrible stuff. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. I just got to witness the conclusion of what I believe to be the worst trilogy of films ever produced. I think anyone that has subjected themselves to the torture of watching Strangers Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and Chapter 3 will probably agree that there is no series of films this bad. Because even though there are worst individual films, they don't ever see a sequel or, heaven forbid, a trilogy. Usually, they just stop at the first blunder, but somehow Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and Chapter 3 of The Strangers goes the distance. And it started horrible. Strangers Chapter 1 was one of the worst movies of that year. And then Strangers Chapter 2 came out, and that was one of the worst movies of that year. And now Strangers Chapter 3 is here, and it is no doubt one of the worst movies that this year we'll see. To quickly clear up confusion, because every time I mention this franchise, people think about the wrong film. The Strangers Chapter 1 I'm referring to is not the 2008 classic that most people fondly remember, myself included. I'm talking about the 2024 soft reboot called The Strangers Chapter 1 that I wager 99% of you didn't even know exists. This movie is horrible. Strangers Chapter 1 is horrible. Chapter 2 is terrible, and Chapter 3 is what I can only describe as sinful. because it's a level that is so atrocious that I actually feel dirty, and I feel like in the eyes of the Lord, I am now lesser in his eyes for having watched it. This defies all sense of rational thinking. Strangers Chapter 1 started awful, and each new entry into the franchise only got worse. They learned no lessons and only kept progressively getting shittier. I didn't even think something like that was possible. But before diving in, I want to just quickly let you all know that right now we're doing a Chainsaw Man collab with Starforge, so if you've ever wanted to upgrade your PC and also are a huge fan of Chainsaw Man, now's the perfect time to check it out. Link in the description. Anyway, since I bore witness to it, I want to share my thoughts. Of course, I wrote down notes here because this one was shockingly bad. Somehow, even though they had already filmed all 3 movies, this one feels extremely rushed, like they had no time, no budget left, and not a single fucking care in the world to finish it off in a sensible manner. Anyway, this picks up right where Chapter 2 leaves off, after our main character, Maya, was able to overpower one of her pursuers and ends up with her death. She killed one of the strangers. It was the main love interest from the guy in the mask with the axe. His name is Gregory. And the woman that is killed now was his childhood crush. They killed Tamara together, and since that day they were obsessed with killing random people that came into town. So it picks up right after she's dead. Gregory's over her corpse, hits it with the axe a few times, and then throws it in the back of his pickup truck with the other girl that's following him around, who's still a mystery as of this moment. Oh, spoiler warning, by the way. Who gives a fuck? No one cares. Spoiler warning, though. Maya is watching all of this unfold. Gregory and her drive away, and then Maya starts walking. She was hiding in the forest watching all this. So she's walking along the road. The sheriff then picks her up, and the sheriff's giving real creepy vibes, feeling real yucky. So Maya tricks him and steals his vehicle. As Maya is driving away, she gets maybe 50 yards. She didn't get far at all. She got about as many yards as Drake May did in the Super Bowl in the first half. She gets literally nowhere, puts the pedal to the metal, and instantly takes her eyes off the road to start fiddling around in something in the passenger seat and crashes the car. Immediately. I'm pretty sure the sheriff could still see her after she crashed the car. And then Gregory comes back in the pickup truck and knocks her out and takes her out of the car. Immediately off-rip, this movie pissed me off. Why would she immediately take her eyes off the road to do something in the passenger seat with random files and folders? She has no fucking clue what she's even tinkering with. Why is she doing that? She could have easily just got away, drove out of town, and been totally fine, which also would have saved a few other lives too had she done that. But she makes the inexplicable choice to just do one of these while, literally just, foot fucking blasting on the accelerator, not looking at all, and crashing into a tree. It was so dumb. It was so stupid. Anyway, though, we then get a flashback that explains the relationship between the sheriff and Gregory, the axe guy. And it turns out the sheriff is his father. And his father wanted to protect his son. His son was facing imprisonment for the murder of Tamara. And being such a stand-up great dad, he was able to prevent that from happening, and then tries to set rules with Gregory and the girl that he's always with, whose name I don't even fucking remember. But the two that started this whole thing of killing, they randomly just murder a guy in the woods with an axe, and the sheriff comes over and he's like, son, I knew this was going to happen again, so we're going to need to lay some ground rules. You can't kill townspeople. You can only murder people that visit us. Because surely that won't be looked into and investigated, and surely they don't have anyone that cares about them. So that was the plan. It was bulletproof, really. So the sheriff does everything in his power to bury the investigation on all of the people that go to this small town and end up missing, knowing full well Gregory and her and the other girl are murdering them. And that's the backstory. So the sheriff's not a good guy. But Gregory, in the last movie, ended up killing some townspeople, which has the townspeople even more scared because they know that when people come to this small town, they die, they end up missing, but they know that since they're residents of the town, they're safe until all of a sudden they're not, because Gregory has now killed some normal townspeople. So the sheriff's partner's like, look, but I'm going to call in the out-of-state police because this is out of control now. And then the sheriff kills him. He jabs him in the head with like a tiny little medical instrument, instantly killing him. So then Gregory has Maya in like this underground facility, and he puts the mask on her, the mask that the girls wear, the strangers wear. He puts that on Maya, so that way she'll team up and join his crew, which she does. So now Maya's traveling with Gregory and the other girl to go murder some out-of-town people. But while this is going on, Maya's sister, her sister's husband, and then some agent, I guess, he's like the hired muscle, have arrived at the small town trying to gather clues about Maya's whereabouts. You know, is she safe? They're here to save her, but the town's being all weird, and then they pick up on the sheriff's odd vibe, so they start following him. We then get another flashback sequence. Gregory and the girl are a little bit older, but they're still supposed to be kids, and they're at the gas station choosing their next target to murder. She goes inside the gas station to get some food, and some weirdo walks up to her and starts hitting on her with some really, really uncomfortable dialogue saying, "I'm really good with my hands." And then the dude's girlfriend comes out and she's like, I thought you said you'd never do this kind of thing again. You promised. And he's like, shut up, babe. You know what it looks like. And then they go off to the motel together. And then Gregory and that girl decide that that's going to be their target, those two. So they go to the motel with intent to kill them. She knocks on the door with the classic, "Is Tamara here?" And there was no response. So then they break in to find that that girl had actually stabbed and killed the boyfriend. She had murdered the boyfriend, and then she joins their team. So that's the third stranger. That's the other girl in the crew, is that lady who murdered her boyfriend there. That's the gang, and that's the whole backstory. Now, one thing this movie really likes to do is bastardize the iconic line from the original Strangers movie, which was, when asked, "Why are you doing this?" the response was, "Because you were home." This franchise has completely ruined that, and they've changed it to "Because you're here." So, throughout this trilogy, the victims asked, "Why are you doing this?" And they say, "Because you're here." They do that again in the beginning of this movie where they're just showcasing a random kill, just in order to remind you of, like, the 2008 movie that a lot of people still associate with this franchise, even though this is so far removed from it. It's a joke. But yeah, they have their own version here, and then they also have the "Is Tamara home?" which I think they were really hoping would catch on as like an eerie, iconic line. It's not. It's fucking dumb. Anyway, though, I think that's the last flashback in the movie. So, what happens next? Maya has now joined the team, unwillingly, like she is tied, like her hands are tied, and they're in a hotel. They have found some victims, they've broken in, they've tied them to chairs, and now Gregory tells Maya to kill one. She shakes her head, she refuses, so then Gregory starts killing one of them with an axe. He kills this man with an axe, and while he's doing that, Maya grabs the machete out of the girl's hand and stabs and kills her. The other stranger, the girl that we just learned about in the flashback. She kills her and then slams her head on the ground, making sure to finish the job. She's now dead. Maya's killed her. And she goes into like a trance where it seems like the weight of this kill is weighing on her, or maybe she really enjoyed the thrill of killing her. And Gregory picks up on that, so he stops murdering the guy with the axe. He's already dead, though. And he stands up Maya and then guides her hand with the blade to kill the other girl, which she does. So now Maya has just played a sizable role in the death of this random woman, and it seems like she feels nothing. In fact, maybe she even enjoyed it, which is something Gregory said. He said, "Felt good, didn't it?" It is bizarre how shitty this idea is. Like, there was no build-up to this at all. Maya just all of a sudden starts going along with it. It's fucking trash. But anyway, The sister's husband and the agent are trailing the sheriff. They're doing a terrible job, by the way. It's the middle of the night in a small town on a single lane dirt road, and they are only like maybe 4 car lengths behind them with their headlights on. Mind you, they are supposed to be incognito. They're supposed to be tailing him unnoticed. Yet they have their headlights on right behind him. So then the sheriff like pulls over and turns his headlights off and basically just disappears. So then they drive by him, get lost, find a random trailer, and the agent's like, you guys need to go in the trailer and stay safe. I'm gonna go wander around in the woods here. Which he does. He wanders around the woods. He finds like this sawmill type thing, which has a wood chipper, which we saw earlier. They'd shoot up a body there to hide evidence. He wanders over there and finds that, and then the sheriff finds him and just shoots and kills him. So the agent does nothing besides just lead the sister and the husband into a fucking random trailer. Gregory then shows up with Maya with him, and Gregory knocks over the trailer, and while doing so, her sister's husband just starts randomly shooting. He was given a gun by the agent, so he just starts randomly just fucking firing shots at nothing, shooting at ghosts, and then he's out of ammo, so then Gregory just comes in and kills him with the axe right in front of his wife. And then he drags the sister in front of Maya. Maya is watching this whole thing, pretty emotionless. Like, there's a couple tears that kind of stream down her face, but overall it's like really hollow, and I think it's supposed to drive home like this shell shock idea, but it's really poorly done. And then he just kills her sister right in front of her, to which she still has no real reaction. And then Gregory just leaves with the sheriff, and then Maya just takes his pickup truck with her sister's body and drives away. And then there's a moment where she's like, I don't know, has this eureka, like, I don't want to leave yet, I want to try and get revenge. So she turns the truck around, and then she goes to that underground facility where she wanders across the sheriff who's just listening to the radio, drinking a beer, and she shoots and kills him with a shotgun. And then she wanders into a room which is just full of fucking candles and scribblings on the wall. Turns out that's Gregory's room. And Gregory comes in there and they share the worst dialogue together. I wrote this down. I could not believe this dialogue. Also, I don't know how she even found this underground facility in the first place. She was held here for maybe 2 seconds and somehow remembered exactly where it was off of like a quick sign. But regardless, when Gregory enters the room, it is the worst exchange I've ever seen. What is supposed to be like this clash and like a very tense moment is just embarrassing. I couldn't even get the words down in the notepad because I was just so, like, I was fuming at the cringe. So, like, the first thing here is just a bunch of gibberish because I just started pounding on the keypad on my phone and then said, it's so fucking cringe. Quote, she was the only light in the dark. This is referring to the girl that Maya killed in chapter 2. The one that grew up with him murdering together. It is a monologue about how the only thing in Gregory's life was her. The only good thing in the pain. There's only pain in Gregory. It's only just pain. Except for her, but now she's gone, so it's pain again. And it's dark. It's so dark. And Maya says, it's quiet in the dark. So now she's like relating to him like, yes, the dark. I have nothing now. Which is something she says. When he says, now you have the pain, I freed you from it, I freed you from everything, now all you have is pain like me. She says, no, I don't have pain, I have nothing. You've given me nothing, it's all nothing now. It's so bad, it's so bad. And she finishes it by saying, the only thing I have left is you. And then she's already asked him to take the mask off so she can have this heart-to-heart. And then they get like really intimate, like romantic, but in an animalistic way. So he starts sniffing her, gritting his teeth, and snarling as she's petting him. I thought he was about to transform into a werewolf or something. So like he's just like nuzzling her and doing this. And she's petting him this whole time. And he's just like nuzzling her. It's so bad. It's so bad. And then she stabs him. So they start hugging and then she stabs him. And then she grabs the axe and kills him with the axe. But right before she kills him with the axe, he smiles and says, we're the same now. And she says, maybe. before delivering the final blow with the axe. And the movie ends with her leaving the underground facility with the mask in hand. The mask that Gregory used. So the idea is now she is the same as the strangers. It's so bad! It's so bad! Everything this trilogy tried to do, it fails at it. Super sucks. I can't believe they even bothered. I really can't. I don't know what they thought they were cooking. I don't know. It's terrible. I didn't think that this conclusion would be as bad as it is. I knew it wasn't going to be good. Obviously, I knew it wasn't going to be good. But it's even worse than I could have imagined for this trilogy. Holy shit. I had to yap about it, man. It's so bad. Now, I do think there are some moments that are entertainingly bad. Fun bad, so bad it's good. There's a couple sequences that definitely fit that bill. But I just don't think it's worth watching 3 movies of it. I just don't. So yeah, anyway, this shit was terrible. That's about it. So, yeah, it's good. Pluribus is the latest from Vince Gilligan, and he proves, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he just can't miss. He is just him. It's incredible how everything he's made, I like. More like Vince gurgling, because I am gargling and swallowing everything he puts out with a smile on my face. This man just knows how to tickle me. He is able to put out things that I just really, really enjoy. The only thing he's made that I can even think of where I had, like, multiple complaints was El Camino, and that really did feel like it was kind of more of a paycheck as opposed to a passion project that he wanted to see through. But even that wasn't bad or anything. Anyway, though, enough Gilligan glaze here. Let's talk about Pluribus. I think it is such a fascinating concept that is explored beautifully. In a nutshell, I'll avoid spoilers for now, but of course, I get into spoilers, so I'll give you a warning when we get there. The show is basically about an invasion, but not in the traditional sense that you're thinking of, where tiny green aliens come down, probe our butts, and suck our tits and everything. This is an invasion in the sense where everyone's mind on the planet all of a sudden joins together into a huge hive mind. After a mysterious discovery at the beginning of episode 1, and a set of circumstances that lead to a spread of some sort, everyone joins into this giant collective. And there is no longer any I, there is only we. And everyone on the planet, save for 13 survivors, are now part of that collective. And they're basically omniscient since they have the collective knowledge of all, 7 billion people except for these 13. And since they're spread out all over the planet and information hits all of them instantaneously, they can basically do and get anything like that, like magic. And the 13 survivors now inhabit this world with this not human entity that has taken over the humans, but it's like really nice. It's like super fucking polite. And we follow Carol Sturka, who is one of the 13, and she... now we're going to get into spoilers. Now it's spoilers time. Spoiler warning. She lost someone very dear to her. And she hates what's happened here because it is the death of individuality. These are not really people anymore. It's now a thing. And she doesn't like that, and she's fearful of when they eventually force her to join as well, she would lose herself. It's a really, really interesting concept, and Carol Sturka is played by Ray Seahorn, who's extremely talented. I'm sure if you've seen Better Call Saul, you already know that, but she crushes it in this role. She is alone. She is miserable. She's been through so much, and she continues to try and fight against this entity, and even tries to team up with the other survivors whom just aren't interested in it. They like this because this entity that has now joined the consciousness of all the humans on the planet is so fucking nice, so sweet. Granted, it's a big old dweeb, it's a huge twerp, basically talking to a Redditor 24/7, but it genuinely wants to make the 13 survivors happy. It will do anything they ask. It can't lie to them. It cannot hurt them. It will actually go out of its way, sacrificing people to help these survivors be happy. And even in one of the episodes, Carol's pushing them to their limits. What if I asked for an atom bomb? Would you give me that? And they're like, well, we wouldn't be happy about it, but we would. And it's just so interesting because it's understandable why the other survivors wouldn't really view this as like a negative thing, because it is world peace. Nobody's getting hurt anymore. There's no dying. There's no conflict. It's complete tranquility and just infinite, sunshine and rainbows. But it's not real people anymore. It's now just this thing that has their minds and their souls. They're basically puppets, but they're very nice puppets. And the show is just so well written, which I've come to expect from Vince Gilligan's work. It is always impressive just how tight the writing is with its characters, and especially the narrative here, where even when there is something dark, like a big reveal that Carol Sturka unveils about this entity, it's then able to be argued from their perspective, well, this is why we do that. We do that because X, Y, and Z. And when you hear their side of it, it's shit, that's pretty understandable. It's still hard to view them as evil bad guys, even though they are. They non-consensually did take over the entire planet's consciousness to join it together, because that's how it spreads, that's how it survives, and it believes it's a blessing. It believes it's doing everyone a favor, because everyone that joins is apparently extremely happy about it. So they're viewing it as this gift, but there are things about it that are weird and sketchy and even downright unforgivable. And when those get unveiled and Carol brings it up to the other survivors or to the hive mind, they have really strong arguments for why they have to do that to survive, because not only can they not hurt the survivors, they can't hurt any living creature. They won't step on an ant. They won't swat a mosquito. They won't pick a fucking apple. So it's so fascinating watching them explore this concept, because it is a bad thing. All the people on the planet no longer have their own agency. So if one of the survivors, one of them we see, asks them hey, I want you, all fucking 20 of you women, I want you all to come over here so we can fuck. They can't say no. They have to say yes, and they willingly do so because they love the survivors so much. They say that many times, no matter what gets done to them. Even Carol does some really, bad things to them that you would think they'd want to, strike back or, stop her from doing. They don't. They still love her. And even when they, separate, it's not on bad terms, and they still will do anything to provide for her, make her happy. It's just so... I can't express enough just how interesting it is. And of course, you're constantly wondering, is there a way to fix it? And as the episodes progress, there are some breadcrumbs about maybe there is a way to fix this. And how are they going to figure out how to do that? There's only 13 of them on the planet, and no one wants to cooperate with Carol, except for a character that finally enters the fold that we've been introduced to earlier, named Menusos, who is a great fucking character. This guy is from the second this happened, he's immediately, nose in the books trying to figure out how to stop it. He isolates from the hive mind, the others. He doesn't talk to them, doesn't interact with them. He is just constantly trying to figure out what he can do to fix this and save the world. Eventually, he gets some tapes from Carol, and now, at the season's conclusion, they are going to team up to try and figure out how to stop this, how to fix this, and bring everybody back. Because it seems like an impossible task. Yet, there were little glimmers of hope that there is a way, and Menusos got very creative with exploring and understanding how this joining worked in the first place. And I'm so curious to see where that goes in season 2, which I just read isn't exactly right around the corner, which is a little disappointing. But anyway, I have very few complaints about this show. As you can tell, I really did enjoy it a lot. It's not a show I think everyone's going to like. It is a slow burn. A lot of this is very much spending time with Carol Sturka, processing everything and grieving what she's lost and trying to come to terms and trying to figure out how to live in this new world while also trying to fight back against them. And then also the confusion that comes with it, because they are extremely nice and none of the other survivors seem to think it's a bad thing. They view it as the best thing that ever happened to them and the planet as a whole. So then it gets confusing with, well, maybe she's in the wrong. And even you as the viewer, since you keep seeing how nice they are and how they're able to explain things that would ordinarily be inexplicable, you start to wonder, well, are they even really that evil in the first place? It is just really well done. I think they have crushed it. And I really like Menusos' character as well. I know I'm highlighting Carol because she is the main character, but Menusos is great. Like, I think he has been such an interesting contrast to Carol's journey, where Carol from the very beginning immediately was like cooperating with them, not because she liked them or anything, but because she was trying to understand more about them directly and try and figure out how to fight them. But Usos, completely on his own, fucking pulled himself up by his own bootstraps, dusted off his shoulder, just got to business, and anytime they even tried to interact with him, he told them to fuck right off. He would even threaten to, like, kill them. He wants nothing to do with them, and he tries his best to avoid taking things from other people, even though the people aren't there anymore. So he chooses not to. So instead of flying from Paraguay all the way to Carol, which he could do with the others, even offering it to him, saying like, hey, we can get you there in a couple of hours. He's like, nope, you can go kick rocks, eat dirt. I'm going to make this long journey and hike through extremely dangerous conditions here to do it myself. It's very cool. I like the show a lot. Like I said, it's not going to be for everybody, and I know that. Now, all this being said, I do have a pretty big complaint. Since there are so few survivors in the show, there's not a lot of opportunity for characters to be interacting with one another. Now, of course, there's a lot of individuals from the hive mind, but that's all the same character. That is one character, even though it's got a bunch of different faces. So even though Carol spends a lot of time with, Zosha from the hive mind and interacts with other characters from the hive mind, she's still interacting with just that same character. Same with all the other survivors we see interacting with the hive mind. That is still just one character. So I feel like we miss out on a lot of character interactions because it's mainly Carol and the hive mind and nobody else, until Manusos gets there, and then we get to see Manusos interact with the hive mind. But again, the hive mind is one character. So instead of in Breaking Bad or something where there's a, big cast of characters that you see interact pretty often, here, not so much. And even from the survivor side, outside of Manusos and Carol, there's really only one other survivor that we see a handful of times, and he's just basically the pervert, this is great, I get to fuck all the time, and I get to live in Las Vegas, and everything's at my disposal, like Air Force One, yippee. Other than that, the only other survivor we see is one that is very energetic, enthusiastic about joining the hive mind, and that's it. And they don't interact. We don't see a whole lot of interaction. So that was just something that kind of left me feeling a little underwhelmed with how little we see characters themselves talk to each other. But that's also kind of the point. Carol is alone. And even with the hive mind being around, that's not really a person there. You're still alone. It's kind of like using ChatGPT as your best friend. It's there to just make you feel good and just do what it can to keep you hooked on it. That's kind of like interacting with the hive mind in Pluribus. It is literally there to just always be your yes man and nothing else, to make you try and feel good. And that's it. So you don't get real character interaction, so it does feel very isolating, which I think is a good thing, but also from a viewer's perspective, I just would have liked to seen more with characters interacting. And now that Manusos and Carol are teaming up, I'm sure we will. And the little bits and pieces we got of that at the end of the season were good. I'm just hoping for more going forward, that's all. That's my only complaint about season 1 of Pluribus. Overall, I think it was just a great series. I highly recommend it, but I don't think everyone's going to like it. It is slow. But for me, that's not a big deal, so Pluribus I thought slapped. That's about it. So yep. There's a lot I want to talk about here after seeing what happened at TwitchCon last night with Emiru being assaulted by a rogue lunatic fan who just walked completely unimpeded past the line at her meet and greet and unconsensually hugged her and looked like tried to kiss her, which is textbook assault. And it's very scary that it was able to happen so easily here. He was shoved off by a security guard, but then he just walked away.
Whoa. That's crazy. Holy shit, what the fuck was that?
You're a creep!
What
The full clip goes on for about a minute and a half longer, but you've now seen the entire security presence here for the Emiru meet and greet. One person. One security guard. I have seen a stronger security presence at my dilapidated local Winn-Dixie. This is fucking crazy. One guy. And also worth mentioning, it's not Emiru's preferred bodyguard from what I understand.
I had a security guard 2 years ago where there was a guy following me around TwitchCon, and he like asked him to stop multiple times. My guard asked him and the guy wouldn't stop, so he grabbed the guy, but he didn't like hurt him. He was just holding the guy until like the con security came. And then for some reason they're like, yeah, because your security guard touched him, he's like permabanned from the venue forever. But he didn't even hit him or anything. He just like held him while they waited for like the police to come. And
what the fuck?
And it was like my favorite security guard. I can't have him at TwitchCon anymore.
Now, as I was rendering this video, Emiru posted an update to everything to shed light on everything that happened. And this bodyguard you see push that guy is someone she hired. It's not her first round draft pick or anything. It is not her preferred bodyguard, but it's who she was allowed to bring. And she was surrounded is the word I'm using, very loosey-goosey. There was like a couple of other Twitch-provided Fiverr security drones elsewhere that just didn't react at all. The only one who did something was the one she hired. We're going to be going through her statement quite a bit here, but she's giving an update to let people know that she's okay and thankful for the outpouring of support. The guy had crossed multiple barriers, even in front of other creators, to grab and try and kiss her. Which he was unsuccessful at doing, thanks to being pushed off. She then says that she doesn't understand how he was allowed to get that far in the first place, and that the security that does react is her own, confirming that it's not her usual security guard since he was banned. She then says that there were 3 to 4 other TwitchCon security who didn't react and even let him walk away, which, again, is something you can confirm by watching the clip that he just walks away completely unimpeded. The woman who was walking me away is also her own personal manager. It's not even event staff, which I thought it was event staff. Turns out it's not. The only 2 people who were checking on her and comforting her were her and her friend. Not even Twitch staff was coming to check on her. There's more in her statement we're going to get to in a moment, but I want to go in chunks here. So, I thought it was 1 security guard and then a couple of event staff that you could see in the clip. Turns out it's 1 security guard she brought, and then no event staff. It's just her manager and her friend. So where the fuck is TwitchCon security or staff at all here? They just let this guy walk up to her and did nothing, and even just let him get away after assaulting her too. Again, I still cannot even believe they banned the security guard that she wanted to bring and had brought in the past that did successfully prevent a potential threat from harming her. It's so fucked up, and I truly can't understand the thought process behind their decision to ban him in the first place. He did his job properly. He held the potential threat until authorities arrived. What else are you supposed to do? That's like the number one thing. You're supposed to stop the threat. And that sounds like exactly what he did here. I think maybe Twitch was concerned that he used excessive force or something because he grabbed him. What? Like, what do they think? He put him into a headlock and then hit him with an atomic power bomb into a fucking tombstone pile driver and then a Frankensteiner on the way out? Like, what do they think happened there? Now, I've read mixed things on who's responsible for that bodyguard being banned, whether it was Twitch or the venue TwitchCon is held at. But regardless of who's responsible for the ban, the fact that he is forbidden from being there because of being good at his job is just unacceptable. This guy walks past this entire line, literally just fucking fee-fi-fo-fums through the whole line here at the meet and greet and assaults Emiru. Nobody stopped him when he was cutting through the line, and it wasn't until he had already assaulted Emiru that he got pushed off. And then he didn't even get stopped or anything by additional security because there was only that one guy that was there as like a bodyguard. Like, I don't know, I would just kind of expect after a fucking assault just unfolded here, there would be a big response from the TwitchCon security personnel. Like coming over here throwing like a spike strip down or like at least throwing a banana peel down so he slips and falls on it so they can apprehend him. But I didn't see any of that happen. Nothing at all, just fucking crickets. Just tumbleweed rolling through here. Like, he just walked away. Apparently, he did get ID'd, like, after this happened later, because Twitch made a statement, which we'll go through in a minute, and it sounds like they ID'd the guy and everything. But this is a complete failure on Twitch's shoulders here for their event. They banned her preferred bodyguard, whom has previously demonstrated the ability to stop something like this from happening, and instead supplied non-existent TwitchCon security around her meet and greet, and forced her to hire a different bodyguard, one that wasn't nearly as efficient as the one that she typically uses and wanted to have present here to protect her. And just stew on this for a moment, because when you break it down, TwitchCon security literally did nothing. Not only did they not stop the guy before he assaulted Emiru, again, it could have even been a murder or something if he had like a weapon or something. He was not stopped despite plenty of, ample opportunity for them to intervene. Not only did they not stop him, after it happened, they didn't even pursue him. The only one who acted at all, that one security guard, was not a TwitchCon security guard. It was someone Emiru hired, a bodyguard she hired. That was the only person that acted at all. And the only people that checked on Emiru were her team. No one on the TwitchCon event side of things, apparently, according to Emiru. So that means at TwitchCon, the security didn't do anything at all, nor did the event staff do anything to even check on her after this happened. Holy shit. That is inexcusable. I've talked about events and stuff in the past. I've never been to TwitchCon. I have no plans of ever going to TwitchCon or anything even remotely similar to it. And I've always expressed, A, I don't think I'd have fun, and B, I'm always worried about events like that, like legitimate safety concerns. Ever since the Christina Grimmie tragedy, where she was murdered at a meet and greet, I just have a huge hesitation with this kind of thing. Because you never really know who's there and what security looks like. I know prior to TwitchCon, apparently there was a big emphasis on Twitch's side of beefing up their security. I'm not seeing that at all. The proof is not in the pudding here from what I'm seeing. It's extremely concerning that this creep was able to just walk up slowly, mind you. It's not like he charged the stage or something, with a fucking 4-second 40 where they couldn't respond in time. He slowly, calmly walked past everyone. Security, event staff, no one stopped him at all. Like, shit, I got stopped more often trying to go to a lacrosse party in college. Like, they were more vigilant about stopping people from getting into a fucking party, let alone, the actual safety of the guests here at this event. It is just crazy to me because this guy could have had a weapon. He absolutely could have had a weapon. It is just dangerous. It is dangerous, and it's a complete failure on Twitch's part here. Now, like I said, they did make a statement about this. The safety and security of all those attending TwitchCon is our highest priority. The behavior displayed by the individual involved in the incident yesterday involving a high-profile streamer was completely unacceptable and deeply upsetting. In line with existing TwitchCon security protocols, law enforcement and event security were on site and responded to the incident. When? In 7 business days? Where were they? Because, again, in the longer clip, it's 2.5 minutes, and he just walks away. You can see him leaving, and I maybe I missed it, but I didn't see anyone stopping him at any point. We immediately blocked this individual from returning to the TwitchCon premises, and they are banned indefinitely from Twitch, both online and in-person events. We're coordinating with the impacted creators team, and per our standard protocols, continue to cooperate with any law enforcement investigations. We have increased security at the meet and greet attendee check-in point, and we'll have additional security personnel surrounding participating streamers. If you've RSVP'd for a meet and greet, please note that we are unable to accommodate +1s for the remainder of the event. Twitch has zero tolerance for harassment or acts that inhibit the safety and security of our community. Like I said, based on their statement here, it sounds as though they ID'd the guy responsible for this assault here, mentioning that he's been banned on Twitch and from the events. It sounds like there's also going to be additional follow-ups, I believe. That's how it read to me. Now, as a result of the assault that Emiru experienced at their event, they are going to be having a stronger security presence at further meet and greets that are scheduled. The question begs to be asked, why wasn't that an emphasis beforehand? You're saying that safety was your top priority, yet it's very clear, very evident in this clip that there's not a lot of security there. So what are you doing about safety? I don't understand. If safety's such a high priority, where's security? Why, I don't know why it's so lackluster then if it's such a high priority. And again, this is a huge streamer. Emiru is one of the biggest streamers. What does security look like for streamers that aren't her size? I genuinely have no idea. It's a legitimate question I'm asking because, again, Emiru is one of the biggest streamers, and TwitchCon didn't have any adequate security presence at her meet and greet. What does it look like for a smaller streamer doing a meet and greet? Did they provide anything at all to them? And also, what they do provide is basically anyway, nothing. The security didn't act at all here. So now let's go back to Emiru's statement, because she says something very interesting here about Twitch's statement. In Twitch's statement, they said that the guy was immediately caught and detained. Sorry, but that is a blatant lie. He was allowed to walk away from my meet and greet, and I didn't hear he was caught until hours after he attacked me, and it felt like this only happened because of my manager pressing for it, not because TwitchCon staff present thought it was a big deal. She mentions there's more she wants to talk about on it, but I'll save it for stream. She then goes on to thank people for the support and confirms that this will be her last TwitchCon, which I think is completely understandable. I think other creators should seriously consider not attending in the future. I did not feel cared for or protected, even bringing my own security and staff. I can't imagine how creators without those options would feel. So according to Emiru's statement here, she believes that the guy wasn't like immediately caught and ID'd by TwitchCon staff or anything like that. And in fact, it wasn't until her manager pressed them for action that they did anything at all. That's unhinged. They didn't want to, jump into action after a fucking assault just took place? I just don't get it. That's completely unhinged. It almost feels like maybe they're more angry about Emiru's bodyguard there shoving the guy. Like maybe they're thinking about banning him from Twitch events in the future or something. Like it doesn't seem like their priority is safety. If they were going to just let this guy walk away until Emiru's manager had to force their hand to do something, this is just not a safe environment. And this isn't a new criticism of TwitchCon. This has been consistently something that people have spoken out about for years with TwitchCon. Like, I'm sure a lot of you have heard the horror stories that have been reported numerous times in the past at previous TwitchCons about like drink spiking or like the lack of security present, stuff like that. It has been something that people have mentioned numerous times, and every time Twitch tries to assure the community that they're really taking security seriously this time around. This time, it's fucking locked down. There's going to be no issues. And like clockwork, there's always seemingly some kind of big security concern or something that arises at TwitchCon. It's just, I don't understand how they're not doing anything to like remedy it. Even in this, which is again supposed to be like their big year of security, like, cause they made a huge stance on how strong they're going to be with security this year and how seriously they're taking it, how seriously they're going to take it. And then day one of TwitchCon, Emiru gets assaulted. And then in this clip, it really seems like there's not a lot of security there. And if there is, like off camera, a bunch of security, they're not very efficacious. They're not very good at stopping a legitimate threat. Like I said, this guy's intentions could have been to murder Emiru here. He could have had a weapon, and he wasn't even stopped. He got all the way to her and assaulted her before he was finally shoved off. Like, there is a real problem. And according to Emiru, it's actually even worse than that on the TwitchCon security side, where they didn't even, want to go after the guy until they were forced to by Emiru's team pressing them for it. So not only did the assault happen under their watch, where they had ample chances to stop that guy, but none of the handful of security that was around intervened in any way, and then didn't do anything to pursue the criminal. That's a crime. That's a crime, and they were just gonna let him get away with that. It's complete lunacy. Emiru mentions that event staff didn't, check on her or anything. What you saw was her team checking on her and, making sure everything's okay. So, what is TwitchCon, where are the event staff and security then? So they don't even check on someone who was just assaulted? They don't even go and see, what just happened? Are you okay? Do you need anything? Nothing at all? That's crazy. It does not feel like safety is a huge priority at TwitchCon. What happened to Emiru is terrible, and it shouldn't have happened at all. It shouldn't happen to her or anybody attending TwitchCon. Another thing I want to briefly mention here. Apparently, Emiru didn't even want to do the meet and greet. She was obligated to in order to keep her show.
So I had to cancel my meet and greet because of the stuff, but in order to, I can't cancel my meet and greet and not cancel her show because of the fact that the reason I cancel my meet and greet is I don't want to be in the same place for 2 hours because of people being weird.
Okay.
And then I'm under contract with them, so I can't cancel one and not cancel the other.
Interesting. Oh.
So I'm sorry,
I kept my meet and greet because I wanted to keep my show. Surely it'll be fine.
I'm sorry, Emmy.
I'm sure everyone will be nice.
It sounds like it was a contractual obligation that if Emiru wanted to keep that show, she would have to do this meet and greet, which is something it doesn't seem like she wanted to do. but was trying to approach it with optimism about people, being nice and not being weird. Unfortunately, that's just not how things panned out. And it's crazy. She didn't even want to do this meet and greet. It's something that it seems Twitch was requiring her to do in order to keep the other thing that she actually did want unrelated to the meet and greet. So she decides to oblige and do this meet and greet, and Twitch doesn't even do the bare minimum of giving her adequate security to protect her. Holy shit. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yep. I know I've already covered a case similar to this, but this one's even more egregious. A 50-year-old grandmother spent 6 months in the slammer doing hard time because AI tools flagged her as a suspect in a bank fraud case. But it turns out the only fraud here was Jarvis going rogue and for some reason targeting Angela Lips. She spent 6 months behind bars for this. Police in North Dakota, using AI facial recognition technology that they must have found on fucking Temu, flagged her as a suspect in a bank fraud case in North Dakota. Now, Angela Lips is a mother of 3, grandmother of 5, and has lived her entire life in north central Tennessee, roughly 1,000 miles away from where the crimes she was accused of committing took place. And yet still, U.S. Marshals showed up at her doorstep last July while babysitting 4 kids and arrested her at gunpoint. The lore goes as follows. There was a woman in North Dakota that was using a fake U.S. Army ID to withdraw tens of thousands of dollars, and then Fargo police were investigating. They ran the surveillance footage through facial recognition software, and it returned a match to Angela Lips. And then, hallelujah, Flesh and Blood came in, but unfortunately he was missing a brain. A detective compared Angela Lips, that was flagged by the facial recognition software, to her Tennessee driver's license and social media images, and concluded she was the perpetrator based on facial features, body type, and hair. Nobody from the department contacted Lips before U.S. Marshals arrested her at gunpoint on July 14th while babysitting those 4 kids. I already know exactly how that detective's thorough analysis went, because we'd actually already seen this before in the last case I covered of AI incorrectly identifying a suspect and leading to an innocent person being arrested. In that last incident, what happened is the authorities were comparing, AI had flagged somebody, and they were comparing driver's license to the picture, and he just basically said, well, alright, if AI says so. There is this blind trust in AI from authorities like this to just do their job for them. So I feel pretty confident that this detective most likely just did the exact same thing, like, alright, AI said it, and AI's never wrong. She's definitely guilty. Let's, sick the Pinkertons on her. Let's get the U.S. Marshals. We'll rappel down. We'll blast through the windows. Maybe let's tear gas that bitch. Let's go hog wild. We already know she's guilty. AI's flagged her. I imagine that's exactly how that went. It is incomprehensible that they acted solely off of AI saying that this is probably that person in the video. They didn't contact her, they didn't question her, they did no actual investigation of this woman before swooping in with the U.S. Marshals holding her at gunpoint in front of the children that she was babysitting. And then it only gets worse from there, because she sat in jail for 108 agonizing days before North Dakota officers collected her, and her attorney, Jay Greenwood, immediately requested her bank records, and Fargo police finally met with Greenwood and Angela on December 19th, 5 months after her arrest, and records showed that she was buying cigarettes and depositing Social Security checks in Tennessee at the time police placed her in Fargo. So she literally could not be the suspect guilty of bank fraud in North Dakota. And they didn't bother to do any investigation or anything at all, clearly, and she had to sit there and stew, marinating in jail for 108 days for doing nothing wrong, literally doing nothing wrong and having no idea why she was there or what the fuck had even connected her to this crime. The case was eventually dismissed on Christmas Eve, but the damage had already been done. She had no money, no coat, no way home, and subsequently lost her house, her car, and her dog. This fucking ruined her life, and she did nothing wrong. This just goes to show you nobody is safe. Literally, no one is safe. You right now watching this, you at any moment can get flagged by AI systems as a huge criminal, and it seems like police won't even bother to investigate. They'll just take AI's word and come swoop you up at gunpoint, and then you'll sit in jail for like 6 months before they'll finally even entertain the idea of an investigation from the sound of things. This is just total clown shit. This is terrifying. You can do nothing wrong and still just end up in jail, confused, cock in hand, wondering what the fuck is happening. And they won't even investigate. They just listen to AI as if it's God. They worship it. It's like, it's shocking to me. It's scary. She lost her house, her car, and her dog. And they're doing nothing to, like, compensate her for this or anything. And when they did finally dismiss the case, it sounds like they just, like, kicked her to the curb, literally dumped her outside, potato sacked her, threw her out like a, fucking bowl of dirty tomatoes, and just said, good luck, find your own way home. Just kidding, I know you lost it. It's wild just how out of control this is. And this is not an isolated incident. As I've said, I've already covered a case similar to this, but not quite to this extreme. The other person who was found guilty by AI, even though they had done nothing wrong, they were not guilty. AI false flagged them. That person was pretty quickly exonerated. This took 6 months and actually ruined her life. She lost, like, everything as a result of it. Just listen to this. She was booked in Tennessee County Jail as a fugitive from justice from North Dakota. So because she was considered a fugitive, she was held without bail and sat in jail for nearly 4 initial months. And then she got a court-appointed lawyer for the extradition process and was told she'd have to travel to North Dakota to fight it. She even stated, I've never been to North Dakota. I don't know anyone from North Dakota. So even though she's 1,000 miles away, the conclusion that they drew from that isn't that maybe AI flagged the wrong suspect here. Maybe this isn't actually a person of interest. Maybe we should follow up with this and see if this is actually like a guilty person or someone associated with this in any way. Instead of like anything logical or sane, they instead said, oh, she must be a fugitive. So go in guns blazing and throw her in county. And since she's a fugitive, that's no bail and we don't have to do anything else. She can just sit there and rot for 4 months. That's horrifying. So again, you sitting right there, maybe you've done nothing wrong your entire life, but you are not safe from this. Like at any moment, it seems like AI could just false flag you as a suspect anywhere across the country here. So like, let's say a criminal goes out there and does some nefarious activities in Rhode Island, and maybe you did a facial scan to verify your age on Discord a month ago. They have access to that data. Maybe AI thinks that you look vaguely familiar to that criminal all the way in Rhode Island. Well, if AI finds you a suspect, they think you look pretty suspicious. Seems like a lot of these police officers won't second guess it at all, so they might just swoop in and grab your ass, throw you in county, hit you with the, hey, you're a fucking fugitive. You got no rights here, so you're gonna sit here and rot for a little while till they can get down here and collect you. Might take a few months, so good luck. Realistically, though, the police would never even say good luck in a case like this. They'd tell you to go fuck yourself, like what they did to Angela Lips. Lips says that the police didn't even offer to pay for her trip home. This is after she was found to be innocent of these crimes in which she spent fucking 108 days in jail for. They didn't offer to pay for her trip home, and with no money to her name, she was stranded in Fargo. Again, this is 1,200 miles away from where she actually lives. Sympathetic local defense attorneys pooled together money to pay for a hotel room, and a local nonprofit called the F5 Project arranged her trip back to Tennessee. I had my summer clothes on, no coat, it was so cold outside, snow on the ground, scared, I wanted out, but I didn't know what I was going to do, how I was going to get home. See, she says that she lost her home, her car, and her dog as a result of her stint in jail, and no one from Fargo Police Department has apologized for the disastrous mix-up, she said. Yeah, that apology's never coming. Right now they're doing this behind the desk about the whole thing. They kicked this woman out into freezing cold temperatures, snow on the ground while wearing her summer clothes after they collected her from Tennessee many months after they wrongfully imprisoned her for a crime she didn't commit and literally couldn't even be a suspect in, all because of AI and them not wanting to do their jobs. So they get her all the way here in a place she is completely unfamiliar with, no money, no appropriate clothing, and they just push her out there and do nothing. No apology, no compensation, and it's entirely because of the good nature of some like actual generous people pooling money together to get her safely accommodated and then safely back to Tennessee, that she was even able to get home. Well, she lost her home, get back to where she's from. The Fargo police seem like heartless demons here. The fucking crew of Davy Jones in the second Pirates of the Caribbean movie was more nice than the Fargo Police Department here, it seems. This is so out of control. They couldn't even utter like a single like apology or acknowledgement of like man, this is rough. Jeez, tough, man. Sorry about that. Nothing at all. And an apology should be the least of it. I mean this sincerely. Everyone involved in this case should lose their jobs as a result of it. I think that's only fair. They are bad at their jobs. The Goof Troop did no investigation at all, wrongfully imprisoned an innocent woman, and did nothing at all to even try and investigate to see if they got the suspect. So they also let the criminal keep getting away with it too, by the way. So, like, they're just dog shit at their jobs. Like, these fucking worms shouldn't have that position anymore. I think that makes sense. 1000%. And it makes you question if there's more people wrongfully imprisoned over there in North Dakota as a result of these police officers here that for some reason just let AI police North Dakota for them and do nothing at all on their own to try and enforce justice and actually catch the bad guys. So why the fuck do these police officers still have their job when they're not even doing it? It's AI doing it, and it's doing it poorly. Like, again, they are shitty at it. They shouldn't have that position anymore. This is not how justice is conducted, with just blindly sucking the cock of AI when it tells you that this is the suspect over 1,000 miles away and you don't question it at all. And then you arrest an innocent woman. This should be a much bigger deal. This should be a much more alarming case everyone should be talking about, because this is a woman who's not even in the same fucking state that has now just spent 6 months in jail over doing nothing. She did nothing wrong. I had no idea what was going on or why. And then ended up getting kicked out of the police department in a state she's not from, with no appropriate clothing for the weather, no money, no transportation, no means of getting home or anything at all, and not a single attempt from the police to try and rectify this, not a single apology from them, no compensation or anything, even though it is solely their fault, entirely their own fault. And they're not even responsible to get her, like, home. They can't even do, like, the bare minimum of getting her back home over 1,000 miles away from where they've just kicked her out over their own embarrassing fuck up, mind you. Like, this is just completely unacceptable. It's like she should be getting oodles of cash from these fucking idiots who have had a deep negative impact on her life. She lost so much from this and they're not doing anything? How is that okay? They need to be punished. She should be compensated in a big way. This actually infuriated me learning about this story. And again, like I said, this isn't the only time it's happened, but this is by far the most extreme example of it happening. But yeah, this shit really grinded my gears, so I really wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So yep. Are we staring down the pipe of the end times? Are we about to experience an apocalyptic flood a mere 3 or so weeks away, as prophesied by a guy on TikTok? A chosen one, whom the Lord apparently dropped this patch note to with a little sneak peek, giving him a warning, and then also issuing him the noble task of building arcs to save as many as possible. On the surface, it might sound silly that a lot of people are genuinely questioning if this prophecy is going to come true, much like the last Doomsday TikTok prediction. But when you really dive into the meat and potatoes of it and get into the weeds, it's even sillier that anyone, even a single person, would for some reason believe this. It is always just a source, trust me bro type moment. A guy on TikTok claims he received a vision from God, and he draws a big distinction that this is not a prophecy per se, just a vision of the end. That on December 25th, the world would, start flooding, wiping us all out, and that he is now, going the route of Noah, needing to build arcs to save people. That's exactly what he's been doing. His math, I think, is a little off when it comes to his estimations on how many people they can hold. I've seen a bunch of big numbers tossed around, and based on the video footage he's provided of the boats he's building, I don't think the numbers he's proposing would ever work unless everyone gets hit by a fucking shrink ray or something. Like, it'd be real tough to start making those numbers work that he's tossing around all loosey-goosey. But as for if the world's going to be flooding in 3 weeks, I'm not exactly sold on that. I live my life by a simple rule. There are two kinds of men on this planet. Men that have tried to suck their own dicks, and liars. I don't exactly know where this guy fits into that yet. I guess we're gonna have to wait and see on December 25th if the world starts flooding. And if it does, Jiminy Christmas, I'm gonna feel like a real fool for not believing him and booking a ticket for one of the arcs. I just learned about this on stream a little bit ago, but then dove in and did my own homework on it, perusing TikTok, the experts. And there are quite a few videos with millions of views talking about this and showing like some level of genuine concern. Some of them are just trolling, but there are people that actually think this one's got some real oomph to it because he did build some boats. He did build some arcs. Gotta tell you, sports fans, even if the world doesn't flood in 3 or so weeks, this guy's still going to be set like a sailor here with all these boats he's got at his disposal now. Man, fucking, maybe it wasn't the Lord who gave him that task. Maybe Davy Jones came to him in a dream to build some boats, and dag nabbit, it did work. He's got quite an impressive collection of boats now that he is building. Did he talk about the guy who's creating the Noah's Ark and said December 24th the world is going to be flooded? Another doomsday prophecy? No, what's his name? I'll check it out. Yeah, he said the events of the Bible would reenact themselves on the 25th of December onward. Who? You keep saying he. Who is it, Noah? Did he himself come back? He respawned? Like, who is it? Ken Ham. Are you sure it's Ken Ham? Because this is old. This is a guy who built the Ark Encounter, where he made like a horrible Noah's Ark. There's no... People keep reciting the goddamn prophecy without saying who prophesized it. What good is that? Who is it that built the Ark and is saying the world is flooding in 3 weeks? I want to look it up. I gotta get prepared if he's right. The guy's name is literally Noah. I'm just gonna try and type like a fucking caveman here. Well, that didn't work. Oh, wait. Is this it? Ebo Noah? Oh my god, wait, that my search actually did work. I typed that in like an actual Neanderthal. I typed in, he said world flood December 24th built Ark. And it worked. Is this it? Ebo Noah sends warning to people ahead of the December 25th flood that he said God revealed to him on flooding the earth and to make an arch to accommodate every living creature on earth in pairs just like Noah did in the Bible. It looks pretty cool. Is that big enough for every living creature on Earth in pairs? Like that? I don't know, it seems like maybe 2 stories high. You need like the PIM particles to shrink them in order to make that work. Can I see a video of it? Oh, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow us introduce the man, the myth, and the carpenter of the century, Ebo Noah, just Ghana's very own Noah II. According to him, a massive flood is coming on the 25th of December, and he's not just talking, the man has already constructed 8 arks.
He made 8? Wait, that's very impressive. Holy. I'm not exactly sold on the prophecy here. I don't know if he's necessarily Baba Vanga level, but his carpentry, it's pretty impressive.
£250,000 in wood alone. Each ark can take 5,000 people, he said.
5,000 people where?
And carry 600 million people. I have questions for Ebo Noah. How and where is he getting the money to buy the wood for the arks? And then why is he wasting a lot of money knowing perfectly that this isn't true? Well, let's wait for 25th and see what happens.
Man, this guy's got like a whole shipyard here. It's like when Luffy and the gang go to Water 7. Like, holy shit. He actually did build a lot of these bitches, huh? Very cool looking. I can tell you one thing, 5,000 people and every living creature on Earth in pairs ain't fitting on those.
It's for only those who have a covenant with God.
Oh, sword clashing sound effect there.
Okay, I will never insult you. The number is 054155.
Whoa, okay, wait a minute. Man's dropping his cell phone number there for a second. I just want to know about the prediction, brother. I'm not here to start no shit. I just want to know where the prediction's coming from is all. I'm gonna tell you, that's a lot of wood. I'm gonna tell you, probably not gonna get a whole lot of use out of the arcs. Is this the blueprint? Because it is not that big, I'll tell you that. God literally said he'd never flood the earth again. It's why he made the rainbow. Ah, someone that actually read the Bible. You're right. But he also said no one would ever know when he was going to do it. No man would ever see it coming. I am curious if, this happens all the time now with, doomsday prophecies, and people do believe it. But I wonder in this case how many people actually think the world is flooding in 3 weeks. And if there's a lot of people right now booking flights to Ghana to get on his arks. I'd be very interested to know. I can't imagine it's like a ton of people. But even just a handful would be fascinating. Maybe you're just trying to start a boat business and this is the hook. What a banger marketing scheme that would be. I had this dream about the world flooding, so I built these boats. Didn't flood. But now I'm selling these boats. You too can own your own ark. Why not just get some of the boats that already exist? No, what? Boats that already exist? Those aren't arks, brother. What are you talking about? No. Seems like it's becoming even more common now for easy TikTok views to just start making doomsday predictions now because people will actually believe it for some reason. But I will say, those boats look pretty cool. Like they seem like high quality vessels. Don't know if they're going to get much of a workout when it comes to like a global flood or anything, but I bet they'd be a lot of fun to take out for a spin regardless. Anyway though, that's really about it. So yeah. Every day we inch closer and closer to the bleak future where nobody owns anything. Even the idea of ownership is looking like a foreign concept of a long-forgotten age, as every corporate vampire zombie husk worm person is scrambling to try and shove this idea down your throat that you will be happier owning nothing. You will own nothing and be happy. I know I've yapped about this a lot over the last 2 or 3 years, but that's because it's been accelerating at such an alarming pace. Look at this newest development here. You can now lease a PlayStation 5. Zoinks! Certified turbo zoinks moment if I've ever seen one. This is all fart, no poop. This shit is fucking foul. You have a plethora of really enticing options here to choose from €10 a month up to 17 depending on the model and I guess the duration of the lease. This is fucking outlandish. This is some hogwash. I cannot believe that we are just seeing this now just out in the open, out in the wild, unashamedly. Now, I was reading through things, and it seems like 36-month contract is what you would sign for this agreement here, and you don't ever own it. It doesn't seem like you pay for X amount of time, X amount of dollars, in this case like 10 clams, until eventually you pay it off and it's yours. That doesn't seem to happen. I don't know this company, but I was looking into them, and it seems like they do this for a lot of tech, and what happens is, when you're done with the contract, you send it back. So you end up just paying significantly more overtime. It also doesn't even make a mention of PS Plus being included. So presumably if you want to have the PS Plus service, which I imagine most people would want if they're buying a console in the first place, you're then paying even more on top of that over a long period of time and never actually even own the motherfucker in the first place. And then they just ask you to like send it back politely. What an incredible deal. If you've been hit in the head with a sledgehammer, I suppose. But I think a lot of people might just see, oh, as low as 10 a month. Jiminy Christmas, that's a great deal. That's very cheap. That's better than just, saving up and buying it. And I haven't seen too many people defending it, but I have seen a few brainless goob-zoomers that are always latching on to terrible fucking business practices and defending them as if it's their fucking job to do so, fighting PR battles for these billion-dollar megacorps for no reason, no gain, aside from just being treated like a fleshlight by these companies. So there definitely has been some chirping here from these addicts that must consume the goob at all times, no matter what, so they're defending this to a certain extent, but most people are rightfully pushing back on this, calling out how outrageous it is. It's a bunch of horseradish. This is not good. And it's a symptom of the direction most of the world is going, where the weasels at the top of the food chain are trying to get you comfy with the idea that you don't own shit. You will own nothing and be happy. You don't question it. Just endlessly subscribe. Rent, lease, subscribe. you have nothing. Just suckling on their teat forever. And the beauty in the case of the PS5 here, once you're done suckling, you've had your fill of milk, you have to spit it all back up. You no longer even get to keep the console you've been paying for 36 fucking months. You have to send it back. And like, imagine that you're late on sending it back, by the way, and fucking Raylo sicks the Pinkertons on you to repo your PS5 from the lease. It's so ridiculous, man. And the fact that there's anyone that thinks that this is a good idea really shocks me. I understand that renting consoles, renting TVs, renting from all kinds of different places has been a thing for a while, and a variety of different things. It's just that now every company is up in your face and just blatantly obvious about their new push to get everyone comfortable switching to the lease everything model, you will own nothing and be happy model. And in the case of Raylo, with the very limited research I've done on them, it seems like they primarily target low-income households. And in the case of the PlayStation 5, it seems like the goal is to get these families spending money that they ordinarily wouldn't be on a PlayStation 5. A low-income household probably isn't super gung-ho and comfortable dropping hundreds of dollars on a PlayStation 5. But Raylo having an offering as low as 10 doubloons a month, well, now all of a sudden, maybe that family does start spending, and they're spending it on something that they ordinarily wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo's getting a piece of that pie now. So Raylo's getting paid $10 a month from this family, and at the end of the 36-month contract, that family is paid pretty close to what the normal retail cost is for the device, except now they have nothing to show for it because they have to send the device back to Raylo, who then gets to repeat this process, rinse and repeat. Meanwhile, the family that is now paid $10 a month over the course of this contract gets fucking squat. It's a terrible deal. And it's a smart business move from Raylo because what they are doing is they are incentivizing the low-income households that they're, what I believe, targeting on purpose to start spending on things that ordinarily they wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo gets to facilitate that and make money off of that. And then that family gets nothing. They end up with nothing. They're just out a bunch of money over the course of those months. And now another thing I saw a lot of people bringing up, I guess is part of like a strategy, is like, you know, you rent the PlayStation 5 right before GTA 6 drops, and you only rent it for like a month at $10 and then cancel the lease there and send it back. So you get to play through the game that you're interested in on a PlayStation 5 for $10. I don't know if that's permissible by the Raylo contract. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It seems like you can cancel it at any time, so I'm guessing it is. So I guess if you're someone that wants to just play a PlayStation 5 for like a day, a month, 2 months, 3 months, and then instantly cancel it, so I guess in that case you do end up saving a lot of money if you're someone who only wants to play the PlayStation 5 for a very brief period of time. You could do that strategy if it's allowed in their contract. I don't know if it is or not. Maybe they'll get the Pinkertons back on the horn for you or something. Couldn't tell you. But I feel like the norm with consoles is you get a console under the idea that you will own it long term because presumably there's more games coming out over time that you might have an interest in. Thus you would need the console to play them. So it'd be pretty silly to keep renting the PlayStation 5 every time a new game comes out. Then it would end up costing you money in the long term. But if you're someone that just wants to play a PlayStation for like a month or two, then I guess that strategy would make sense. I just don't think that's the typical procedure. Most people, when they move to get a console, they're probably looking to have it very long term and actually own it, which this does not allow you to do. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything I've said across countless videos now about this whole subscription-based economy and this whole you will own nothing and be happy territory we've entered across the board. I think as it's beaten time and time again by these corporations, people will just come to accept it, and something like leasing a PlayStation 5 will no longer be like a weird, wacky, wild thing that's outrageous. People will just accept it as totally standard business practice. Like, 'cause think, not too long ago, Klarna was advertising how you can put fucking burritos on Klarna. You can lease burritos, and now you can lease your goddamn PlayStation 5, soon to be everything else in your life. The idea of ownership dying. Not just dying, being murdered, executed in cold blood, defiled, the corpse being dragged through the streets, paraded, mutilated, and taking the place of ownership becomes the idea, imagination of having something that's yours. when it's not and never will be. And I shudder to picture that future where you're the weirdo for not wanting to lease your fucking Five Guys burger. People will look at you like some kind of circus freak because you want to actually, like, own something. Get a load of this guy. This geriatric fossil tried to buy a PlayStation 7 instead of just putting it on fucking Klarna. And this push that the whole world has made to everything going subscription based and like lease instead of own, rent instead of buy, it's trash. Which is why I've become such like a big advocate for the consumer rights wiki. This is something that I've only recently become aware of, but this seems like a truly valuable service, which is just a platform that solely aims to educate consumers on anti-consumer practices that are being integrated into products. Seems like a very simple mission to just give you as much information as possible about what a lot of these shady companies are doing with their services and their products. So I really do appreciate what's been going on over there. I'll put a link to it in the description if anyone's curious about it or want to check anything out there. This is not like a sponsored segment or anything. I want to make that clear. I have just talked about this a lot and only recently had this put on my radar as something that's aiming to help in the fight against this you will own nothing and be happy future. So I've been all for it and just something I wanted to mention here. It is not sponsored or anything like that. Anyway, just another video yapping about this topic. I hope people continue to reject the notion of you will own nothing and be happy. It should not be something that people are just okay with. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Good morning, butterflies. I hope you've put on your favorite smile, ready to grab the day, put it in a headlock, and ask it who its father is. I've recently found something to smile about too, thanks for asking. A passion that was once lost, but I have now found. 30-year-old man still has fun the old-fashioned way. I've talked about this a little bit, but I'm going so hog wild on it I can't help but yap about it one more time. Also, I'm going to talk about a couple other things like editing, that kind of thing, which has apparently become a bit of a big topic after yesterday's upload. But let's start with that first part, passion. I am a man with so much love to give. The cup runneth over on my capacity for love that it like loops back around to being neutral. It's that powerful. And my first love was gaming. Gaming. An integral part of my life. In fact, the first time I ever saw a mons pubis on a woman was in the game Backyard Wrestling for the Xbox. They had like a little section for videos they filmed while partying at backyard wrestling events. And a woman was drinking like a Bud Light and then like moved her bikini down a little bit. And you could see like the beginnings of a mons pubis. And my mind was blown. Where would I be without gaming? Who knows? Shooting up heroin somewhere behind a Walmart next to the dumpster most likely would be my guess. Gaming has always been a core part of my soul. Like my whole internet presence stemmed from gaming. Gears of War. And it's always been like the bread and butter content of my channel. But as I've gotten older, morphing more and more into just some geezer, I haven't been playing as many games. Like, yeah, of course I still stream every new game that comes out, like every big AAA title, but I haven't grinded games like I used to for Rainbow Six Siege or Apex Legends. I haven't played all of the wacky games that come out, like, you know, that no one's ever heard of like I used to with all of these obscure titles and fucking really off-the-wall concepts. I've kind of stopped doing that. And about 2 weeks ago, it really started to dawn on me how much I missed it. So I started a whole channel just for it. And I think there's been a big misconception with this channel, the Moist Critical Gaming one. People just assumed it would be all edited stream VODs of games that I played on stream. But that's not the case. What I actually want the channel to be is a combination of course that, because I do still game on stream more so now than ever. But the big thing is, I've gone back to my roots. The old gameplay and commentary days where I would just play games off stream, record it, and post it because I wanted to play those games. So I've started doing that again too, and it has been such a breath of fresh air. So like on that channel right now, I have a Titanfall 2 video, Fly Night, Battlefield Bad Company 2, Max Payne 1, all these games that I wanted to just play on my own and I recorded it to post on that channel, and it has been a joy. I feel like what must have happened without me even noticing is, as I was like a daily streamer for a while, which I do still stream almost every day, even though I consider myself more of a part-time streamer now, but as I was like grinding streaming for a while, gaming kind of just became like a chore almost, like something I felt I was expected to do as opposed to something I wanted to do. So it lost that spark for me. But setting the clock back, going back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass, it gets me excited again to game. Not only off stream, but even on stream. I know this all sounds like a tall glass of who gives a fuck, but I don't know. It feels like as you get older, some things that you used to love start to lose that charm. And that's a shitty feeling. And it happened, again, without me even really noticing, or even really giving a thought to it. And it wasn't until I, like, sat down and started paying attention to it that I realized how far away I drifted from, like, the old DNA of something that I used to love. And it's just been nice to find it again. Like I said, it makes the streams more fun too. Like, I started streaming Indigo Prophecy last night. David Cage Super Stinker Classic. One of the most entertainingly bad games that was infamous back in the day. And now I'm playing through that. And I've never finished that game, I don't think. Which is another thing. Even though I would be playing games over the last 5 or so years, most of the time I wouldn't even finish them. Like, I became notorious for not, like, starting Yakuza games and not finishing them. Like a real fucking goofball. I don't like that. It's embarrassing. So, another thing I've been doing is any game that I have started, I am finishing. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And that does include Death Stranding 2, which drops in 2 days, and I am not looking forward to it. A lot of Kojima fans just hit their keyboards real hard to say some mean stuff about my lack of palate, but I hate the gameplay loop of Death Stranding. I think it is the most mind-numbingly boring, tedious for the sake of tedium shit. I love the universe of Death Stranding, I love the writing, I love the characters, I love everything else about that game, except for the core gameplay loop of delivering packages while stumbling and pissing your pants. I hate that. I like the gunplay of it too. I also like some of the gameplay ideas of it, but since the core loop seems to be, again, that same shit from the first one of just fucking stumbling over pebbles while delivering heavy loads of packages, I am not excited. But I'm going to eat my vegetables and I will finish that game too, goddammit. Anyway, I got off on a tangent there. But yeah, I found the passion again for gaming. That's the point of that. Next thing is editing. Last night I posted a Silent Hill 2006 review as part of this big undertaking I'm doing that'll probably take like 3 or 4 years to finish, where I'm watching every single video game adaptation ever made. Movies, that is. Every video game movie ever made. I started with Silent Hill 2006 and posted that review last night to kick off that series. And a lot of people with astute peepers may have noticed there was more editing than usual in that video. A lot of editing, in fact. It wasn't edited by me, it was edited by Chase. I've talked about this before, but I edit like 98% of my videos. Pretty much everything that's not IRL or a big project is edited by me in Sony Vegas, the GOAT of editing software. I use 2 things to edit: the cutting tool and the moving mouse tool to push them together. Which isn't a tool, I just move it with my mouse. So I use 1 tool for editing, and it's just cutting. So that's the vast majority of my content, but the ones that are IRL or bigger projects I give to Aaron, Chase, or Edgar. And Chase edited that one, and I told him to just go hog wild with it. I told him to go absolutely ballistic with editing, because I wanted it to be very over the top, very fun, very silly, and I think he absolutely crushed it in that department. And a lot of people were taken by surprise, the big time jump scare of seeing like zany edits in a video I've posted. Which, by the way, this isn't the first time either. I've posted plenty of videos here that do have quite a bit of editing. Now this probably has the most, though. For sure. Now, if it's not your cup of tea, it's not your cup of tea. There's no problem with that whatsoever. There's going to be different tastes. I hate cherries. Other people love cherries. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. I think that is totally fine. And it is very different. So I have no doubt that there's a lot of people that probably don't like that style all that much. And a lot of people had this idea that this was going to be every video going forward, this kind of editing style. Which blows my mind because I don't know how anyone gets that impression. Throughout the entire fucking 19 years or whatever that I've been on YouTube, this whole channel has been just a smorgasbord of a variety of different things. Like, so many different things that I don't know why anyone would think that one thing would now be everything going forward. Like, this one video is now going to be everything going forward in this style, when that has never once been the case for anything on this channel ever. So I don't know why that became like a prevalent concern from a lot of people seeing the editing here and thinking that now everything's going to be edited. Holy shit, it's ruined. I don't get how that thought crossed so many noodles. I've always dropped like experimental shit on this channel all the time. Like, I don't know why this one was such like a problem or something to be worried about. Like, oh no, the enshittification has begun. There's editing now. All because one video had a lot of editing. So here's me putting those fears to bed. The content's not changing. Still going to be me slapping the vast majority of it together in Sony Vegas, an archaic program only archaeologists fucking remember. That's still going to be almost all of it. Same way it always has. But this series, I'm gonna tell you, I like it being very over the top. I think it makes it very, very different, and I want that for it. So maybe going forward there won't be as many, like, quick edits. I don't know. It's something that we'll tinker around and tweak with, because, like I said, this is going to be like 3 or 4 years worth of watching video game adaptations. There's like 150 of these bitches out there, and I'm doing all of them. The ones from the 90s, the Uwe Boll dog shit ones. Uwe Boll, I don't know how many of you remember this. He made like, I think it was like 5 awful video game movies way back in the day, and he used to challenge his harshest critics to boxing matches. Like, literally fight me if you didn't like the movie. So, like, I'm doing all of them. So it's going to be a lot here to find definitively the best video game adaptation movie. And it's fun. And it will be edited a lot. But that doesn't mean everything will be. So I just wanted to talk about that briefly. Oh, and I guess I'll also mention this. In the Silent Hill review, I kept calling Sean Bean's character Harry, and I thought I had explained why I did that, but I clearly didn't. It wasn't in the review. In the movie, Sean Bean's character is not Harry, he's Christopher. I called him Harry because in the movie he looks exactly like Harry from the Silent Hill game that it is adapting loosely. Christopher gets absolutely nothing of value to do in that movie, and I thought it was pretty clear that that character was supposed to be like a subtle nod to the audience that it's, you know, modeled after Harry. And since Christopher is kind of useless, gets absolutely nothing of value to do on screen, he just goes on his own side quest and leads to nothing, I just stuck with calling him Harry, because at least people know Harry from the Silent Hill game, whereas Christopher is very forgettable in this movie. Though, there's a kind of a spoiler going ahead, in the second Silent Hill film, Christopher does do more of what Harry did in Silent Hill 3. So, like, it's pretty clear it's supposed to be Harry. Like, at least I thought. And so I just kept calling him Harry in that review. But I probably should have just called him by his actual character name, because it ended up being very confusing for people that have actually seen the movie. Anyway, that's enough yapping. Just wanted to talk about these few things. That's really about it. So yeah. I didn't think this was going to be a topic I'd make a video on, but I just got home from a bar after consuming some scrumptious nutrients, excitedly kicking my little legs in the high top, and was hypnotized by a very fascinating segment on the television there, on the tube, about the Sharon Moore story. And I feel like that had to be a divine sign from God himself that I should yap about this further. Because I've only scratched the surface of the Sharon Moore case on stream a few days ago. But the whole thing, like the meat and potatoes, is so wacky I can't help but blabber about it further. For those that don't know, Sharon Moore is the former head coach of the Michigan football team. And in the course of 24 hours, his entire life came crumbling down, and Goonergate was fully opened into the wild life of Sharon Moore and his uncontrollable, insatiable appetite to goon and cheat on his wife. Sharon Moore is a married man. He has 3 kids of his own. It was revealed that he had been having a relationship with a staff member. It had apparently been going on for some time, and it began to sour, eventually coming to light. Once it did, things really started to spiral. It was getting flushed down the tubes real quick. He lost his position as the head coach of the Michigan football team. Within 24 hours, he broke into that staffer's apartment, grabbed some knives, and threatened to kill himself in front of her, blaming her, saying that his blood would be on her hands. He was then arrested for this, and now there is an Inside Edition clip to showcase what's coming next in all of this. And not only all of that, but it's also been revealed from some OnlyFans models that allegedly he had been messaging them. Apparently, even one time during halftime of their Ohio State game, looking for a bit of canoodling. According to one of the OnlyFans models, he was even trying to leverage a foursome.
It's a shocking image as embattled University of Michigan head coach Sharon Moore makes his first court appearance today, a shell of the football leader he once was. During the hearing, the prosecutor detailed the harrowing allegations that Moore broke into the home of his executive assistant, Paige Shiver, and threatened to kill himself.
Now again, it's important to keep in mind, this all happened in like a day. The affair coming to light, him losing his job, him breaking into the house, him then getting arrested. This is like if there was a scene in Adam Sandler's Click where he fast-forwarded through his own downfall. This is an impressive speedrun for just how much he fucked up his life in one day. Now, granted, the affair was over a long period of time. That was a conscious decision he made over and over again to cheat on his wife, betraying his wife and also his entire family. That didn't happen in just a day, but everything else did.
He came to her apartment, barged his way into that apartment, immediately then proceeded to a kitchen drawer, grabbed several butter knives and a pair of kitchen scissors, and began to threaten his own life. I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to make you watch. My blood is on your hands.
That is some evil shit right there. That is downright diabolical. So he was clearly off his gourd after what had happened earlier that day, and I guess in this heated rage, broke into her apartment to do this and then grabbed a bunch of butter knives. Man's out here acting like he was fucking Zorro here with the 3-sword style, and then threatening to kill himself right there in front of her. That's unhinged. Like, that is just downright scary. This wasn't some kind of accident. He made these choices. Like, he cheated on his wife. Not only did he cheat on his wife, he did so with a staffer. And also, the woman here that he cheated with, she's no saint herself. She had to have known that Sharon Moore was married. That's not exactly a secret. That is very open information. They have even been at the games, like his wife and kids. Like, she would have known that and still chose to engage in this affair with him. According to this report here, she received a pretty substantial salary bump, going up 55% as she was promoted to the executive assistant to Sharon Moore. That's probably just a coinky-dink, though. I don't think there's any correlation between these two things. If I had to spitball a guess, I would say she got this promotion through, just really putting a lot of elbow grease and a lot of chutzpah into her previous position that Sharon Moore couldn't help but promote her. I don't think it had anything to do with the two of them, with the extracurricular bedroom ham sandwiches they were making behind his wife's back. But yeah, Paige here is not exactly an angel. Again, there's no way she wouldn't have known that Sharon Moore was married. That was not a secret, and even if he tried to lie about that to her, all she had to do was type his name in on Google, and you're immediately bombarded with pictures of his wife and his kids at the games and stuff. She probably even met them at some point, if I had to guess. Like, it's this whole thing from top to bottom is just sad. My heart breaks for his family. That is just the ultimate fucking betrayal.
He has been charged with home invasion, stalking, and breaking and entering. Bond was set at $25,000, and he will be required to wear GPS monitoring. He was also ordered not to have any contact with the woman. His lawyer, Joseph Simon, spoke to a crush of reporters.
Do you know where he's going to be able to stay after this? Is he going to be able to go home?
I'm just going to not answer that question.
Fair enough. Can you answer my question, please? How many OnlyFans models was he DMing to try and fuck? Please, any comment on the number there, because it seems like a very high quantity. This man was a turbo gooner. There's been a flood of claims from numerous OnlyFans models that he had messaged them and he was apparently subscribed to tons of them paying a lot of money for the OnlyFans content. This dude was so deep in the goon that there's claims he even messaged an OnlyFans model during halftime of the Ohio State game earlier this year. This guy was fucking lost in it. He was actually just all consumed by the goon. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this guy somehow found a picture of my foot online and tried to subscribe to its OnlyFans page. Now, apparently, like, this is the most notable one. It comes from an OnlyFans model named Sorty. She claims that he paid for all her videos on the site, even offered her season tickets to Michigan football games in return for one-on-one interactions, which she declined. Apparently even extended an invitation to the championship game in Houston in 2024. There's additional claims about a foursome he was trying to set up with more OnlyFans models. It's just completely out of control. And watching all of this unfold has been nuts. Because like I said, all of this happened basically in a day. And now we're just getting fed even more information for just how much of a fucking gooner loser this guy was, that betrayed his family and ruined his whole life. A very promising career as Michigan's head football coach. And it's extremely hard to feel bad for him because all of it is his own choices he's made to cheat around behind his wife's back, to break into that woman's apartment, like all of that. Like, how do you feel bad for him when he's doing this kind of evil shit? Anyway, I just had to talk about this after seeing even more on Sharon Moore while eating tonight. So yeah, I just wanted to yap on it. That's about it. See ya. What note was that? These pipes can hit the most rare of musical notes. And speaking of music, I got some music for your ears right now. I got a wonderful melody. You ever heard of AI? Because man, do we have some great news on that front. AMC's getting experimental. They're putting their grubby little paws into the AI short films cookie jar. And they are going to be screening AI short films at select theaters before trailers, with potential plans to expand nationwide. Which is exactly what everyone's been begging for. Anyone who's been to the cinema over the last 2 years has probably heard this time and time again. Man, I wish I could watch some AI-generated shorts before watching my movie. And finally, they're delivering. Better late than never, I always say. Now, if I may be so bold, and far be it from me to question the galaxy brain smarties over there at the old AMC think tank, but what the fuck are you smoking? Like, this has got to be an actual, mythical crack pipe that they're passing around over there to think that this is a good idea. If you really wanted to ham fist shorts into the cinema experience before a movie plays, why would you take the plunge with AI shorts to begin with? Something that is universally hated. The only people that like AI animated shorts are like actual single-digit smooth-brain worms that clap like seals at anything that makes noise. Like, this is so fucking stupid. If you're really hell-bent on bringing shorts into the theater before the movie plays, why not just play actual shorts created by real people and real talent? Like, it's not like shorts are a new thing. These have existed for as long as cameras have. So this isn't some brand new, unheard of thing only made possible thanks to the power of AI. They could have done this whenever they wanted to in the past. And they did dip their toes in occasionally with shorts that play before movies. But I just don't understand why now they want to make this big push for it. My speculation is they're probably getting paid oodles of clams for it, and every single industry is trying desperately to suckle from the titty of AI and anything even AI adjacent. That's my speculation. But I'd like to take this a step further and say that I think the idea of putting even more bloat before your movie plays is terrible. I feel like the people at AMC don't actually watch movies. They don't actually go to the theater and watch movies. I have timed every single experience I have had at the cinema for the last 2 years. So when I sit down, I time from the moment the trailers start to the moment the movie I paid for starts. And the average duration of trailers is 21 minutes, but it sometimes gets as high as 30 minutes. So you can wait up to 30 minutes after the posted time for your movie to finally see the movie. It turns what should be only like, 2.5 hour experience into an all-day fucking affair because you're just held hostage watching shit that you don't really care about seeing. And now they want to add even more to that. That blows my mind. That is so tone deaf and so out of touch. Now to give you a little more information here, it looks like the AI short that's going to be playing at select theaters is called Thanksgiving Day, an intergalactic tale about a bear and a platypus. And it just won Frame Forward AI Animated Film Festival. Very prestigious. That is coveted. People go their whole lives striving to achieve that accomplishment, being the best AI animated short at Frame Forward. And one of the prizes for winning here is a 2-week national theatrical run for it. And looking at what the experts have to say, this one is a must-watch. This short might be better than the movie that I'm paying tickets for. Thanksgiving Day is a masterclass in original storytelling, a wildly inventive journey that balances sharp satire with unexpected emotional payoff, proving that bold imagination with the tools of AI complement the future of animated filmmaking. That's according to Joel Rudman, president and head of studio for Moose. And then, of course, jurist Neil Paris from Google's 100 Zeros, whatever the fuck that is, what the hell? I feel like I just read an Xbox Live gamer tag. Said, Thanksgiving Day is an imaginative... Jesus, it made me dyslexic. Thanksgiving Day is an imaginative and funny short showcasing AI's ability to unlock imagination for animated storytelling. Thank God, it's fully unlocked now. Before, it was forbidden. You couldn't tell stories without AI. But, thankfully, those are prehistoric times now. That's ancient. Obsolete. Now, I decided to take a peek at Frame Forward's little trailer here, and I got to be blessed with a little bit of footage of Thanksgiving Day, and wow, I gotta tell you, they're underselling how good it looks.
The future of filmmaking is unfolding now. Welcome to the Frame Forward AI Film Contest.
That's the future right there that you're staring down the pipe of, and the future is looking bright. I always find it fucking adorable that they say directed by or credited as a director for typing in the sentences to the AI generation tools. That is super cute. That's me calling myself a chef every time I make myself a bowl of cereal. Anyway though, I'll stop yapping on the AMC stuff for now because there's one other thing I want to talk about, and it's something Matt sent me. Apparently there is a big video going around about AI camera tools that are being used at like a coffee shop to track the efficiency of their workers as well as monitor behavior of the customers, which is finally some good news here and a positive implementation of AI because people are always demanding more Big Brother breathing down our necks. So this is great, so that way customers know that they are secure being constantly monitored by the eye in the sky, and employees can be happy knowing that the corporation is watching them every second of every day to ensure their productivity is high enough so that way they can train AI to replace them in the future. Now here's the clip that's apparently been going around. You can see Anna's got 20 cups over there, Elena 10 cups, and you also have the time that the customers have been there, I suppose, on their computers, fiddling around, sitting around. And the idea here is, from a corporation perspective, they can look at what employees are working real hard and no doubt reward them. You know, companies do love to do that. But on the flip side of that, unfortunately, you know, Olga over there's only got 3 cups. So maybe they're thinking about letting her go. Maybe they'll fire her because her cup efficiency isn't what it should be compared to someone like Anna, who's really putting her best foot forward here. Now, buckle your seatbelt because things get a little weird and wacky here. So it's referred to as Neurospot Barista Staff Control and Customer Monitoring Module, something like that. And when you look up Neurospot to try and get information on this technology, you find this, a speech therapy platform called Neurospot. And if you dig a little bit deeper, you find this exact same video posted onto Reddit 2 years ago with people speculating that it's not real and it's actually just a bunch of baloney and it's more of like a conceptual piece, not like an actual tool that's being implemented or anything like that. But then, when you go a step further, it was like the third page of Google for me, I found this website. It's sparksnet.com/blog, Neurospot CCTV AI video analytics, turning surveillance into smart strategy. And this site it's peculiar. Something fishy is afoot here. So, when you read it, it's very clear that a lot of this feels ChatGPT generated, not legitimate. But then when you go down here for like how Neurospot works, brains behind the lens. At the center of Neurospot is video intelligence powered by AI. Here's what it can do. Facial recognition, not who came into the building, but real-time monitoring of attendance, VIP customer identification, or access control. Object and behavior detection, spot a weapon, detect suspicious loitering, alert on a fall, or identify someone entering a restricted area. Audio analytics, hearing a breaking glass or raised voice, Neurospot listens and alerts you. Predictive analysis, it doesn't just show you what's happening, it tells you what might happen next based on historical trends, actually doing like a fucking Minority Report thing there. Natural language interaction, want to ask, show me all incidents from last Tuesday between 2 to 4 p.m., Neurospot understands and responds. This is not a watch and wait tool, it's a proactive partner in your day-to-day operations. So basically, you get a fucking Tony Stark Jarvis. And then down here is where things, I think, go real cattywampus real quick. Neurospot is not just for big tech firms or high-security buildings, it's smart analytics catered to a wide range of industries. Hospitals. Track table occupancy in real time. Track table occupancy in real time? Like, what, in the cafeteria of a hospital? Okay, maybe. Monitor plate presentation and cleanliness. Again, that feels like it's not the most pressing concern when it comes to hospitals. I don't think you'd care that much to be checking the cameras looking for plate cleanliness in the hospital cafeteria. Analyze customer mood and football. Is that important in hospitals? The customer's mood and football? Also, let's assume that this is a big misunderstanding, a big typo. They meant to put this in the sports bar section for why people would want the Neurospot CCTV AI tool. How is it analyzing football? What is it analyzing? Is it going to give you like probability in order for you to help make educated polymarket gambling? Like, what do you mean it's analyzing football? I'm very confused on that. I truly can't understand what that could possibly be. And then, of course, they're pitching it in schools so you can track all of the kids. You can even detect bullying and unusual student behavior. Wow. And then back into healthcare, separate from hospitals. This is for patient activity, fall detection, PPE compliance, wait times, ensuring staff are following hygiene. You can use it in warehousing, banking, and retailing. So why are businesses devoted to Neurospot? Are they devoted to Neurospot? Because again, I was struggling to find any evidence of it even existing. I couldn't find anything to confirm that it was real. And this website is odd to begin with. From SparkNets, this whole thing just already doesn't even feel legit. This feels so shady. I don't understand. And like, I haven't fully navigated it, but products, when you click products, it doesn't work. When you go to blogs, it just takes you to like these generic garbage things about, helping people understand health better without replacing doctors, like how AI is, working in tandem with doctors. The whole thing just is so weird. About Us also doesn't work, which bodes really well. And then Home, which takes you to the an innovative AI agency spiel that they dump on you here. I'm really skeptical if the Neurospot is actually a real thing, because I just don't really trust this, so I don't even think that what is in that video, what's presented in that video, is a real tool. Feels like it's just a fake piece, especially when you really stop to look at it. Here, let me go full cam. Why would the tool have the squiggly lines to track customer and employee movement? That's fucking worthless, because if you're running this 24/7, at the end of the day, every day, the screen is going to be nothing but squiggly lines from all the people that have been moving around. You're not going to get any valuable data out of that in the first place. I just don't think it's real. But what I do know is real, and what I can find evidence on is, and this dates back like a decade from some of the stuff I was reading, some bigger corporations at like their warehouse spaces and such do have tools that they use to monitor employee productivity, I guess for the sake of trying to find who's, being productive enough and who needs to be fired for slacking, that kind of thing. We measure their productivity so that way we can always be firing the ones that don't live up to our standards. Doesn't everyone want to help corporation by being productive? This is for your own good, so now we have to track every single thing you do. Couldn't help but notice through our tools that your heart rate never exceeded 120 BPM. That demonstrates a lack of enthusiasm and excitement. It seems like this job's not stimulating enough for you. Take a hike. You fucking scram. Get out of here. So, I do find evidence that some companies have tools to monitor employee behavior. I haven't found evidence that it's these tools, the Neurospot and what we see there. But I also am 100% certain that companies will be looking to integrate AI into their monitoring to collect data on customers and to track their employees and to train AI off of their employees so that way they can replace them with AI to save them money on their bottom line long term. That I know is coming if it's not here already. I just am not convinced that it's the Neurospot. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about that a little bit as well since Matt put it on my radar. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Kindness. What do you think of when you think of kindness? Good deeds, smile on your face, helping others. Maybe you even picture some positive presence in your life, like Mr. Rogers. Well, it's time you throw out everything you think you know about kindness. You see, Darman fam, real kindness is this face. Darman is so kind that he has even accepted a formal position at the NFL to be an officer of kindness. That's right, we can all rest a little easier knowing that Darman is the NFL's first chief kindness officer. Now obviously today is Super Bowl Sunday, and Darman's no doubt going to have his work cut out for him with a bunch of rowdy fans and a lot of tempers flaring based on what's happening in the big game with the pigskin. But I think Darman's up to the task of making sure everyone stays happy and kind. It's like Cupid, but instead of shooting arrows that make people fall in love, he shoots arrows that make people kind to one another. So you might see a Seahawks fan and a Patriots fan arguing, but Darman will come through, separate them, and say, "Wait! Why don't we all just get along?" And then the two of them will exchange a handshake and maybe even offer each other some money. You see the news about Darman becoming NFL's chief kindness officer. I keep forgetting to look that up. But yeah, I saw Darman has been knighted by the NFL, I suppose, as the kindness officer. Let me see what that actually means.
3. Would you rather have $100 for yourself or $500 against your teammates?
$500 against my teammates.
Why'd you choose your teammates?
I think they deserve it more than me.
You want to go pass it out? All right, let's do it.
Nice. Spreading kindness. Let's go.
You deserve it.
What's up, brother?
So what is I was hoping this would be an explanation on what the fuck the chief kindness officer means. So he just does Mr. Beast style shorts? Now, just to be clear, if he's giving away money to kids and organizations that need it on behalf of the NFL, that's fine. I don't really think you need to have a position, a label as the chief kindness officer. That feels very performative and odd. But if this is something Darman wanted to do in partnership with the NFL to just give back to, like, the community or, charities, I obviously had no problem with that. I just think this whole, like, chief kindness officer push is very peculiar. Oh wow, this just came up. The Super Bowl's chief kindness officer had 5 felony charges. Wait, what? Darman has felony charges? It's an invented honorary position the league made up this year to promote sportsmanship, empathy, and positivity both on and off the field. Essentially, the chief kindness officer is here to make sure everyone are friends and have a good time. This year's chief kindness officer is Darman. In 2010, he was accused by his business partner of running what he called a hydro-Ponzi scheme when Darman pulled out of We Grow, a hydroponics cannabis business. In 2012, he was charged with 13 felony counts for defrauding an Oakland City beautification program by submitting fraud. Here, I'm going to just put this on screen. By submitting fraudulent checks that made it appear as though he was paying contractors more than he actually was. The 13 charges were reduced to 5 and he pled no contest. In 2023, this is what I remember, actors employed by Darman Studios claimed they had poor working conditions and unsustainable pay. Here's something from Darman on Facebook. Let me see. Maybe he explains it.
And I'm starting the Be Kind to Your Rival challenge, where you have to say something nice about someone who you haven't always seen eye to eye with. And for every person that participates, I'm going to be donating $10 to help kids at St. Jude. So I'm going to choose Mark Wahlberg because, Mark, ever since that day that you invited me to your house to have that crazy leg workout, I was not able to walk for like 2 weeks after that. I had to literally be carried up the stairs. But because I got to say something kind, I will say after that day, it helped me lock in. I've been taking ice baths. I've been in the gym.
You couldn't at least just choose someone that you actually don't like? For your own challenge, you couldn't just choose someone that you actually have a disagreement with? How about the judges who charged you with felonies? Yeah, at the very least, just choose someone you just don't fucking like. That's like the whole point of this, right? Trying to make amends with people from your past that you don't always see eye to eye with? Why are you just choosing your friend who gave you a leg workout? No, Charles, you idiot. He has to humble brag he knows Mark Wahlberg. Ah, you're right. I didn't even stop to think about that. Imagine it was you he picked. That'd go kind of hard, actually. But not me. It'd be Chinese Charles. There's this fucking asshole on Billy that keeps talking all kinds of shit on my productions. Still really trying to find out what his, role with the NFL is for kindness officer. This does not feel related to the NFL in any way. Alright, everyone. Choose someone you don't like and say something nice. And then I'll be donating some money to St. Jude's. I mean, that's great. I mean, just donate 100,000. I think that's great. That's kind. You see, scientists created a universal kidney that can match any blood type. That's nothing. NFL's chief kindness officer Darman created a smile that can match any face. Now, honestly, the duties of this position still elude me. I don't know if he's going to be like fucking Commissioner Gordon here from, the Gotham City, where he's going to be out on the streets doing kind gestures. To me, it seems like this is purely just a PR thing to team up with Darman, who is massive and has a huge audience, to do little Mr. Beast style shorts and handshake with the NFL saying thanks for sponsoring NFL. It doesn't seem like this is a genuine thing to try and spread positivity or kindness. It seems like it's more just marketing mumbo jumbo here with Darman's face on it. But maybe he is, taking a real role here. And I think if that is the case, I would love to hear from the NFL's chief kindness officer about the latest scandal in the NFL with James Pierce Jr. James Pierce Jr., linebacker for the Falcons, just did something I think, pardon my French, is pretty fucking rude, actually. I think he's a bit of a jerk.
to Falcons. And before that happened, police say Pierce Jr. was at the police station and allegedly involved in a domestic dispute. This video that you see here shows the first round pick of 2025 being brought to the ground by several police officers. Doral Police tonight telling us they first heard reports of Pierce Jr. and his girlfriend, WNBA star Rickea Jackson, having an argument at the police station. Investigators say Pierce left in his car, then crashed near Northwest 103rd Avenue and Northwest 66th Street. Pierce Jr. faces 6 charges tonight, 2 counts of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, assault on an officer, stalking, fleeing, and misdemeanor resisting arrest.
Not good. The Falcons put out a statement saying, "We are aware of an incident involving James Pierce Jr. in Miami. We are in the process of gathering more information and will not have any further comment on an open legal matter at this time." Now, I would like to hear from Darman here. I think this is not good. What you just saw on the news there, with the officers on top of him like they were trying to recover a fumble, that's no Darman skit. You know, this isn't one of those moments where Darman's bestowing some sage wisdom on us like, treat others the way you want to be treated. And I'd like to hear his perspective as someone who is the preeminent expert on kindness. Anyway, though, as of me making this, is pretty brand spanking new, so there's multiple reports, and some of them conflict in certain cases, but from what I've gathered here, it is alleged that James Pierce Jr. crashed his car into his ex, Rickea Jackson's vehicle. Then, as officers tried to apprehend him, he led them on a police chase that ended with him crashing his car and also hitting an officer as well, which is then where the video kicks in, where they had all the officers on top of him attempting to arrest him. Not good at all. I imagine this is probably the end of his career as a football player and probably the end of his time as a free man for quite a while. Those are some hefty charges, and from what I've been seeing in the reports here, it seems like he was attempting to seriously harm, maybe even kill Rickea Jackson. Ramming his car into hers, that can easily kill people. So, very serious shit, very bad stuff, and kind of just wanted to yap about the Darman Chief Kindness Officer because it's kind of silly, and then as I was doing that, this happened, so just decided to talk about all of it. That's really about it. So, yep. I just learned of an alarming story that happened right here in my own backyard in this beautiful swamp I call a home, Florida. This is my swamp. I'm like Shrek if he got hit by a shrink ray and then did a fusion dance with Lord Farquaad. Born and raised here, I love this place. But it's time we be honest here, sports fans. There's some fucking problems afoot. In Miami Beach, police were dispatched to a woman's home confronting her at her residence, all over a Facebook comment she made that they didn't really like. I'm going to show you 2 clips from this interaction here. One of them is like the director's cut, I'm assuming from the full video, like the raw upload, but it's from Washington Post, and they did their best to fuck it in the butt. Like, the quality is negative 240p, the audio is scratchy. I don't know if they downloaded it like 4 million times as a joke just to degrade the quality as much as possible. But I just wanted to give you a fair warning that this first clip I'm showing, so that way you can see the very beginning of this interaction. Then I will cut to a much cleaner upload of it. But I think it's important you at least get the beginning too, the intro.
Charged with the crime.
You're not.
Okay, so you're here to investigate a statement that I allegedly made on Facebook.
We're not 100% it's you. We gotta see you first.
If I admit that it's me or not, what does that mean?
Man, you're not going to jail. We're just here to have a conversation.
You're not going to jail. Wonderful. Excuse me. Good afternoon.
How are you?
All
right, nice to meet you. Detective Jane.
Nice to meet you. I am recording this.
You can
just
record,
for the record.
You can record all you want.
How can I help you?
We're just, let me see that.
Again, I don't know how the quality of this section got so shitty when the rest of the uploads that happen after this are much cleaner. It feels like it's done on purpose. It looks like the fucking footage from The Dark Knight when the Joker's like torturing that guy. I don't know why it looks so bad here, but I think it's important context where the officers arrived at her doorstep to interrogate her about a Facebook comment she may or may not have left, and it's pretty clear this is an intimidation tactic and also a very clear violation of Americans' First Amendment rights.
A picture to make sure it's you. We're not sure.
Okay.
You got a picture? Is that your account?
There's nothing threatening in here or calling for violence at all. This, whether you agree with her statement or not, is protected speech, and she shouldn't have to fear the fucking speech police showing up at her door, the goof troop arriving, interrogating her over a Facebook comment. At first I thought this could potentially be faked, outrage bait or something, but this has been covered by news outlets, and there's even a statement from the Miami Beach Police Department, and they are defending the action, saying the Miami Beach Police Department was made aware of a social media post containing potentially inflammatory commentary referencing a Miami Beach elected official in light of recent national concerns regarding anti-Semitism, and out of an abundance of caution, the department assessed the post for any potential safety implications. Basically, the thought police rolled in, the hall monitors came in deep, scooting in sideways, in order to intimidate an American citizen named Raquel Pacheco, all because she expressed criticism on their mayor, Stephen Miner, which is this slimy bozo right here. By the way, I didn't purposefully choose an unflattering photo of Stephen. That's his Wikipedia photograph. He is just that unpleasant looking, I suppose. Now, thankfully, this story has exploded. It's causing outrage nationwide, as it should, because this is completely indefensible. And because it's gotten so big, there have been people that are trying to spin some kind of false narrative and presenting baloney as though it's facts. And it's people saying shit like, this is what happens when you elect a Democrat. Democrat Stephen Miner did this. When that's just not true, any drooling goober right now can just go to Google, activate a few neurons, type in Stephen Miner's name, and find out he's not a Democrat. Stephen Miner is actually a former Republican who switched to no party affiliation in 2018. It seems like he made that switch shortly after a scandal came to light. But regardless, he is not a Democrat, never has been. And from what I've read, to this day, prefers to be associated as more of a Republican than anything, just based on what I've been reading. But he was even a former Republican before that no-party switch, so I don't know where this idea that he's a Democrat is coming from, other than just people spreading misinformation. There's a quick read that succinctly puts Stephen Miner's tumultuous career in politics on display, just lays it in front of you.
I refuse to answer questions without my lawyer present. So I really don't know how to answer that question either.
Well, like I said, you're not going to jail.
This is freedom of speech. This is America, right?
And
veteran.
And I agree with you 100%.
Okay.
We're just trying to see if it's you, because if we're not talking to the right person, we want to go see who the right person is.
Okay, how can I help you?
You shouldn't be wanting to see the person in the first place. This is no threat or anything at all. This is well within the protected rights of Americans to express criticism on the mayor, if they so choose. It's such a fucking overreach here, and anybody at all in this country should find issue with this. Again, even if you disagree with her statement, even if you're the biggest Stephen Miner fan of all time, you got fucking Stephen Miner, soda drink hat, you're the biggest super fan enthusiast, this should still be a red flag for you, and you should have a huge issue with it. I believe both the police chief and Stephen Miner should 1000% lose their positions here. This is a fundamental right that they have now just fucking wiped their entire ass with here. That is inexcusable, and it's not an exaggeration to say that. Now, just to give you even further context here, the woman who recorded this encounter, Raquel Pacheco, a Miami Beach political activist and veteran who previously ran for city commission and a Democratic state Senate candidate. She had made a comment on Facebook that was referencing a statement from Miner about Miami Beach being a safe haven for everyone, contrasting it with New York City, which he said was intentionally removing protections for and promoting boycotts of Israeli and Jewish businesses, which she is 100% allowed to do if she so chooses, which maybe she did, maybe she didn't. We have no evidence to suggest whether or not that was actually Raquel Pacheco that posted that comment. Perhaps it was an impersonator or some dastardly ne'er-do-well who broke into her house, burglarized her, hacked her computer, and wrote that inflammatory comment to frame her. We don't know who actually wrote that comment, but whoever did, it is protected speech, and they shouldn't be being pursued by police.
So pretty much it's just a statement that was made as far as
verbatim, it says the guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way. Even leaves the room when they vote and on related matters. Wants you to know that you are all welcome. Clown face, clown face, clown face. 3 days ago.
So you don't know if it was you?
I'm not going to answer whether that's me or not.
Okay.
The concerning part and not concerning for the person who's posting it. What we're just trying to prevent is somebody else getting agitated or agreeing with the statement. We're not saying it's true or not.
This shouldn't matter at all whether it agitates someone, hurts their feelings, or if someone agrees with her. You're going to start, policing those kind of statements? You're going to just start going and arresting all kinds of Twitter blue check marks that are perpetually rage baiting and entire purpose is causing agitation for the sake of a paycheck? Are they next up on the chopping block as well? This is a fucking ridiculous reasoning here for it. It is just an abuse of power, and the sole purpose behind it is to try and frighten and intimidate an American citizen into shutting her mouth and being silent and not expressing thoughts because there might be some repercussions if you say mean things about the mayor, Stephen Minor, here. That's bad.
Understood.
That guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians. That can probably incite somebody to do something radical. That's all we're here to talk about. And we wanted to get your side of it. Was you that posted that? I would think to refrain from posting things like that because that could get something incited.
I appreciate your concern. I appreciate you coming out here.
Okay.
That's it?
That is it. Okay. I'm going to maintain my amendment rights to not answer the question about whether or not that's it. I hope that's understandable.
All right. We appreciate it.
Thank you as well. Okay? You as well. Thank you. Take care.
Goodbye, gentlemen. Thanks for the unsolicited advice on what an American citizen can and cannot post freely online with their own thoughts. That's great. Thank you, Speech Police. Wonderful. Anyway, this shit is very concerning, especially as a resident of Florida, and I hope this kind of practice doesn't become normalized. That's really about it. See ya. I may not be tall, but I have played every Resident Evil game. Well, mostly. I've played pretty much every unique Resident Evil game. I played them all back to back over the course of like a month and a half for the sake of tier listing every Resident Evil game in the franchise, getting prepared for Resident Evil Requiem, which I just now finished. So naturally the question on everyone's mind, Charles, how big can you smile? And now with that question answered, next, you're probably wondering, was the game good? Yes. Yes, it was. And after having played through nearly every Resident Evil game ever made, I feel like I can confidently say I know ball. I feel like I know Resident Evil like Elon Musk knows ketamine. So when I say what I'm about to say here, just know, this means something, man. I think Resident Evil Requiem is a top 5 Resident Evil game. I'm saying it. I'm putting it right there. I'm putting it out there in the open. You can't take it back. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It is an incredible game, actually. And what I find extremely impressive is that this franchise has been around for nearly 3 decades, and yet they are still able to make new games in this franchise that feel fresh and fun. Like, you would expect a franchise that has this many games, like 30-something unique games and like 100-something like ports and fucking Zeebo shit and whatever else they have for Resident Evil, like Java games and all that, you would expect by now it to be beyond milked dry. Just no meat left on the bones, them titties, them melons, vanquished, devoid of substance. Yet somehow with Resident Evil, they are still producing very high quality games. They had a very bumpy road there for a little while, like a rough patch around Resident Evil 6. Good heavens, trust me, I know, they really stunk it up there for a while. But once RE7 rolled around, that was literally the fucking cure to the T-virus that was the Resident Evil 6 fucking plague that basically ruined the franchise there for a little while. 7 pioneered a new breath of life into this franchise, which was the first-person horror intense stakes. And then they've built upon it. And Resident Evil Requiem marries that gameplay with the iconic, timeless classic gameplay of the action-oriented Resident Evil 4 formula. It takes both of these elements, builds upon them, and makes something very special here with Requiem. So you play as 2 characters, Grace Ashcroft, who actually is the daughter of a character from Resident Evil Outbreak, which is super hyped, because Outbreak, I think, was a very innovative title for its time that is still very fun to play, even though it's quite janky. And her gameplay is Resident Evil 7 style. It's very horror-focused, it's slower paced, you're not juiced to the gills with ammo, you have to use stealth, you have to struggle, it's very intense. Then you also play as Leon in Requiem, and it's just like in RE4 where it is cheesy, over-the-top action. And these two flow back and forth. And for some people, it won't like flow seamlessly because you do go from like survival horror over here to action horror over here, like right back to back, because you flip-flop between the two of them. So for some people, that might be jarring and not super smooth and feel like tonal whiplash, but for me, I loved it. Because I love Resident Evil 7 and I love Resident Evil 4. 7 is actually my second favorite Resident Evil game. Resident Evil 4 OG is my third favorite game. My first favorite is OG Resident Evil 3. There's not a whole lot of OG Resident Evil 3 DNA in here, outside of a little something at the end of the game. I won't spoil it. But anyway, I really think the game is great. I think the story is super strong too. I've seen some people criticize the writing, and I do get it in certain instances. You could say like, writing got a little wacky here and there, but I actually think it's really strong. And it's one of those things that didn't just rely on nostalgia baiting, like, here comes beloved character from the franchise riding in on a fucking unicorn to save the day out of nowhere. And then, do you remember this? Well, good news, it's back. And do you remember that? Yeah, it's back too. But what about this? Do you remember this from old Resident Evil? Also back. And just like shoehorning all these cameos in there for the sake of fan service. It doesn't do that. It stands on its own two legs. And yes, there are some returning characters and some things from previous Resident Evil games in here, but they flow really well into the story that they create. The story revolves around Grace. She is investigating a very... I'm actually avoiding spoilers for this review, which is something I don't do often, but I really, really enjoyed Requiem, and I want to show it some respect here without just spoiling things, and also anyone that's watching this that wants to know my thoughts on it without like having everything ruined for them. This is me avoiding spoilers. It follows Grace after an investigation, gets all cattywampus, and she runs into a real oddball named Victor Gideon. Victor Gideon kidnaps her, Leon gets brought into the fold, and he finds himself needing to make a journey all the way back to Raccoon City, where it all began for Leon Kennedy. And also, why are they so interested in Grace? Why did she get kidnapped? What the fuck is going on? That's the broad strokes of it. Now, Grace is a new character, and she's actually a really good character, I'm happy to say. Also, huge shout out to her voice actress. The voice actress that played Grace did an unbelievable job. The way she was able to convey terror and panic in her performance for this character was extremely realistic, and it really helped elevate things. So even though I will admit there were times where the writing got a little off the mark and felt a bit off, her performance was still able to sell it to the point where it wasn't like jarring and make you go, ooh, yuck, that was trash. It's just more like, that felt a little weird, but, the performance helped salvage some of those moments. And that's across the board. Pretty much everyone gives a really good performance in this game. And I think that really helps in that regard. But like I said, I do think the writing is solid. I think they do a good job with Grace. I think she is a well-written character. I think some people might be annoyed by her because she has like anxiety. So maybe some people might find her to be like maybe a little too timid or, not confident enough for a Resident Evil game where you follow characters like fucking Leon Kennedy, who's a superhuman, hanging hog, blowing zombies' heads off, fucking ripping their nipples off and beating them to death with them. Like, she is very different as a protagonist compared to them, but she's not like the full protagonist because, like I said, you split evenly with Leon. It is like a very even split with Grace gameplay and Leon gameplay. It's very nice. You feel like you get a ton of both. But anyway, what I'm saying is I think Grace is a good character. They do a good job with her. Now let's talk about the gameplay. Pretty much exactly what you're expecting if you played Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 2 Remake. You get that kind of gameplay. You get all of that in one package here. So when you're playing Grace, you're going to be using stealth. You're going to be needing to be more mindful of what encounters you take, going loud, using your ammo, versus which ones you use a little stealth kill with, which aren't free, by the way. You can't just stealth kill things for free as Grace. You have to make something, which is a little vial that you stab into them and they blow up like you just planted dynamite in their body. So those cost resources. And the way that Grace crafts, I thought was very creative. You get a blood collector, you collect blood from killed enemies, or even sometimes like blood from enemies that had already previously been killed, or even buckets of blood in the world. And you will fill up that blood holder, that apparatus, and then you will combine that with an herb if you want to make a med injector for heals, or you'll combine it with, some scrap if you want to make ammo for your handgun, or if you want to make that, one-time use insta-kill stealth jab. So her gameplay is very similar to Resident Evil 7's gameplay, but you have even less tools at your disposal to fight the zombies with. You only have 2 guns. You have a pistol, and then you have Requiem, the big iron, the fucking big tuna. Outside of that, that's it. That's all you have to use to beat the enemies around you, which is why you need to be a little smarter about it and also be slower about it. Now, Leon's gameplay is exactly what you're expecting it to be if you've played Resident Evil 4. It's bombastic, it's over the top, it's high octane, you're killing hundreds of zombies, and there's a really cool change they made to how you upgrade your weapons with Leon. So, this time around, they reward you for being aggressive. So you get a tracker that when you kill a zombie gives you credits on your tracker that you then spend to get ammo or upgrades for your weapons, that kind of thing. So it incentivizes you to fucking annihilate everything that's around you. Leave no survivors. So, which is a really fun thing to do. It gives you plenty of resources to do it as well. It gives you a lot of fun guns to play with. Even though I do think the guns are a little underwhelming. Like, they don't have the same kind of character that I feel they used to have. Like, I remember playing through Resident Evil 4 OG, you'd have chat be like, I'm fucking team Red 9. No, Red 9's trash. And you'd actually have like a debate about what guns are the most fun to use. Here, every gun feels just very generic, very samey. Like, they don't have like a unique identity to them or anything this time around. I don't think there's going to be like really passionate, fucking W870 shotgun fans or something, right? I could be wrong, but for me, it felt like the guns were just very standard. I guess I would have liked to see a little bit more there, but it's not the biggest deal in the world because they are still fun to use and you get plenty of opportunities to use them and kill zombies. His gameplay, I think, is great, and I really like that new system they did with tracking kills and rewarding you for killing things. Like previously in Resident Evil games, the optimal strategy sometimes would boil down to kneecapping, kicking, and then running by to conserve ammo. Here, it's like, you can do that, you can be a pussy if you want, or you can kill all these zombies and get yourself a lot of money and basically max out your weapons really easily. Which I think is very cool. I think it's very fun. Now, something else that's been kind of core to the Resident Evil identity is puzzles. Resident Evil games have always had a lot of puzzles. There's not usually like a ton of brain busters or anything like that, but there are puzzles in there. Resident Evil Requiem doesn't really have that. It's much more in line with like your standard scavenger hunt style game where go over here, grab this to take back to something you passed at the very beginning of the level to open that door so you can go in there, grab that, and put it over there. Which again is very Resident Evil. That's in every RE game ever made. But there's never really like any puzzles to this anymore now in Requiem. There's only like 3 off the top of my head I can think of that are even remotely puzzles, but the solution is in a picture that's in the same room, so you just look at the picture and you see it. I guess it's not the biggest deal in the world, and maybe there's some people that even view that as a positive thing because it keeps the pacing like fucking cutthroat, like you're constantly moving and you never stop to have to solve a puzzle. But I don't know, I felt like it was kind of sad to not have to like solve puzzles to accomplish things. It's just literally going and fucking fetch questing shit and bringing it back and forth. But not the biggest deal in the world, but it is something that I think people will notice is absent. Another thing that I have like a small complaint on is there are a couple sections I think drag. The most notable one is a flashback sequence where you're playing as a child who's running and hiding from a lot of bad stuff that's going on around them. And it's like a cool sequence when it starts, but it goes on for quite a while. And there are times where you literally hide in one spot for like 2 straight minutes of nothing. So it feels like really slow, like unnecessarily long and drawn out. And there's a couple of moments like that, like a couple of places you go that feel like, okay, we've kind of been here long enough. Do I really need to get this many things in order to progress or wait this long to progress? It does feel like it does have moments that are there to pad out time. And it's not that long of a game. And I know this has actually been a complaint from quite a few people because the price tag is $70. It's an expensive game. It has the big AAA price tag on it, and it's roughly like 12 hours long. It took me about 12 hours. Total like active playtime was 8 hours and something minutes. I played through on just standard modern, so it was pretty quick. I would also say this is the easiest Resident Evil game I've ever played. But again, it's about 12 hours long, and that was with me exploring a lot. I didn't just beeline everything. I read every fucking note. I found every single safe and opened every single one, even got the achievement for it. I went out of my way to find pretty much every charm and every bobblehead, but I guess I missed a couple bobbleheads somewhere. I don't know where. I spent a lot of time exploring because I got really engrossed in the game, which speaks volumes to just how much it was able to draw me in. But it is about 12 hours for $70, and a lot of people say that that's way too short to justify that purchase. And I can understand that because $70 is expensive. That's a very expensive game. But I think this is 12 very, very solid hours. This does not have anything any huge blemishes. Like, it doesn't fall off a cliff anywhere along the way. Like, notably with Resident Evil 7, the whole boat section everyone hates, myself included. That section is by far the weakest, unfortunately. But, like, it doesn't have anything like that. This is 12 extremely solid, extremely fun hours. So for me, the $70 felt worth it. That felt fine to me. But for someone else, maybe 12 hours just really isn't enough. The replayability on this doesn't seem to be super huge. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of replayability outside of going back and doing like Insanity. So I don't know how many hours you can squeeze out of it for $70, but I personally feel like it was 12 extremely strong hours. It was a fucking heater from start to finish. So I thought it was a fine price tag for the experience I got. And now speaking of the experience I got, apparently I got something nobody else in the world did. For some reason, I had a very weird bug where occasionally the game would stutter during a cutscene and then the audio would desync. So the cutscene would stutter and then it would play, but the audio would lag like 2 or 3 seconds behind. So you would be seeing the cutscene play out completely silent until the audio caught up to it. So everything was desynced from time to time. And the only way I could fix that was by restarting the game. And even when I like updated drivers, restarted my computer and everything in between streams, it still persisted, but apparently it's a bug that didn't happen to anybody else, and I can't even find anyone talking about that bug. So it seems like something that only happened to me for some reason. I don't really get why. So I guess I can't hold it against the game as like a bug that's native to it unless someone else out there is reporting it happening to them. So I can only speak to my experience. It was extremely annoying. That shit like would ruin cutscenes. It happened to me in the final cutscene, and I literally just restarted it, redid the boss fight, and just took it from the top because I wasn't going to let it ruin the finale. It was a very annoying bug. I don't understand why it was happening, but I couldn't fix it outside of just restarting the game. Though I don't think it is a bug you'll probably experience if you try the game. It is something I wanted to make a mention of because that is by far the biggest headache I had when playing the game, and it looks like it might have somehow been my fault. There is also one other complaint I have, but it's a big spoiler. This is your big spoiler warning. Big spoiler warning. Alright, now, this is one of the things I would talk about when it would come to being like writing decisions that I think were a little whack. There is a very cool new character they introduce in here named Zeno, and he is a Wesker clone. And he is super fucking badass. He is positioned for half the game as like the big bad, like this guy is serious business. And when you get to the end of the game, it's looking like you're about to have a huge fight with Zeno, and then he just gets one-tapped by Victor. Like just insta-killed by Victor. You don't fight Zeno. He just instantly gets his cheeks clapped. You can't fight Zeno. He's a fraud. He's literally a fraud. And it was so deflating because I was really looking forward to seeing more of Zeno and actually getting to fight with him. But instead he just gets bent over. It was just disappointing. It didn't even feel like a good subversion of your expectations or like a, ha, gotcha, he wasn't actually the big bad. It was this guy the whole time. It didn't even feel like that. It just felt like, that was kind of weak. Why would you do that? You've really hyped him up. You've shown some of his powers. It was looking like a really cool sequence that we just saw and what we were expecting to get, and now it's just not there. It just felt underwhelming to have him killed off like that. That really let me down, actually. And that's just one of a couple writing decisions that I do think were a little odd for as like a path that they chose to go. Not the biggest deal in the world, because overall I do still think the writing was extremely strong. And like I said, I genuinely believe this is a top 5 Resident Evil game. So I am a huge fan of Resident Evil Requiem. I think it is an incredible game. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah, I'm not exaggerating with the title. This is an honor I don't bestow upon things willy-nilly. I think most of you know that. For me to claim that something is the worst I've experienced in whatever category, that is an honor that is extraordinarily rare. It's like being knighted by the Queen. To be the worst movie I've ever seen, you have to move mountains. Because I see so many bad movies. It is one of my favorite pastimes is watching bad films, because I get a lot of enjoyment out of a really fun bad movie. And I see so many. And of every movie I've ever seen, Amazon Prime's War of the Worlds is the worst. It has now taken that crown, which was a crown worn by what I still believe to be one of the most bafflingly dog-shitty movies ever produced, called Let's Be Evil. It wore this crown for 9 years. It had a good run. It should be very proud of itself. But on August 4th, 2025 years after the death of Christ, we have now found the worst film that humanity has produced so far. I wrote down a lot, so we're going to really dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs here. Spoiler warning. Don't think you should care about spoilers, but they're there anyway. I really am not exaggerating with how unbelievably horrible this film is. And it's not even like it is objectively the worst thing film has ever been used for. Like, there have been worse productions, but this is an insult to the entire medium of making movies. It's not a movie. What you're watching is one big ad for Amazon. War of the Worlds is a property that's somewhat sentimental to me, and to see it bastardized and perverted into this homunculus that Amazon molded it into is nothing shy of criminal. If aliens truly did invade this planet and exterminate every single one of us, not even they could wipe the stain of this film's existence from the galactic tomes of time. This has been so catastrophically abominable that I think just the existence of this film has set our species back hundreds of years. It is unreal that this even got made. And I looked it up. Apparently this was made back in like the pandemic, so like in 2020, and they just squatted on it, keegling it in their colon for the last 5 years, and then just randomly decided to drop it now. I don't know why. It should have just stayed there. They should have buried it. This should have never seen the light of day. This is a tomb, a sarcophagus we should have never opened. So War of the Worlds, I'm being very literal, is an advertisement for Amazon. It's an affront to the entire art of making a movie. Anyway, let's go ahead and cannonball into the pool here. It stars Ice Cube, and the film tries to be creative by emulating what some films have in the past with something like Searching, where it's all presented through a computer display. So you're seeing Ice Cube and all of the events unfolding and all the characters through FaceTimes and emails and anything that's on his monitor. So you see Ice Cube through his webcam, and that's how you experience the movie. It was a clever gimmick when it was used in Searching. In here, it's just really annoying. And the movie actually feels like it's written by a 13-year-old who just learned how to code with C#. Like, it's all about hacking. Ice Cube is like an expert hacker in a DHS program that's spying on everyone through mass surveillance, and he can actually do anything. He is basically omniscient. He can hack every possible atom on this planet, and he can see every nook and cranny of this world through computers and drones and even just air itself, it seems like. There is nothing that escapes his gaze. And the film, what you'll notice right away is it looks terrible, atrocious. And I don't mean that by just big budget standards. I mean by even like indie and student film standards. The visuals here are so bad. Look up any scene from this movie, probably even in the trailers. I haven't bothered to check the trailers. Lord help us. I can't imagine consuming more of War of the Worlds beyond what I've already consumed here from this. But like, look at any scene from this film, like when the aliens are present. It really does look like this was thrown together in one afternoon. It looks like previs. It looks like Sonic the Hedgehog before they redesigned him. Like, it is just hard to look at. Like, it's painful. It looks like PlayStation 1 cutscenes used to look. I cannot believe that they actually gave this the green light to be viewable by us. I feel dirty for watching it. It's so incomplete looking. I don't even know how you make movies look this bad in this day and age. Like, even just your stock assets that you can just freely use look so much cleaner than everything here. And the crazy thing is, it uses so much CGI. Almost the entire film after the aliens arrive is showing you aliens and destruction and CGI explosions, and there's even like a drone sequence laser fight, and it really does, I'm not like exaggerating, it really does look so bad. Like, it looks like they made the whole film for $10. Like, they just hired a couple of people from Fiverr and gave them a week to work on it. That was the deadline. I don't know how they could possibly achieve such bad visuals. And this is an Amazon Prime movie. What the fuck? They have actual infinite money. Unbelievable. This movie is like if Birdemic was an ad for Amazon. And I haven't even begun talking about the unhinged insanity that is the plot. But before even getting to that, it's important we make a mention, nobody in this movie is acting. Like, the acting is a word that must have been forbidden on set. All they are doing is reading plainly from their scripts with no acting except for Ice Cube occasionally doing the eye twitch. That's it. There is no acting in this movie. It feels like what AI would generate if you asked it to make, like, a War of the Worlds Amazon Prime ad. And, like, you wanted it to star Ice Cube. What the fuck are they doing? This must have just been, like, a really easy paycheck. But they also just didn't even want to put in the bare minimum for it. Like, I feel like the talent here was kind of embarrassed to be working on it, so they didn't really want to give a ton of effort. That's how it comes across. So now, with all of that out of the way, let's talk about, like, the narrative. So, the movie starts with Ice Cube. He's in his lair. He's spying on everyone, which includes his son and his daughter and his daughter's boyfriend. His daughter is pregnant. Her name is Faith. And he's a real grumpy guy after the passing of his wife. And he sends her messages on Facebook. Of course, it's not reciprocated because she's dead. He listens to an old voicemail about, like, taking out the trash and being nice to the kids, which is an interesting thing to have to remind your husband to be nice to your children. Well, yeah, he is an unreasonable asshole to them. He even, like, calls his son... Well, actually, he hacks his son's computer so he can uninstall a video game from it. He just randomly hacks into his son's computer, saw that he was enjoying a video game, uninstalls it and says, "You need to get a job, you loser. You fucking bum. You're a loser. You're a loser. We paid $200K for your education. You're a fucking loser. Get a job. Get a job." And then hangs up on him. He really just beats the message home that he hates video games and thinks video games are dumb. But anyway, he's got a task right now at work where he's trying to catch the disruptor, a hacker who's threatening to release classified government documents through a YouTube video. So he posts a YouTube video. It says, "I will be releasing top secret documents about their Goliath program." And so now Ice Cube has to stop him from releasing those documents. So he tracks his IP through the YouTube video using his elite hacking tools, which again it's basically God mode. He is a server admin of life. Ice Cube he literally just types in words. So he types in, like, disruptor home address, please get. And it's like, calculating, IP gotten, here's exactly where disruptor is. And he can do that for anything. He can type in anybody's name, literally anybody's name, and it somehow gets the exact person he wants it to be, even though obviously other people are going to share that name, but somehow it always hones in on the right person, and then gives him, like, the closest drone so he can spy on them, or the closest, like, CCTV camera to spy on them. Like, the technology it's like fucking Fantastic Four level almost, where you can, like, teleport and shit, basically. Like, they've reached quantum surveillance. So anyway, they've got Disruptor's IP. They then go and storm the IP there. But before that, of course, he needs to hack into his daughter's computer because he learns from her boyfriend that she's having a baby shower and he didn't get an invite, so it made him upset. So he hacks into his daughter's computer using TeamViewer, where he uses his tools to generate a master key to TeamViewer so he can log into anybody's account with the master key password. So now he's on his daughter's computer reading her messages, and he starts feeling bad because she's like, my dad doesn't get it. And he's like, oh man, as he's hacked into his daughter's shit. So now, anyway, we learn about Mark. That's her boyfriend. He's an Amazon Prime driver. He's an Amazon delivery driver who really likes Prime. And one of the lines that they reuse like 6 times is like his son Dave says, you know, I really think you're overdoing it, Dad. We don't need the government to be, you know, checking out what we put in our Amazon cart. Any opportunity to wiggle the word Amazon out of every character's mouth with a little positivity following it was taken in this film. So Mark really likes being an Amazon driver. Ice Cube gets a message from a NASA contact of his, and she's analyzing weird, wacky, freaky weather phenomena, and he doesn't really care. He doesn't want to watch that. He says, I spy on people, not clouds, or something. Anyway, they go to the Disruptor address. Turns out Disruptor was a step ahead of them. It was a decoy, one of his infamous decoys that he's become known for. But while they're there, the aliens crash land. A bunch of meteors start crashing, and they're blowing up buildings and cars, and people are freaking out, going crazy, because everyone's under attack. And they show you so many sequences of the carnage, and I am not exaggerating again. It looks so bad. Like, think about Sharknado, but unironically. Like, with no self-awareness, and used primarily to try and get you to buy Amazon Prime. It's like vomit-inducing how awful it is. Like in one of the clips, by the way, to showcase the acting prowess that people brought to the table here. In one of the clips, the news reporter is filming one of the meteors, the aliens crashing into a school, and she goes, "Wow, this one just crashed into my kids' school. They're all dead." And she says that deadpan. Super calmly. Her kid was at that school, is now dead along with all the other children, and that's her reaction to it. And they cut to the next sequence of terror. It was so crazy. But anyway, now everyone's in a panic, so Ice Cube's getting called in by the government, the president, everyone, all the moving pieces, and they all do it through Zoom, a Zoom call, so that way we can watch it, because that's how we're experiencing this film. We're a computer screen, basically. So anything on there we see, and everyone is always FaceTiming and on Zoom, which is probably the least efficient way they could be communicating, but they're doing it for our pleasure, not efficiency. So they start working on the Planetary Alliance. That took 5 seconds. The whole world unites to form the Planetary Alliance, basically on that call, and they start trying to figure out what they do next. So the big thing is, the Planetary Alliance decides, let's start fighting back. So they get the tanks out, they get the jets out, and they're taking the aliens down almost effortlessly. So Ice Cube was watching like a real-time sports tracker of victories versus defeats that is calculating every victory and every defeat across the globe, and we are slaughtering the aliens. Like, we are absolutely clapping their cheeks on our home turf. We got like 100-something victories to only like 40 losses, and Ice Cube's main thing that he does for this montage is he just goes, "Yeah! Damn right! Take your intergalactic asses home," was one of his lines. So he's basically just cheering them on. A lot of this movie is Ice Cube just like reacting to something. Like when the aliens are crashing and killing kids, he goes, "Damn. Damn. Damn!" Like that's about all he does there. But now that we're winning, he's like, "Yeah!" Anyway, though, during all the hubbub, his daughter gets injured when the aliens attack, and she gets a big boo-boo to her leg, and she's bleeding, and it's very intense. Ice Cube doesn't want to lose his daughter, so she's FaceTiming her dad and, worrying that she's about to die, and Ice Cube's like, "Don't worry, I'm gonna come get you." For the first time, he's actually about to, leave the office, but it turns out he's locked in. So he hacks it to let himself out, but then he's locked in at the lower levels, too. So then he gives up and immediately goes back to his chair, and then he's like, "All right, don't worry, I've got another idea." So on FaceTime, he got her location, used the drones, saw that there was a Tesla nearby, hacked the Tesla, and then got her to get in the Tesla and drove her away with remote controlling the Tesla to get her to a hospital, but all the hospitals are full. So now he recruits Mark to go save his daughter, Faith. It's like the worst attempt at trying to get you emotionally invested because you just do not care. Because it really feels like Ice Cube does not care. There is no emotional weight to anything here. It is so stale and so flat. It almost felt like they were laughing while filming this. Like they knew how bad it was. So anyway, now his daughter's, she's in a pickle, but Mark's on the way and he works for Amazon, so he's basically a fucking superhero. And during this ride, as he's remote controlling her to safety, because she was about to just get killed by the alien, she gives him a lecture on how powerless he is. So he's apologizing for being a bad dad, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, who ordered the Yappuccino? Jesus Christ, old man, you just don't get it. After mom died, you thought you could save her, and then you thought you could save the whole world, and then you thought you could save anybody, but you can't. Get it through your thick skull, you can't save anyone, you are powerless, move on." And she drives that point home as he is literally saving her life. Without him, she would have died. He is literally saving her as she is giving this lecture. It's very hypocritical. I don't know what they thought they were cooking with that, because it didn't really match the scene. So anyway, he gets on the horn with the president because the things are all cattywampus, and they're starting to fight back, and that's when he gives the title drop. He gives the name drop, title of the movie. He says, "All right, I see no other option other than to initiate the War of the Worlds," about the Planetary Alliance stepping up their counteroffensive against the aliens. Which I guess was a really cool moment where you're supposed to pump your fist. Yeah, initiate the War of the Worlds. Dave then calls his pops. He lets old man Ice Cube know that he knows more than Ice Cube thinks he does. He's not just a video game playing dweeb. He knows why the aliens are here. They're after something called Goliath, which interestingly is what Disruptor kind of mentioned earlier. We'll get to that in a moment, but there might be a bit of a plot twist coming up if you can connect the very subtle dots. So Dave is talking about, "Dad, you need to trust me. There's something called Goliath and the aliens are here," but Ice Cube is like, "You're a fucking moron, son. Get it through your thick skull. I'm so disappointed in you. You're a gamer. You make me sick. Don't you ever call me again." And then hangs up on him. He just berates him again and then literally hangs up on him. As his daughter is bleeding out and shit, he doesn't even care about the safety of Dave. He's just like, "Can you stop fucking calling me? Stop it, you play games, I don't want to hear from you." And Dave is trying to let him know, "Hey, look, there's something we could do here, I know what's going on." And then it turns out the aliens, as they're getting their shit pushed in by humanity's weapons, they change tactics and start targeting data centers, and they put their tentacles into data centers, and they start hyper downloading all of our data, which ends up draining all of our data, which shuts off the military. So they hit the power switch on the military, and then spontaneously every battleship, every plane, every helicopter falls out of the sky or blows up, and now we can't fight the aliens anymore aside from just small arms fire on the ground. Everything else is now shut down because they drained our data centers. And interestingly, it's they forgot this plot point. I'm getting ahead of myself, but just know this was a crucial moment where they turned the tides. The aliens turned the tides on us by draining all of our sweet data. So the NASA lady was at one of the data centers when this happened, and she noticed these little bugs. Little bugs like to eat data. They consume it. They like data. And what happens is she connects the dots is that they're here for our data. They must eat our data, and they must like all this data we have on all of our citizens and all of the people across the globe. They want our data. And as they continue draining us, they make a mention that all money in the world is gone. Money has been erased. Oil tankers are blowing up. And we've been set back to the Stone Ages. Lights are turning off. The world's gone dark, in their words. It really feels I'm not kidding. It feels like this movie was written by a child. Everything happens like this, too. The aliens come, And then we shot them with tanks and they didn't like it. So what they did is they shut down the military. They turned off the military and then they erased all of our money and it disrupted the chain of command and then all the lights turned off. But because of our data, it's so bad. It's so like bafflingly bad. I cannot believe a human being wrote this. Like a real sentient person. Like this could have been written by an alien. Like it might have been. I don't understand it. Also, Facebook is being deleted. This was a crucial moment. Not only is all money being erased, but websites are being erased. Facebook is getting deleted, and Ice Cube is there on his wife's Facebook page, taking one last look at it as messages are vanishing. He's listening to the audio message again, and then it does the classic cliche as it turns off. And then it vanishes, and then 404s. But it's not every website. YouTube actually still exists because that becomes a crucial plot device here towards the end of the film. But Facebook is gone. So Disruptor goes live on YouTube and he mentions Goliath. Like, the aliens are here because of Project Goliath. The government knew Project Goliath would summon the aliens because they love data. The government knew that more data would mean aliens will full-scale invade us. And then the big reveal, Ice Cube figures out Disruptor is his son. Who could have seen that coming, huh? That's quality writing right there. It was really subtly planted, but they pulled it off. So his son then tries to convince him that the government is lying to him. The government is, not super trustworthy. And Ice Cube's like, get out of town! What are you talking about? You're fucking stupid. You're like a gamer and shit. I would never trust you. You're a criminal now, actually, too. This is stupid. No, there's no such thing as Goliath. They wouldn't lie to me. And his son is just like, look, Dad, listen, I'm going to send you Goliath. Just take a peek. And he's like, okay, buddy. But I already know there's nothing in here that's going to convince me. He even says that verbatim. There's nothing in these files that will convince me that what you did is right. And he opens the files, and the first line is about, like, the Roswell crash, I think it was. It was like an alien crash, and it said, like, weird weather phenomena, aliens, and data. In one sentence, he goes, oh my God, my son was right. The government's been lying to me this whole time. He read a sentence, one sentence, and immediately he's like, oh my God, he's absolutely right. And then, of course, he scrubs through the other alien pieces and then learns Project Goliath is a big data collection program, exactly like his son was saying. I don't know why he was so adamant about it being far-fetched conspiracy theory mumbo-jumbo, because his son was just telling him, like, Dad, Goliath is all about collecting our data on a bigger scale. Like, Goliath is, like, really big mass surveillance. And he's like, that's just not possible. I am the mass surveillance, and there's nothing more advanced than what I've got. Like, I don't know why that idea was so, like, incomprehensible to him, because he already has all of that basically at his fingertips. The only difference with Goliath is that it could also read people's thoughts, kind of, like it analyzed their thoughts better. So, like, it was only, like, one step forward where Ice Cube already was, and yet he's like, that's just a conspiracy. Nope. That wouldn't happen. The government wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. We don't do anything like that. They wouldn't do that. It was just so weird. I don't know why I'm harping on that so much. The whole movie fucking sucks. There are so many inconsistencies and so much wrong with it. But that in particular really stood out to me. Anyway, we then learn that Briggs, who is one of his contacts we've seen throughout the film sporadically, is actually the guy who spearheaded Project Goliath and was fully aware that by launching Project Goliath with this mass surveillance, the data collection was so grand in scale that it would summon aliens. Don't know how they knew that. There is no explanation for how they fucking knew that this level of data collection was what would be the beacon to bring all of the aliens to fucking spring break over here to eat it. I don't know how they analyzed that, but they knew that if they launched Project Goliath, it'd be a full-scale invasion. Even Briggs knew and just didn't care. He didn't give a fuck. He said, let them come. We'll beat them on our turf. Which we were until they sucked our data, which, of course, they knew was going to happen because they're drawn to data, yet they're all surprised when they go suck our fucking data. Like, they're on here on our cocks here, literally sucking the life out of our dicks with all this data, and they knew that, yet for some reason did nothing to stop that. Oh my God, it's so fucking dumb. Anyway, Ice Cube confronts him directly. He knows all about Goliath. Briggs says, all right, you're out of line, you're fired. Revokes his access to everything, all of his tools. He can no longer be the big-time hacker. Until 2 seconds later, his son Dave hacks the government and grants his dad full access to everything. And then they team up. And now they're both disruptors. So they come up with a plan to make a rabbit virus that will poison the data that the aliens are eating, thus poisoning and killing the aliens. But they can't do it alone, so Dave brings in his hacker friends, the Disruptors, and we meet the other elite hackers, like Code Crusher and Starfire. I shit you not, those are two of their names in the hacker group. It's painful. It really is painful. So they get together. They work on the rabbit virus while they're making the rabbit virus, which, by the way, only takes 2 minutes. But within that 2-minute time span, Ice Cube decides he wants to make a YouTube video. So he hops in Adobe After Effects and he makes a YouTube exposed video on Briggs, releases it on YouTube, exposing Project Goliath and Briggs. And the entire world watched it instantly. He posted it, the whole world watched it. He posted it on the Disruptor YouTube channel. The whole world watched it, and now everyone knows why the aliens are here, and they now hate Briggs. So, he got his revenge, and he revealed the truth to everyone about Project Goliath. And now the rabbit virus is done. Again, all of this basically happening instantaneously. So, the rabbit virus gets uploaded, but it wasn't enough to stop the aliens. All it did was make them mad, so what they did is they hacked the hackers before the hackers could fully hack them. And then they use the IP addresses of the hackers in the Disruptor group, and they go blow up their houses. So we watch Starfire get blown up, and then, God rest his soul, even Code Crusher perishes under the might of the aliens and their fury. So they die. So now they need to come up with a new plan. Dave survives, by the way. Turns out he was actually bouncing his IP address from Ice Cube's house, but really he was at a dude named Brian's house. So after Ice Cube's house gets blown up and Ice Cube thinks his son died, all Ice Cube can do is this and go, damn. But then his son calls him. He's like, no, Dad, I'm actually fine. I was over at Brian's house. I just bounced my IP. So Ice Cube gets the family together for a FaceTime. Mark has gone and stopped the bleeding from Faith's injury, so they're together. They're fine. That whole side quest has been completed. And he gets the family together for a FaceTime call because the NASA lady has just informed them that the little bugs actually have DNA. They are organic cyber hybrid beings. So they can be killed, is the conclusion they reach. And they have a method. Turns out Faith, his daughter, was working on something called the Cannibal Code, which attacks 6 cells in a body. So they decide, let's rewrite the Cannibal Code to attack their cells and kill the aliens, since they're organic too. So they do that immediately. They literally rewrite this code instantly. And it's perfect coding. But there's another problem that arises because the government's decided to bomb the Goliath building, which is the building Ice Cube is in. It was actually underneath his feet the whole time because the government now knows it's going for Goliath. All the aliens are converging on that building to suck Goliath dry of all that precious data. But this is where things get weird. They have bombers bombing aerial vehicles that are about to do this. How? They've already established that none of their air vehicles or air units, any vehicles in the military, work anymore because the aliens sucked our data. But they have these bombers, and they also have drones that Ice Cube and family can access. Yet they had already made a point about how that's not possible because the aliens sucked our fucking data. But they totally forgot and just said, maybe people have already fallen asleep by this point and won't care. But I was awake the whole goddamn time watching this. They totally forgot that a plot point was they can't use these crafts. Because if they could, then it wouldn't matter about the data, because they were beating the fuck out of the aliens using these vehicles, using all of these aircrafts. So if they still have access to aircrafts, who cares if they go towards Goliath? Just blow them the fuck up. That was the whole reason, the whole point of trying to fight back with poisoned code is because we no longer have access to the military because of our sucked data. But now we have bombers that are going to go blow up Ice Cube. Just fucking blow up the aliens if we still have this ability. It's, oh my god, it actually made me upset. So, anyway, they rewrite the code, but Ice Cube has no way of taking that code and injecting it into Goliath downstairs because they don't allow thumb drives in the secured building. But, and this is where it gets so fucking shameless, but Mark has a thumb drive, and Mark works for Amazon. And you know what else Amazon has? Prime Air. So Mark gives a whole sales pitch about how Prime Air works and how he can give the thumb drive to the drone for Amazon Prime Air and fly it to him just like Amazon Prime does. And I'm not kidding, he gives a sales pitch. And then he takes the Amazon Prime drone and he flies the thumb drive over to Ice Cube, but not without some really intense dogfighting where the aliens are laser beaming at Mark flying the Amazon drone, but it's just too good. It's much more effective than all of the government planes, it seems, because they were just getting blown out of the sky with lasers at one point. Meanwhile, Mark, who is not a fighter pilot, he's something far stronger, an Amazon Prime drone delivery expert. He's dodging all their lasers, he's doing fucking barrel rolls, and then Dave is hacking nearby drones in order to blow up the aliens that are attacking Mark's drone. Again, how is he even able to access drones? That shit shouldn't be working in the first place, what you've already fucking established here. But anyway, Mark's made it to the building, but he hits something on the way in, and his drone flips over, and he can't flip it back. But luckily, they get to see that there is a man taking cover nearby through the camera of the drone. We get to see this. There's a man taking cover nearby, so Ice Cube instructs Faith to hack into the guy's phone and send him a text message asking him to flip over the drone. So she does. She hacks into his phone, sends the text message. The guy checks his phone. He says, "No way, are you kidding me? There's aliens here. I'm going to die if I do that." And then Mark says, bribe him with he didn't use the word bribe. Mark said, offer him $1,000 Amazon gift card. So she does. She sends him a text offering an Amazon Prime gift card for $1,000, and he instantly sprints over there. He reads it, sprints over, he flips the drone up for the bribed $1,000 Amazon gift card. So then Mark continues the mission. He delivers a thumb drive to Ice Cube. He makes it to the Goliath interface. And then as he's approaching the Goliath interface to plug it in, the tentacles are getting all up in his ass. And he's reaching heroically to plug in the cannibal code. And he does it. But then the feed cuts. But all the aliens start dropping like flies. They've done it. Cannibal code was a great success. The aliens are dead. Our data is still not safe. They still have all of our data, but the aliens are now gone, and they abort the bombing mission, so Ice Cube gets to survive. And then the bad guy, Briggs, gets arrested, and disruptors are now hailed as heroes across the globe. And then there's like a special mention about like how important privacy and data is. So like the government's calling on Ice Cube saying, "We thank you for your service. We'd like you to come up with a new surveillance system that takes privacy into account, because we think privacy is important now." And Ice Cube says, "No, that's not my style anymore. Now, instead of watching people, I'm going to be watching you." And that's the end. That is Amazon's War of the Worlds. There's a lot that I just omitted, by the way, because it is just so unbelievably uninteresting and just downright insulting to the entire act of making a film that I just didn't even put it into the notepad. There is literally nothing redeeming about this film. The only positive I could almost squeak out here is that it is enjoyably shitty. Like, I do think this would have been a lot of fun to watch with friends because there is so much to laugh at and make fun of. But watching it on my own, sometimes it actually just made me mad. Like, it is crazy how bad this movie is, because it is really just like an ad being shoved down your throat, but in the form of a movie. Like, I do actually think that this is probably the start of where we see advertising go, where they disguise movies as ads. Like, they've already made this huge push for AI-generated ads, like across the board. I keep seeing that pop up. I think they will also use AI to AI-generate movies that are actually just ads as well. It is just incredibly bad. That's really about it. It is the worst movie I've seen. See ya. I'm sure you can't tell just by looking at me because I'm being very brave about it, but I am currently suffering from a severe itch in my mid-back. And it's in this unfortunate position where no matter how hard I try, I just can't quite get after it. I've been desperately trying to scratch it. And I know we're not animals, so we have tools, and I've been trying to utilize one of them, the longest object I have around me. But even then, this pin doesn't quite get to where I need it to, so I can't do it. If only there was some drunk 56-year-old woman that could hit me with her car while I'm walking down the sidewalk. Then maybe I'd stop thinking about this fucking itch. And luckily, I know just the woman for the job.
This lady's crazy.
It's a terrifying video. A youngster riding his dirt bike apparently targeted by a driver.
Oh my God!
The woman behind the wheel seems determined to run him over.
Oh my God!
I was scared for my son's life.
That's certified Dukes of Hazzard type shit right there. That lady's been playing a little too much GTA Online. So this is a 56-year-old woman who was hitting the sauce a bit hard. She was reportedly intoxicated at the time of this encounter and says she doesn't even remember doing this, where she literally fucking pulled that shit around, driving on the sidewalk, looking to just splatter this kid like it's Halo 3. Just, she's dropping that lead foot, she's going pedal to the metal, just trying to run this kid over, all because, who knows? No one has any fucking clue, because there wasn't like an argument or anything. It's not like this kid fucking, can-canned off of her vehicle there or anything, or gave her the finger or anything. There was nothing that led up to this. He was just minding his own business, practicing some tricks, and she snapped. She lost it, went just fucking ballistic here, and decided to go on like a murderous rampage, just driving up on the sidewalk, running him down.
Jennifer Taylor is the boy's mom. She says 13-year-old Bryson was riding his dirt bike with friends in their suburban neighborhood outside Spokane, Washington, when a lady driving by lost it.
She just spotted him and she was his next target and turned the wheel and came after him. There was no words exchanged. Nothing was done.
Do you have any idea what her motivation might have been?
The police said that she was intoxicated and that just prior to all of this, she had tried to break into a home. And apparently after all of this, she went back to that home and broke in again. And that's where they found her.
What an interesting afternoon she had there, huh? Hit the brewskis a little hard, a little butt chugging to the natty lights. Next thing you know, you're trying to break into a house, then trying to run some child over in your vehicle, then you're going back to that house trying to break in again, and they throw you in cuffs. That's a full day right there. What an adventure. Also, in all of the coverage I've seen of this, every video has a title like this where it's video allegedly shows woman driving up on sidewalk trying to hit a child with her car, or this Inside Edition title, video appears to show this woman trying to run a child over with her car on the sidewalk. Like, I understand, like, they're just covering their own ass legally, but what do you mean it appears to show that? That's what happened. There's no wiggle room that this is just like some baseless allegation. You can watch it unfold. It's not AI. They arrested the woman. She even admitted to the drinking and driving, being intoxicated behind the wheel, and says that her memory's a little foggy on that whole trying to run over a child on his dirt bike thing. She probably views that as a bunch of hoopla because she can't remember it. Like, oh no, I may have been drinking and driving, but no, that's very unlike me. I would never do something like that. And since I don't remember it, you can't punish me for it. Checkmate.
According to the police report, she denied drinking alcohol or consuming any drugs, but then changed her story and admitted to drinking alcohol. While trying to put her in the back of a patrol car, she resisted and even tried to kick a deputy. The woman has been charged with criminal trespass, DUI, and assault. She lives in the neighborhood where today lots of people want her punished severely.
Yeah, it sounds reasonable to me. She should be punished severely. She tried to use her car like a fucking torpedo. She was a heat-seeking missile trying to hunt down a child on his dirt bike for no reason. Not that there'd ever be a reason for it. Like, even if the kid did just start shooting spitballs at her car windshield or something, that still wouldn't be an excuse or anything. But this was literally just completely unprovoked across the board. It was a kid just riding his dirt bike in her neighborhood, and she lost her mind. She's off her gourd. She should absolutely be punished severely. I don't know why they just already released her back out there in the middle of all this. She's a danger. She is a menace. So yeah, the neighbors are absolutely right to be fearful of her and demanding that there should be severe consequences for what she did here. This isn't some innocent whoops-a-daisy moment here. Oh, come on, guys. Who gave Ruth access to the Tito's? You know what happens when she drinks. She can't help but get in her vehicle and try and run over children. Ah, God. She's so quirky, oh boy. And I haven't even begun to scratch the surface of the rest of her shenanigans from that afternoon of trying to break into homes twice. Like, Jiminy Christmas, she sounds like a loose cannon. So apparently, she was telling deputies that she had taken her dog for a ride and was looking for other dogs to socialize with, and said she stopped after noticing dogs in a fenced yard and denied knowing the homeowner or attempting to enter the home. And then also told the deputies she didn't remember the earlier incident of trying to run over that child on the dirt bike. She also initially denied consuming drugs or alcohol, but then later sang a different tune. So her explanation is, no, you see, I was taking my dog for a ride. We were, cruising around looking for other pooches to socialize my pup with, and I saw some dogs in a fenced-in yard, so I had to stop. That's normal behavior, right? That totally makes sense for what I'm doing out here, and this supposed possible burglaries, just a misunderstanding. So she was booked on charges of first-degree attempted assault, DUI, first-degree criminal trespass, and then at her court appearance the next day, the Superior Court Commissioner of Spokane County ordered her release on her own recognizance, and she was released without posting bond. I just don't understand why this is so commonplace. I really don't. She is dangerous. She attempted to run over a child while blackout drunk behind the wheel of her vehicle. What the fuck?
Horrifying. She's clearly using her vehicle to attack a child, goes this social media comment. Unbelievable. She tried to assault a child with a vehicle, goes another.
You saw that video.
Yeah.
It's frightening.
Very frightening.
She could have run him over. She could have killed him.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think she should be right now?
I think she should be in jail, off the streets, not able to hurt anyone else.
Oh my God!
I agree with that sentiment 100%. She should be in the slammer. I don't think this is being taken seriously enough. Like, even the people that are commenting saying that she was attempting to assault the child with her vehicle, I would go a step further. I think this is just blatant attempted murder. Going out of her way, driving down the sidewalk, chasing this child in her car, just going, like, barreling down the sidewalk to try and run this kid over. That, to me, feels like she is trying to kill this kid. And again, it is entirely random. Comes out of nowhere. There was nothing that led up to it. She just snapped because she's drunk and lost her fucking mind, I guess. She is not safe to be around in any capacity whatsoever. Anyway, I saw this, had to yap about it, fucking crazy stuff. The woman hasn't been, like, identified or anything, but she is a 56-year-old woman who apparently even just lives in that area and just decided randomly, I'm going to try and hit this child with my car. And thus she did. Come hell or high water, she was going to try and accomplish that task. Luckily, she was unsuccessful. Luckily, the kid was okay. But yeah, I do think she should be in jail right now, not back out there on the streets. Anyway, that's about it. See ya.